Hey everyone, what is up? Welcome back for episode 72 of Higurashi When They Cry. Today we're going to be recording the 6th episode of chapter 8. So we're like legitimately in the end game at this point. The whole game. This might be the finale. This might be the penultimate episode. I said that last time and it's feeling like there might be a little more left than I anticipated. So who knows if I can jam this all in one episode. I'm planning to record it all today. Despite saying I was going to continue yesterday, I didn't. Because I decided it was probably too late. We'll see if I was right or not. It'd be really awkward if there was like 30 minutes left. I don't think that's the case though. I imagine there's enough time for at least a full-length episode. Point is though, this could get split into two, depending on how long it is. Because I'm probably going to record this in one huge video, and if we encroach longer than even the 6-hour mark, I'll probably just find a good splitting point and stop it there. So I guess just forewarning. Not that you guys will probably know. Well, no, you wouldn't. Not on this episode. There might be 2 episodes left. I don't know exactly how this is going to play out. Because last episode was a big one, and we're really reaching that point where it feels like the conclusion could be coming here soon-ish, right? It doesn't feel like we're at like the final battle type deal, but like we're like right there, right? So last episode we began the 48-hour operation, which the TLDR of this is the 48-hour operation was a plan where Rika was hidden away for 48 hours. Right, and they had the police fake that one of the bodies that they found and had in forensics was Rika, and dead for 48 hours, which would therefore discredit the emergency manual and cause Tokyo and Takano's allies, and Omura specifically, to kind of start doubting things, right, to kind of go up in a panic, to make this plan not really work, because of the doubt about the Queen Carrier's death, right? So they go through with this. We get a cool scene of Oishi really standing his ground and not allowing a cop from a different department who is likely somewhat in league with like Tokyo. Even if they don't know it, we don't know if they're aware of what they're doing, really, or if they're just being used. But point is, he has a cool scene where he stands his ground. We see a scene where Toмотake he does everything he can to call in the Bloodhounds, but is captured shortly before he would get the chance, unfortunately, which complicates things. Irie is, because of this, he has to run from the clinic, but he gets captured, he gets tailed, rather, and his car crashes, and he's rescued by Shion and Kasai, who were very fortunately just in the area. I'm glad Shion's finally in the chapter, frankly. They rescue him and bring him to the Sonozaki residence, where they go into the basement and they realize what's happening, that they're being pursued, and that the mountain dogs have showed up. We get a whole dramatic, like, kind of scene, like, I don't want to even say standoff, like, escape scene, rather, where Shion and Kasai, like, everyone realizes what's happening and that they're gonna blow up the door to the basement. And Shion and Kasai tell everyone else to go down the secret, like, ladder, and to, basically to leave them. And it seems for a moment that Shion and Kasai are dead, right? But they're used as bargaining chips for Rika and Irie. Rika gives herself up, and it looks like we're in trouble, right? It looks like we're in serious trouble, but then Akasaka shows up and changes the tide of this single-handedly, like, literally. That's normally an exaggeration, but no, single-handedly he changed the entire tide of this, because he was able to fight everyone off. Right, which is frankly kind of astonishing, right? That he is genuinely built different, like genuinely built different. And so he does all of this, right? he fights Okanogi, he fights off a bunch of mountain dogs, forces them to run, and that's where we're at now, right? Everyone's together, besides Tomatake. The conspiracy, or the counter conspiracy, I guess, has been kind of revealed to the actual conspiracy. And so now it's just an all-out battle. Now we're planning some kind of counterattack, and that's where we left off. We're gonna see exactly what our plan is. We still need to rescue Tomatake, and thankfully we have Irie still, so that is possible, right? We have that key card, right? We have his fingerprint, and I would love to see that basement. Even just beyond rescuing Tomatake, oh my god, I would love to see that basement. What exactly is in there, right? That's a big thing I'm really hoping for. Are we going to see the bodies of the other curse victims, right? Are we going to find that right arm? Is Oishi going to get to find that? Oishi's not with us. Is Oishi going to come with us? Are we going to find that right arm? Are we going to finally have 100% confirmation on what happened to Satoshi one way or the other? The basement could reveal that. This sounds like Attack on Titan. Just wait for the basement, bro. Just wait for the basement, bro. But there's a lot. There's some of the remaining questions I think could be answered by going down there, and I'm intrigued, right, to see what all is down there. Although going down there would be wildly dangerous right now, but it's something we're gonna have to do eventually. So we're gonna see how this plays out. Let's just go ahead and jump right back into what is presumably my final play session. In the basement, the club members were talking about their grand counterattack. Rika was a little disappointed that she couldn't have joined them, but she was happy that Akasaka told her what she had been waiting to hear. Rika told them about how heroic he had been, and he got a little embarrassed. Kasai was doing alright, but Shion wasn't doing too well. Of course, it wasn't life-threatening, but she couldn't hear well in her left ear, possibly due to being so close to an explosion. To test her hearing, Mion went around to Shion's left side and whispered some dirty words. She seemed to be able to hear them fairly well. Of course, she might have been hearing through her right ear, though. Look how pissed she is, bro. Shion decided to lie down on a tatami mattress in the torture room while he kept an eye on her. That's so funny that that's where you're getting your rest. It's like, let me just head to the torture room to lie down. It's a different world out there in Sonozaki residence. Mion was very worried, but Shion told her that she was okay and forced her to go ahead with the next operation. Mion complained that Shion didn't understand her feelings. Now they would have to come up with an idea to rescue Tomatake from the clinic. They had Akasaka and Kasai on their side, both of whom were used to battles. Also, they had Irie, who knew about the secret basement of the clinic. They would have to get moving quickly, but they had to at least have a plan. It was almost 10:30 a.m. Because of what they had gone through, they were exhausted, and it felt like it was almost evening. But if they were at school, it would only be the second or the third period. They had to pull themselves together. They had to regain their fighting spirit. That sounds like a job for Keiichi Maibara. Irie checked Shion's left ear with a penlight.
耳鼻科の先生でないとわかりませんが、運が悪ければ鼓膜が破れている可能性もあります。
I don't think it would have even taken a doctor to guess that much.
頭痛やめまいはありますか？
いいえ、全然へっちゃらです。
Irie wet his handkerchief and wiped Shion's face gently. Irie is
驚いてます？
paying back the way he got saved.
ひなみ沢ファイターズのマネージャーに銃撃戦ができて。
Probably not.
ええ、驚いています。
Never mind, you're a better man than me, Irie.
あなたが死ぬ気だったとは。前原さんに聞きましたよ。
うわ、ああいう言葉ってその場ではかっこいいけど生き残っちゃうとめちゃくちゃ恥ずかしいですね。やだな。
If something happens to you and I live, my sister will never forgive me for that. I don't have my loved one anymore, but sis does.
茶化しっこなしです。あなたの思い人というのはサトシ君のことですね。
Yeah, I don't really know what you're hoping to get from this conversation, unless you're gonna be like, he actually is alive, right? Or I know what happened to him. I'm sorry I held this from you, right? Unless it's one of those two things.
さあ、どうでしょうね。今頃どこにいるやら、生きてるのか死んでるのかもわかりませんけど。
生きています。
Oh man, I've been calling out that possibility for most of this chapter. Oh my goodness.
Eh?
Shion's thoughts stopped in their tracks when Irie answered immediately. I hope he's not just saying that to cheer her up.
北条聡君は生きています。彼は去年のあの日、不幸な心労がたたり、末期の発症を迎えてしまったんです。
See, in that damn basement. Mion and the other club members already told Shion about the current situation, so she kind of understood what he meant.
私は聡子ちゃんと同じ薬で治療できると思いました。ですが、聡子ちゃんが治療できたのは極めて幸運なケースだったようで、そしてその治療は今も続いているのです。
サトシ君生きてるの？
Oh my goodness.
今まで話せなくてすみません。
You could have prevented a tragedy with that information.
サトシ君は視覚核にいます。
Jesus. Bro, you need to tell Satoko this. Shion and Irie returned from the torture room. Shion looked very serious, as if she'd gained the determination to fight. Keiichi and the others were just talking about how the enemy found where they were.
入江先生の着衣に発信機か何かがつけられていることは考えられませんか？
Thank God Akasaka's intelligent.
先生の私服ではなく、診療所で持たされるものや着せられるものにです。
だとすると、この白衣くらいですが。
Well, I say intelligent like that's something that everyone should have thought of, but thank God he has that extra knowledge, you know?
監督、ちょっとボディチェックします。
Shion checked Irie over like an inspector at an airport. Then she found a little button on the backside of his collar. It was a little round button. There was no reason why a button like this would be on the back of the collar.
こいつが発信機でしょう。連中はこいつを信頼してるから、直接尾行しなくてもここを突き止められたんです。
Go ahead and destroy that thing. Shion is locked the fuck in, and you can just tell by the voice.
やられたわ。となりゃ、このボタンがある限り、陽動作戦が可能になるってことだね。
It's an interesting possibility.
ボタンを持ったオトリ隊が敵をおびき寄せ、その隙に手薄の診療所を襲い、富武さんを助け出す。
Yeah, I can see the vision there.
それが最善でしょう。
Let's just say that basement team better include at least one of Shion or Satoko. Ideally both, but I don't know that Satoko being on the front lines is very intelligent.
となれば、そのおとり隊が陽動するには、私の裏山が一番でございますわね。
Sounds like Satoko's got to be in the hills.
そうだな。あそこなら敵を引っ張り回せるぜ。
It would be.
しかもあれだけの山だからな。敵も相当の手勢を集めるだろう。その分、診療所がガラ空きになる。
読み切れないのは、どの程度敵が診療所に残るかだ。
Brother, as long as you're on the clinic team, they'll be fine, I think. I do feel like eventually Akasaka's gonna lose a fight. I feel like they're not gonna make him literally undefeated, solos everyone, right? You know, I feel like eventually he's gonna lose some fight, some way, right? And it's gonna cause some situation where the children are gonna have to do something crazy to buy time for Akasaka to like recover or something.
診療所には敵にとっても重要な富武氏がいる。相応の守備を残すだろう。
となれば、富武より美味しい餌をおとりと一緒にするのがいいのです。大丈夫ですか、リカ？はいです。みんなと一緒で貞子の裏山なら絶対に捕まりませんです。
Gotta believe that.
裏山に精通してるのはこの中では部活メンバーだけだね。
Home field advantage.
おとりは部活メンバーが引き受けるといいかもしれない。そうだね。その間に大人部隊は診療所を奇襲。翔さんは大丈夫？
赤坂さんのおねこぼしがあれば警察の方と聞いておりますので。
Kasai spoke while loading his shotgun.
今はオフですので。
Yeah, I'm off duty, bro. If you murk someone in front of me, you know. Akasaka replied while checking an automatic pistol. He hadn't used this particular gun before, but he's used to handling guns. He was prepared to fire, too. He really tried to memorize how to remove the safety, but he looked nervous.
赤坂さんは機関銃の経験は？
ありません。拳銃だけです。
では慣れたものがよろしいでしょう。弾倉は十分に。弾詰まりに備え、同じ銃をもう一丁。
Teaching Akasaka something.
笠井さんは
You know, something I am
す
curious.
ごいですね。
Curious of how many of them, how many of the why can't I remember the name? The mountain dogs. I wonder how many of the mountain dogs Kasai and Irie, or not Irie, and Shion managed to drop, or if the mountain dogs got away with literally 0 casualties.
これはショットガンですか？
奇数発目はスラッグ弾です。面制圧も壁抜きもできます。
おお、散弾銃の立つって通り名は聞いてたけど、本当にショットガン使いなんですね。
What a name, Shotgun Tatsu.
散弾銃は恐ろしい武器です。
Yeah, don't fuck around with those things.
ですから相手に当てずとも降伏させることもできます。あと皆さん、防弾ベストがありますので着てください。
Oh, we got the vests. God damn. Kasai sounded very dependable, but at the same time, he reminded everyone that this operation would be a very dangerous one. It wasn't a simple fist fight. Even a veteran soldier can die in a gun battle. There's always a chance of death, regardless of how well trained you are. In fact, Kasai and Akasaka were the only people who could be depended upon. Kasai talked Irie out of carrying a gun because it might be dangerous for him to have one. Someone could get injured by friendly fire. Yeah, he's not trained, and him having a gun lowers the chance of him being allowed to escape with his life. Mion suggested that maybe there should be more people on the team, but both Kasai and Akasaka refused because those who couldn't even handle guns at all might end up as dead weight.
なら、私が行くしかないですね。第一、火力が足りなさすぎです。ファイヤーサポートに私がイングラムでも持ってきましょう。
でもシオン、お前耳大丈夫なのかよ。
We love a woman who can handle a fucking firearm better than anybody, damn near anybody else in the room.
ええ、もう治っちゃいました。ケロッとね。ご心配かけてすみませんでした。シオン、今私が何て言ったか聞いてた？
There's a 0% chance you're convincing her to not be on that team.
え？あ、あはは、嫌だな。聞こえてましたよ。
Mion had tricked her. Mion didn't say anything. Shion still couldn't hear out of her left ear.
シオン、危険だよ。正直に言って、おとりに混じるのも危険だと思ってる。シオンはどこかに身を隠してて。おねえ、聞いて。私、どうしても診療所に行かなければならない用事ができたの。
Yeah, good luck convincing her not to go. But I do worry that the left ear, in a situation like that, could prove dangerous, not being able to hear out of it.
でも、それを今話したら、里子まで来ると言い出す。それはダメ。こっちは室内戦。向こうも撃ってくる。それって。
Mion sensed it. She sensed the reason why Shion had to go to the clinic. That was why she didn't say anything more. If she was in Shion's position, she would go even if neither of her ears could hear. Yeah.
危険ですわよ、シオンさん。考え直してくださいまし。
No, we thought it over.
里子、シオンは救出隊に回る。里子はおとり隊のエースなんだよ。自分の仕事に専念して。しーちゃん。レナさんならわかるよね。私が死ぬ気じゃないってこともね。
I'm worried she is gonna die now. Actually, I could see her dying like right after reuniting with Satoshi. Or something like in that order. Or Satoshi dies right as they reunite.
わかってる。
I don't know. I think this game's gonna have a happy ending. I just don't see it being literally perfect, right? I feel like someone's gonna get dropped.
こういう時の女の子ってね、絶対に死なないから。
ですよね。殺されたって死ぬもんか。
Shion and Rena gave each other a high five.
決まったようですね。では、もう動き始めましょうです。
Alright, time to raid the clinic.
C、ボタンをこっちで預かるです。
はい、これ。頑張ってね、リカちゃま。
C も頑張って。C が強く強く信じてきた奇跡だから。
No kidding.
今この瞬間に叶うのです。だから、きっとこれは C のために神様が微笑んでくれたチャンスなのです。
Just have to believe, man. I want to believe so bad that this is gonna work out. I've mentioned for so long that I want Satoshi to somehow be alive and to reunite with Shion and Satoko.
信じなかった日もあった気がする。
We know that.
それを誰かに諭された日もあった気がする。信じ続けるって大変なことだよね。
でもあなたは信じ続けました。信じなかったことを悔い信じました。だから訪れた今日をどうか大切に。今日を呼び寄せたあなたの強い意志の前に目の前の苦難。
あんた
Shit.
お姉の新しい友達ですか？
That's one way to put it, but she is a new friend.
名前は知らないけどありがとう。うまくいきそうな気がします。
You don't realize how much you've cursed this person's name.
うまくいきますですよ。お社様のお墨付きなのです。
Ha ha. The Mountain Dogs had retreated and reorganized their units. They were now ready to attack again. Takano was furious at them for not being able to bring R back to the clinic, even though they had her in their hands. She gave an order to capture her with all the Mountain Dogs' forces put together. Their vehicles were at the clinic, and they were all standing by for the order to attack. Takano wasn't the only one who was furious. Okanogi was as angry as her. Their rookie policeman from 5 years ago had grown. He even made Okanogi yield. He couldn't accept that he was defeated, so he was bent on revenge. The reason why the order to attack was held off was because the signal from the transmission device in Irie was momentarily interrupted. He interpreted it to mean that Irie had gone even farther down into the basement. The Mountain Dogs assumed that the club members would go even further underground and try to escape by using some kind of secret passageway. That passageway couldn't be that long. They'd have to come up to the surface eventually. The Mountain Dogs were planning to catch them as soon as they surfaced. The villagers were too busy with finishing setup for the festival, so they had no idea what was going on. By this time, the Mountain Dogs had shut down the telephone network. They were afraid the club members would call the police. The only way into the town was being watched by the blockade unit, so the club members couldn't escape that way. R and her friends had to come up to the surface. They couldn't be thinking of staying underground until things settled down. Their lifeline, Tomitake, was in captivity. They couldn't be stupid enough to think of attacking the clinic to rescue him. More than likely, they would try to escape from the village on foot. They would probably call the police to help them. The patrol unit had several cars driving around the village, their eyes peeled for the signal of the transmitter or those on the run. It was time to wait patiently. The battle had returned to the standing point, and the balance of power was even again.
異常なし。いつまでも息を潜められるわけはねえんだ。じれずに待て。絶対に出やがる。
And they will.
ところでうちのお姫様はどうした？
富武兄に尋問中です。どうやら説得を試みているようです。
こうなっちまったら、穏便に済ませるには監査役を抱き込むほかねえからな。
Well, I got news for you. We don't care about this word right here, the P word. We're coming in with shotguns, machine guns, and pistols.
生かして捕らえたのはでかかったぜ。お姫様はいねえし、ようやく落ち着いて冷房を浴びられるってもんだな。
For us had finally some goddamn peace and quiet.
隊長、東京から無線です。野村さんからサンサー宛てでなく隊長宛てです。
Interesting.
やれやれ。電話がダメなら無線かよ。さて、東京の女王様がこの後に及んで俺に何のお話ですかね。山犬のおこのぎです。どうぞ。
We're not going to see what it is, but it is interesting, of course, that Okanogi is being directly reached out to by Nomura, and I don't think this is the first time this has happened. I don't think it's unfair to say that that's their real leader, you know? That's why they call Takano the princess. Tomitake was being held in a small meeting room. He was shoved under a desk. He was restrained so tightly that he couldn't even turn around. Takano was sitting in a chair next to the table, staring at a whiteboard. It outlined the research plan that was to be shut down. But Takano wasn't really reading it. She was just staring. Neither of them said a thing. Silence filled the meeting room.
もうすぐ11時ね。本当に今日は長い日。あんなにも早朝に起こされてからまだ半日も経たないのね。
Tomitake didn't reply.
二郎さん、今からでも私に協力してはくださらない？
No.
山犬なんかいらない。あなたさえいてくれればいいわ。山犬には私の心を慰めることなんかできない。
Shit, I mean, she's not wrong, but...
あなたの一見無神経な心遣いでしか二郎さんは分かってて私に無神経に接してくれてたのよね。変に同情しても何の役にも立たないなら、せめて私の心を気分転換で楽にさせてあげようと思って、そう思ってあんなに無神経を装ってでも私を楽しませてくれたのよね。
Damn.
高野三等陸佐として話してるんじゃない。高野美代として二郎さんに話してるの。
I don't know. I think she's being like dead serious right now.
それでも返事をしてはくれないの。
捕虜は名前と階級と認識番号しか喋っちゃいけないことになってるんでね。
I don't blame him for responding to the situation this way. If she gets him to open up, even through something like that, I mean, it could lead to them talking about other matters, and so it's simpler to just not. Even if I'm sure a part of him desperately wants to respond. Takano hung her head.
その手錠の鍵持ってないの。ごめんなさい。
いいよ。それを求めたわけじゃないさ。
コーヒー飲む？
遠慮するよ。この状態でトイレの世話になりたくないからね。
It was hardly a conversation, but Takano was happy that Tomitake had finally replied. However, that wouldn't solve any of their problems.
僕を殺すしかないならそれも構わないさ。捕らえられた時にすでにその覚悟はできてる。
そうね。私も二郎さんを今夜殺すつもりだったから、あなたにその覚悟があって。
ならよかったよ。この覚悟が無駄にならなくて済む。
Well,
ねえ、死にたくないとは思わないの？あなたが私の味方になると誓ってくれれば、私はあなたを死なせずに済むの。
no. He won't.
上はあなたを生かす価値はないって言ってるけど、そこは私が何とかするから。
上は誰だい？
知らないわ。私と接触するエージェントは野村と名乗ってるけど、私も素性はよく知らないわ。
でも手を組む相手に足ると思う程度には話をしたんだろ。
数度ね。おしゃべりをしただけよ。
It's funny that he's the one interrogating.
今にして思うと、私を利用したいという魂胆が見え見えだった。でもなぜかあの時は彼女だけが私のことを理解してくれるって、そう思ったのよ。
She's realizing what really happened.
わかるよ。君に誰かの助けが必要な時期があったことは知っている。その時君のそばにいるのが僕でありたかった。
Damn.
そうね。そこにいたのが二郎さんだったらどんなに良かったことか。
まだ誰も死んでない。
これから殺すわ。
Seems like Tomitake.
東京には君の黒幕もいれば、それと対立する黒幕もいるが、ほとんどの上層部は今回の件をうやむやにして終わらせたいと思っているはずだ。
Tomitake seems to be trying to turn her. Which, I don't know. I don't think it's impossible that that's kind of how this ends. With Takano flipping sides and maybe some being brought to some kind of justice for the plan, but like coming out with her life and a changed person is possible. I don't know. She hasn't killed anyone yet, right? Like, that's not to say she didn't plan to in this route, but she hasn't.
高野さんはもう全てが手遅れだと思っているだろうけど、まだなんとかなるんだ。まだ取り返しがつく。なかったことにできる。
そうして祖父が築き上げたひなみ沢症候群の研究もなかったことになるのね。
高野さん、
君は何がどうなれば満足だったんだい。
Takano closed her eyes for a bit while she came up with an answer. Her grandfather's research had been insulted. She wanted those with higher positions of authority to take it seriously. Nomura could make that happen. When the final operation was enacted, the higher-ups of the country would have to read the article, and they would have to believe what's in it. They will authorize the execution of the emergency manual. And yes, that would create an irreversible disaster. But at the same time, the disaster would prove that her grandfather's article had merit.
それで君は満足なったね。
ええ、満足よ。それが高野美代の生を受けた理由だから。
前に聞いたね。なら君はこの作戦が終わったら消えてしまうわけだね。高野美代の目的は達せられ、地上からなくなり、君は本当の君に戻るんだ。田無美代子。それが本当の君の名前のはず。
How the fuck did you find that? How long had it been since she heard that name? Takano closed her eyes slightly.
そうね。
Guess it must have been the research division.
私はもうすぐ田無美代子に帰るのね。
田無美代子という少女は両親を失って施設に送られた。そしてそこで虐待されて死んだ。君はそう言ったね。
ええ、言ったわ。私はあの日のあの金網の中に戻らなければならない。二郎さんは経験ある？
Takano told Tomitake about her horrible experiences, which were simply unimaginable for normal people.
もう一度あそこに戻って。今度はおじいちゃんに助けられずに死ぬの。そうすれば私はここにいない。私がいなければ入り駅感もなく、こんな妙な運命の行き止まりに迷い込むこともなかった。
君は死ぬ気だね。
After everything, she's planning to die. That's...
作戦が終わったらいろいろとご褒美があることになってるけど、あまり信じてない。ある日突然ホームでドンと突き落とされるんじゃないかしら。
君には心を許せる味方はいないのか？
Not really. You're the closest one.
クライアントは所詮クライアント。味方じゃないわね。でも山犬は味方よ。
No, they're not.
彼らが私の靴を舐めたくなるくらいの金を弾んでやったからね。
でも心は許せないんだろ。
味方は味方よ。あなたを捕らえ、今から R たちも捕らえようとしている。私の役に立ってくれてるわ。
それは今の君に必要な味方じゃない。
Definitely not. And just as you said, Nomura and whatnot are just clients. That's proud. That's how the Mountain Dogs see you.
そうね。今の私に必要な味方じゃない。
Takano paused. She paused because Tomitake just said exactly what she had been thinking. Since the day Tomitake disappeared, she'd been feeling restless. Takano had to admit that she needed Tomitake.
二郎さん、山犬は何億円かのお金で転んでくれたわ。まだ私の手元には1億ちょっと残ってる。あなたはいくら払えば転んでくれるの？
君が一番欲しいものがいくらで買えるかを考えてみるといい。
It's not a money thing.
こんな時にキザな例えだこと。お金では買えないって言わせたいのね。
That's exactly what he wants.
諦めるんだ。山犬は飼いならせても僕は飼いならせない。
それを転ばせたいと言っているの？あなたが望むならお金だけじゃない、何でも与えるわ。私の髪の毛一本からつま先の先端まであなたのものにしていい。靴を舐めろと言うなら今この場で舐めてもいいわ。それでもまだ足りない。
Not if you go through with this. Tomitake didn't reply. It wasn't affirmation by silence, but a signal to Takano that he'd already told her everything he meant to say, in the most saddening form of silence for her.
あなたより毎朝早く起きて朝食を作るわ。待ち合わせ場所には必ずあなたより先に来る。二度とあなたを待たせて試すような真似をしない。それでもダメなの、二郎さ
ん。Tomitake didn't say a word. He couldn't see her face under the desk, but he could sense it. This wasn't the time to say anything to her. Remaining silent was the only thing he could do. Suddenly, the phone rang. Takano sniffled once and picked it up.
高野よ。そう、わかったわ。今すぐ行くわ。
Takano stood up as she put down the phone.
R が発見されたわ。入江の発信機の反応も一緒。街道が封鎖されていることを知ってて、山中を徒歩で脱出するつもりのようね。
You have been masterfully baited.
山狩りには手こずりそうだけど、人目がないのは私たちに好都合だわ。じゃあね、二郎さん。なんとなく、これがあなたとできた最後のおしゃべりになるような気がする。
We'll see about that.
最後に、あなたから言葉がもらえなくて、残念よ。
And still, Tomitake stayed silent. Takano ran out of the room. She didn't look like she was hurrying back to work. Looked like she was running away.
連中ははじめ近くの山中に出現し、村中に出たようです。
That was a great conversation. You really get to see so much of the kind of other side of Takano, right? In that relationship with Tomitake and how she acknowledges so much how she needs him, but she won't give up her convictions for him, right? She won't give up her dream of her grandfather's research, right? Even if she knows she's gonna die for it, right? She knows she'll be killed and she plans to die anyways, right? Plans to go back to that orphanage, right? I don't know if that's like a literal thing or if that's she's going to die to like have like a metaphor. She's gonna die to metaphorically go back to that orphanage where she was meant to die. But either way, the point is she's not living, right? Is her plan, right? And despite everything, she doesn't want to kill Tomitake, right? She really does not want to, and she desperately tries to talk him out of it, right? Or like to talk him to joining her, right? Says she'll do anything, and he can't, right? That's his conviction versus her conviction, right? Becomes a battle of willpower. It's just depressing to see how, like, genuinely, if things had just played out a little different, right? It didn't even take much, right? If Tomitake hadn't had to go back to Tokyo all the time and could have been there for Takano when she needed him, right? Things could have played out differently. You know? But we're gonna see how this plays out. I still think Tomitake isn't willing to give up on her yet, because there hasn't been any death, right? So I don't know. There's still a chance that there's gonna be, I don't necessarily want to say redemption, but kind of like a little bit, but kind of like her like turning her back on her ideals to stop like whatever is to come, right? I could kind of see it, but I don't know that it's gonna happen. I feel like the best route for that was for Takano to still be in that clinic, right, when everyone else arrived, and for Tomitake to convince her right there, but he couldn't. So I don't know. Maybe he won't be able to until it's too late. Just a great scene, though. I love those Takano scenes so much, man.
村人に接触して助けを求めようとしたのかもしれませんが、偵察車両の1台が逃走車の一部と R を発見、追跡。一時期 R と発信機は別行動しましたが、地図の山中で合流しました。
Interesting.
チリジリになったのが合流できたということ？
ええ。連中は逃走路について十分な打ち合わせをしてやがったんちゅうことでしょうな。
It is a diversion, though.
山の中なら地の利があると踏んでやがるに違いない。ブッシュが深ければ武器の効果は激減する。あの空手野郎の考えそうなことですね。
Okonogi was determined to catch them this time. He kept saying how he was simply caught off guard before.
今度はもう逃がせないわよ。ひなみ沢でならともかく、沖宮に入られたらもうどうにもならない。
わかってます。向こうに地の利がある山中とあっちゃ、こちらも躊躇したらアウトですが、全般で包囲圧殺します。
All of them.
聞こえてるな、全般。こいつはサッカーだ。敵はゴールエリアに侵入してる。ゴールは沖宮だ。絶対に許すな。
What you didn't know is they're actually doing the exact opposite. They're playing Park the Bus. Their goal is to try and stop you from scoring a goal.
特にあの空手野郎だ。あいつは許さねえ。俺の獲物だ。絶対に仕留めてやる。
大鳥了解。
ウグイス了解。ヒバリ了解。
白鷺了解。
行くぞ。山犬の総力戦だ。こいつがしくじればうちらは積まれてゲームオーバーだ。
その通りよ。もう後がない。私も出て陣頭指揮を取るわ。
I'm sure he's gonna love that.
富武はここに置いていっても大丈夫？
大丈夫ですね。完全武装の保安隊員が8人もおりますね。その倍の完全武装兵が来てもしのげます。
Yeah, we'll see.
それよりも問題なのは、奴を侮ることはできませんぜ。
Yeah, well, you're underestimating him, by the way. The security unit guarded the basement of the Irie Institute, which was the heart of the organization. Therefore, they were armed more heavily than anyone else in the Mountain Dogs. Okonogi's confidence in the security unit and his newfound obsession with defeating Akasaka made the diversionary plan a success. But at the same time, that meant the decoy club members would have to deal with the full force of the Mountain Dogs. It was going to be brutal. The dogs' white vans ran through the village. While they couldn't fire shots outside, all members were carrying stun guns that fired electric needles. While poor on range, they could subdue a target instantly. With the flip of a switch, they could change between merely stunning or killing their target, the perfect weapon for people like the Mountain Dogs. The band separated into groups and headed for the mountains. They were planning to surround their enemies and then smoke them out.
隊長、前半作戦開始位置に到着しました。
Let's see if the defense can do their job.
さすがに展開が早いぜ。サンサ、全般にありがたい訓示を頼みます。
高野よ。R だけは生かして捕らえること。他は殺してしまっても構わないわ。この山から逃がしてはダメ。この山で今日の戦いすべてに決着をつけるのよ。
ウグイス、ヒバリ、白鷺、山狩りを開始しろ。大鳥はゴールキーパーで予備兵力を務める。緊急展開が可能なように常時待機しろ。
大鳥セブン了解。
さあ、おっ始める。
The mountain dogs started marching, spreading out in a line with a few meters between them. This mountainside was a savage land where not even the villagers would dare tread. There were some trails, but no paved roads for human beings. It required an enormous amount of diligence and patience to hunt on a mountain like this. All the dogs were very nervous. They were told that most of their enemies were children, but there were a few well-trained adults with them as well. No, they ain't. In addition, they were supposedly armed quite heavily, and they knew the layout of the terrain quite well. It was obviously going to be a tough battle.
おこのぎ、山狩りってのは普通。どのくらいの人数がいるの？
一概には言えませんが、多ければ多いほどいいでしょうな。山犬の人数じゃ全員集めても全く足りません。
でも向こうも少人数なんだから、そう不利な条件じゃないでしょ。ほらよく言うじゃない。守備を崩すには3倍の兵力がいるって。こっちはさらにその倍以上いるんだから。
Yeah, but they also have home field advantage. Beyond just defense, they know the terrain of this place, you know? And they got the traps laid out.
まあ、数万の兵力の場合ならそういう数式になるでしょうが。
Yeah, smaller numbers means a more wild variance. It doesn't work in smaller scale battles. The U.S. Armed Forces proved that in the Vietnam War.
なら 今回の山狩り、おこのぎはどれだけの兵力がいると見てる
の？何でもありってことでですか？
何でもありって意味がわからないけど、どのくらいが適正な兵力なの？
He wants all of them.
今朝の政治的奇襲も含めて向こうの指揮官は相当優秀です。そして火器取り扱いのベテランが最低2、近接格闘のベテランが最低1。
そこまでは認めるけど、あとは所詮子供でしょ。
あとは子供のようですが、多分ここに逃げ込んだからには彼らのテリトリーでしょう。
Also, from their perspective, there's no guarantee that there's not like a greater force that they just reunited with.
血のりが十分な子供一人はよく訓練された強襲偵察隊一個小隊に匹敵しますんで、サンサが考えてますより相当厄介な相手ですわ。
He's right about that.
それを制圧するのにどの程度の兵力が必要だっていうの？
The whole damn thing.
山岳歩兵が一個師団。ああ、師団ってのは山犬が3つ4つくっついて大隊、そいつがさらに3つ4つくっついて連隊、そいつがさらに3つ4つで師団ですんで。
30倍の兵力が必要だというの？
もちろんそれだけじゃ足りません。砲兵陣地に要請して山ほどの事前砲撃が必要ですわ。
They just went on the spot with an artillery bombardment.
航空支援が得られるならファントムにナパームもばらまかせたいところですんで。
冗談じゃないわ。そんな兵力ここにはないわ。じゃあそれにはるかに満たない山犬で山狩りをしたらどうなるっていうの？
まあ楽じゃないでしょうな。
Bro, I think he's actually rage baiting Takano, bro. There's no way. Okanogi laughed boldly. He's like just trying to piss her off. There's no way. He said it wouldn't be easy, but he also seemed to be implying that he was the only one capable of doing it.
連中のテリトリーでしょうが、逃げ込んだのはついさっきです。陣地もなけりゃトラップ設置の暇もないはずだ。
Buddy, little do you know.
地の利を生かすには時間が足りないはずです。
As Takano listened to Okanogi's explanation, she felt a little anxious. When she pretended to be friendly with Satoko a long time ago, she used to tell Takano all about her mountain. Takano remembered how Satoko told her about all kinds of traps she'd set up, but she couldn't recall which mountain Satoko was talking about.
茨より本部標的の一部を発見
Bro, Okanogi's like, nah, they didn't have time for traps. Takano's like, oh shit, they had time for traps. Oh no, we're fucked.
R は死認できない現在追跡中
人質にできれば十分よ。 R がいなくても捕らえて。
ウグイス、聞こえるか？近隣の班を応援に回して退路を立て。
ウグイス了解バックアップする
そりゃそうだよね。退路を立ちたいよね。
Some fallen trees were leaning against a much larger pine tree, forming a natural scaffold. A small hut made out of plywood had been built on top of them. It was one of Satoko's many secret bases. It was in a perfect spot, since Mion could see the foot of the mountain well.
すごいね。みーちゃんの予想通りだね。
さて、我が部にどの程度叶うか、お手並みを拝見しようかね。
Is Satoko like the clutch god here? Is she gonna be the reason we have a chance?
レナたち勝てるかな
なーに言ってんだか。向こうの指揮官は無能だね。
Damn.
私たちを攻めるなら山岳訓練を終了したベテラン歩兵が一個師団はいるね。
Buddy, do I have bad news for you?
それをせいぜい中隊規模でとはね。未熟にも程があるよ。
Well...
さーて、何人が私たちを相手にして この山を無事に降りられるかな。
It's time to rack up a body count. We're gonna have positive KDs by the end of the day.
クソだれ、ヒバリ4攻撃を受けた。クソ逃がすな。丸太を山ほど転がしてきやがった。ヒバリ6が捻挫で追撃不能。残りで追撃する。
逃がすなよ。追って追って追いまくれ。休ませるんじゃねえ。
ヒバリ11トラップによる攻撃を受けた。ヒバリ12、13が多分脳震盪だ。あんなの当たりどころが悪かったら死んでるぞ。ヒバリ16トラップにやられた。光線が足に絡まって脱出できない。ナイフじゃ切断できない。番線カッターを持ってきてくれ。
Takano's gonna realize, bro. She's like, fuck, it is that mountain. Chaotic radio transmissions came in, one after another. Obviously, Okanogi had been wrong about the mountain dogs being in an advantageous position.
ウグイス戦より本部。クソったれが井戸を偽装した落とし穴だ。隊員2名が閉じ込められて救出不能。応援を送れ。やべ。どうしたウグイス戦。応答しろウグイス戦。ウグイス戦だ。やられた。俺を後ろから突き飛ばしやがった。ウグイス9から11は井戸内。健在なれど脱出不能。クソ。本部よりウグイスバックアップが奇襲を受けた。行動が読まれているぞ。注意しろ。
ウグイス1だ。聞いていいか。どうして動きが読まれるんだ。上空に無人機の影はないぞ。
ヒバリ1より本部追跡に失敗。見失った。
It's going well for now. I'm sure things are gonna turn eventually.
無理だ。この山はトラップだらけだぞ。この距離を追うだけで何人負傷しちゃってんだ。
白鷺湾より本部 R を含む数名を発見した。追跡している。至急応援を送れ。
Yeah, that's not good.
連中め、か乱してトラップで絡め取ろってんだな。白鷺は用心しろ。向こうはお前らをトラップ地帯におびき寄せるつもりだ。敵は括弧に分散し、陽動と奇襲のゲリラ戦術で抵抗してくる気だ。高度だぞ。すでに他班でトラップとアンブッシュで負傷者が多発している。用心しろ。気合い入れてかかれ、白鷺ワン。ん？白鷺ワン。
It's already over, bro.
白鷺2より本部白鷺1がトラップに。誰か班長を吊りしてるロープを切れ。
We heard this song?
残りは追撃しろ。 R を逃がすな。
ウグイス1より本部ウグイス7たちが沈黙した。襲撃にあった可能性が否定できない。応援を送る許可を。
白鷺5隊員3名が上空から降ってきたドラム缶の直撃を受けて混沌した。
Damn. You know, Satoko, making all these traps over the years really is proving to buy us a lot of time. It's proved quite useful.
なんなんだここは。こんなのがまだまだあるってのか。
ヒバリ13だ。やられて倒れてたようだ。あ、今一人発見した。追跡する。やろう。よくもやってくれやがったな。
And you've been baited.
よせ。やめろヒバリ13。お前が一人で叶う相手じゃない。
Oh, and it's Satoko too, brother. You're cooked.
お兄さん、こちらですわよ。
クソガキが待ちやがれ。
Oh shit, we got sprites for one of the mountain dogs? Skylark 13 chased Satoko with an enraged snarl on his face, but Satoko ran through the woods effortlessly. Small branches scratched his body all over, but he continued to chase Satoko. Satoko ran like the wind. To her, she was simply running in her own backyard. Who would get injured in a place like that? As Skylark 13 ran after her, he passed many mountain dogs who couldn't even move because of Satoko's traps. The more of his trapped fellows he saw, the more he wasn't sure if the girl he was after was really a girl. She was just something that looked like one. Yeah, that's a demon. He reached an area where logs were stacked up in piles. It seemed like the trees in the area were being chopped down. It's a rather strange scene. On his way there, Skylark 13 saw a member from a different unit hanging upside down from a tree. He also saw feet sticking out of a pitfall. There's a member whose foot was tied to the root of a tree with a device that looked like a pair of handcuffs. He reached this area after seeing all of them. He suddenly started sweating all over his body, for Skylark 13 realized that he had been lured into a trap. He'd been caught in a snare. She had tricked him. The girl was standing in the middle of an open area, calmly balancing on a stump. She was simply looking at him. Shit, he thought. She's trying to lure me in.
ヒバリ13だ。一人を広場みたいなところで追い詰めた。捕まえてやる。捕まえてやる。
こちら、ウグイス7。お、そいつは少女じゃない。少女の姿をした悪魔だ。そいつの後を追えば地獄まで誘い込まれるぞ。
That's real.
本部よりヒバリ13。それで十分だ。応援を待て。今そこに最寄りの隊員を向かわせている。
どうなさいましたの？私を捕まえたければ、あともう10メートルくらいは歩く必要がございますわよ。
That's the bait. I bet if you actually just walked forward, there wouldn't be anything. Honestly, there's probably something like, if you try to avoid a trap straight ahead of you, there's stuff around there. It was only 10 meters. If he walked about 10 meters, he could catch that bratty little girl. How many steps did he have to take to walk 10 meters? If he took 10 steps to walk 10 meters, that meant there would be 10 more chances of stepping on a trap. But it was only 10 steps. He can catch her after taking just 10 steps.
そう思いなら、まずは最初の一歩を踏み出してみればいいではございませんの。ほらほら。
くそー。
This is actually rage bait. Like, so good at luring them, pissing them off. Like, how is he gonna take his first step? That area with weeds looked suspicious, but the bare ground looked suspicious too. What if he jumped onto a tree stump? No, that was what she wanted him to do. Cold sweat was dripping off the Skylark 13's body. He only needed to take 10 steps. So why was he so nervous about taking the first one?
ヒバリ13。切り株だ。
よせヒバリ13。さっき根っこで足を縛られてたウグイス8だ。切り株はきっと罠だ。辺りは切り株だらけというのがうさんくさい。
聞こえるか、ヒバリ13。物資は危険だ。
Bro, they just said, yeah, everything's dangerous.
貴様らは踏むな。むき出しの土もやばい。
くそったね。じゃあどこを踏めばいいんだよ。空を飛んでけってのかよ。
まだいらっしゃいませんの？私退屈ですから、そろそろ失礼しますわよ。
こちらスマキにされて転がっているウグイス9だ。今標的の一人にその頭を蹴られている。
Bro.
そこはトラップフィールドだと言ってるぞ。え？その待ち構えてる小娘の最高傑作が設置されているらしい。油断するな。
Dear God, you got the head pats? That's crazy. You've got to be kidding me. Did he say magnum opus? What does he mean by magnum opus? What about all the other traps? Weren't they her magnum opus? We mountain dogs are professionals. We're paid to engage in battle. Yet this little girl is playing us like fools. Can we not beat her? Can't we beat that brat? This must be a bluff. How is it possible for a trap to exist that's worse than what I've seen so far? That's a bluff. That must be a bluff. I'm definitely gonna get her. Should I start with my right foot or my left? The girl suddenly lifted her hand and thrust it at me. Is she trying to tell me to stop?
ゴホですわ。何事もなくゴホを無事に歩けたら、あなたの勝利ということでいいですわよ。
That's probably a trap in and of itself.
ほほ、それは大した自信じゃねえか。もし俺が5歩何もなく歩けたら。
そうですわね。私の敗北を認めて降参して差し上げてもよろしくってよ。私今日は最高にトラップ脳が絶好調ですの。あなたを5歩で絡め取ってご覧に入れますわ。
クソガキ！
落ち着けヒバリ13。挑発に乗るな。
Bro, it's too late for that.
そいつは悪魔だ。外見に騙されるな。そいつは人の心を読むぞ。俺たちの叶う相手じゃねえ。
本部よりヒバリ13。深追いするな。十分だ。近くまでウグイスが応援に来ている。その場で耐えろ。
それじゃ俺の負けってことじゃねえかよ。こうだとこうだと。くそ、乗ってやるぜ。5歩だな。たったの5歩だな。
男が何度もくどいですわね。
5 steps, bro.
愛のささやき以外は男は一言で十分ですのよ。
Oh my god.
このガキャ
This is actually a masterful display.
ひばり13読まれるぞ。劇場は思考を読まれるぞ。
She already has.
落ち着け。そうさ、俺はひばりの13番。ミントみたいにクールなのが通りえさ。だから熱くならずによく考えろ。そうさ、俺の思考はすでに絡め取られていた。奴に向かって5歩進まなければならないって時点で思考を絡め取られてたぜ。
ほほう、それはどういう意味でございますの？
This is what it means.
ないじゃねえ。後ろに5歩歩くんだよ。
I did it. I did it. I was certain it was a trick. If I take 5 steps, I win. She didn't say I had to move forward. I can go backwards too.
だからあなたは5歩でおしまいなんですのよ。
Yo. The first person POV of the barrel dropping on his head.
ひばり13沈黙。
あのバカ、すっかり乗せられやがって。
Satoko's remarkable performance wasn't just her own effort alone. Mionin mastered the geography and enemies' formations while instructing Satoko. Satoko marked all of her traps on the map. When that map and Mion's ability to command combined, the club was simply unbeatable. Rika and Hanyu, who knew about the mountain almost as well as Satoko, relayed orders from Mion to Keiichi or Rena, then they prepared for the ambush. The traps didn't always activate when they were stepped on. Sometimes Keiichi and the others were setting them off at the right moment. Keiichi and Rena continued to fight everywhere according to Mion's orders. Sometimes they'd hide, and sometimes they'd attack. One by one, they eliminated their enemies. Satoko's traps had been taking down most of the enemies, but Keiichi's surprise attacks with his bat had worked out successfully too. Damn! He just, every now and then, he's like, oh, I got practice with this thing in Chapter 3. Not even the well-trained mountain dogs could respond to attacks after being stunned by those traps. Humans need a little time to react. According to the research done by the U.S. Armed Forces, the average reaction time is 15 seconds. What? In other words, any soldier's powerless during the 15 seconds following a surprise attack. Okay, that's what they mean. Bro, I thought they meant just normal reaction time. I was like, no. No. Shortening those 15 seconds is one goal of their training, but no matter how much they train, it will never become 0. The radio communications had actually made things much worse for them. The more they heard about damage done to the other units, the more worried they got. That slowed them down and made them think less strategically. At that point, as far as Mion was concerned, the mountain dogs were no longer a force to be reckoned with. Don't underestimate them.
ケイチは大成功しましたです。仲良くすまきにしてニパーなのです。はあ、サトコの方もうまくいったようなのです。みんなやっつけてしまいましたです。
了解。確認するけど、この攻撃での戦果は5だね。どうするよ、敵さん。
I still feel like eventually things are gonna go south here.
南部方面軍はこれで戦力の3割は脱落だよ。負傷者の対応に通常1人から2人。ってことは、手の空いた兵士はほとんどいないってわけだ。まっとうな指揮官なら本部に撤退を申し入れるね。
こちらひばり湾。隊員に負傷者多数。負傷者への対応で追撃に手が回らない。これ以上の追撃は断念せざるを得ない。
ひばり湾、損害は大きいが我が方は確実に敵の行動権を狭めているぞ。撤退は認めない。現状兵力で戦線を維持せよ。
くそー。ひばり湾より全員本部から死ねと命令だ。装備を再点検しろ。進軍を再開するぞ。
でも高野さんたちは頭に血が上ってるからそれを許可しない。
You read that at least.
指揮官は撤退を却下され、士気が低下したまま追撃を再開。
Alright, you're a little too good at this. It's getting a little freakish.
こいつは叩く絶好のチャンスだね。
I still think something's gonna go wrong eventually.
リカちゃん、レナと合流して Z 地区に誘い込んで。あそこのトラップはだいぶごっついよ。は 羽生ケイちゃんに X 地区に転戦しろと連絡を。
こんな面白いゲームはないね。
Mion's enjoying this one, bro.
今のミーが生まれる時代を間違えていたら歴史に名を残しかねないのです。
私に言わしゃネルソンも東郷もまあまあってとこだね。もう裏山全体が手に取るようだよ。
Mion was the type to display exponential ability. When she's down, she's at rock bottom, but when she's in perfect form, it's just terrifying. Yeah, we've seen this. Her meltdown in the tunnel, but this here. That was the blood of the head of one of the 3 families of Hinamizawa. If Mion had been around for a historical battle, she would have changed history. If she were to join Napoleon, Siberia would be French territory. If she were to join Hitler, Europe would belong to the Third Reich. And even with all that, the battle in the mountains was simply a diversion. Are we going to switch over now? Just as Mion had expected, everything had collapsed into chaos. If the mountain dogs could think calmly, they would have realized they hadn't seen any adults. But they didn't notice, confused as they were by all the attacks they were suffering. Of course, that too was part of Mion's plan. The scale of the diversion would hide the fact that there was a rescue unit going to get Tomitake. Therefore, the more chaotic the battle grew on the mountain, the better it was for the rescue unit. Yeah, they haven't even thought about that. That was why she chose such an ostentatious method of fighting. But at the same time, that was exactly the kind of fight that Mion preferred. She didn't intend to let it be just a diversion. She was planning to destroy the dog's main force on the mountains. Yet, most frightening of all was our home advantage. It wasn't exaggerating to say the theory that defenders have thrice the advantage over assailants is heavily due to their advantage of location. In that case, how was the rescue unit doing? Were they at a disadvantage because they were on the offense? We'll see. Oh shit, here we go. The 4 rescue unit members, led by Irie, were hiding in a bush next to the clinic.
行きましょう。こちら側をフォローするカメラは故障中ですから大丈夫です。
こんなとこから堂々と？うわ、怖いね。
敵は監視をセキュリティに依存しきってるようです。問題ないでしょう。
行きましょう。まずは壁沿いに伝い、所長室の裏へ。
はい。私が出るとき、窓は閉めませんでしたから、そこから入ると、すぐ脇が裏口で、そこには監視カメラと1階保安室があり、今日は2名が常駐しているはずです。地下区画前は厳重に監視カメラで見張られていますので、必ずバレるでしょう。
地下に行く前にその1階の2人を制圧しないとね。退路確保は基本でしょ。
まずは所長室から入って1階保安室。
They moved forward, walking against the wall so they'd remain in the blind spot of the security cameras. They soon reached the window of the director's office. If any village kids saw them, they'd assume they were playing around, pretending to be spies. He was glad that the clinic was closed on Sundays, and that it was the day of Watanagashi. No one's going to be there. Irie peeked into the room. It was exactly the same as he left it. The window was open too. The 4 of them snuck into the room through that window. Akasaka put his ear against the door to the hallway. Then he signaled the others to let them know there was nobody on the other side. Since the clinic was closed, the mountain dogs were the only people around. It being Sunday really was fortunate. It was very quiet in the clinic. The chorus of the cicadas was the only thing that could be heard. There was a clock on the director's desk. It was almost 11:30 a.m. She was surprised to find herself getting hungry, given all that was going on. Kase and Akasaka checked over their weapons. Irie brought out a book of blueprints from a locked bookcase. The title said Construction Plan for the Irie Clinic.
ここが所長室です。ここが1階保安室。出てすぐそこです。監視カメラはこの赤鉛筆がそうです。
1階保安室の制圧自体は問題は地下ですね。
これが地下の研究区画です。ここが入り口。図面では表向きは職員用の2階への階段になっていますが、そして階段で地下へ。
よくもこんな大きな地下を作ったものです。地上部分よりもよっぽど広いですね。
God damn!
それは地下こそがこの診療所の真の姿である証拠です。
で、これが監督の認証カードでないと入れない扉と。 認証カードが封印されて使えなくなってるなんてことは？万一認証カードが使えない場合にゲートの物理的突破は可能？
That's actually a good question.
非常に厳重な扉で、証拠隠滅時にはそれを閉じてから内部に注水して封鎖する決まりになっています。
ということは秘密扉か。この容積を満たす水圧に耐えるということは相当に頑丈だ。
ってことは認証カード以外の方法では不可能ってことだね。
So if it doesn't work, what do we do?
一般用の認証カードは個別の登録抹消が可能なはずですが、私と高野さんの認証カードは証拠用の特別カードと聞いています。登録抹消には各個に設定した8桁のパスワードが必要ですから、事実上彼らには抹消できません。
将校自らが不法使用することは想定していないということですね。
それでもダメな時は一回保安室の人間に開けさせましょう。保安要員のカードなら将校の次に強力なはずです。
Does that work? If so, that's a valid
素直に
point.
協力してくれるとは思えませんが。
No shit. You're gonna have to beat their ass.
協力しないんならカードと指紋認証用に指を1本ちょんと拝借するまでです。
See, Shion gets it.
そうしたくはないですね。私のカードで開くことを祈るばかりです。
I mean, you could just drag them over there. You don't have to like chop their finger off.
地下のセキュリティルームはどれです？
認証カードで入って、この部屋には空調もテレビもありますから、基本的に保安の方はそこに全て詰めています。上で2人をやっつければ残りの6人がいるはずです。
That's where things get interesting. It becomes a 3v6
6人か。
with them on the advantage.
一気に制圧しないと難しいね。一瞬で制圧しないとほぼ確実に警報を鳴らされる。先に警報を切断する方法は？
ちょっとわかりませんが、予備電源や予備回線があるはずです。
現実的じゃないか。セキュリティルームを制圧する方が現実的ですね。保安の連中の武装は
？1階の保安は非武装ですが、1階保安室には一応銃が置かれているという話です。地下の保安は全員が拳銃を携帯しています。あとセキュリティルームにはもっと強力な連発式の銃が何丁か置かれていたはずです。
So this is where it gets interesting.
屋内での用途から考えて多分口径の短い機関拳銃のようなものでしょう。長距離での命中率はひどく落ちますが、小回りが利き近距離では十分な火力を持つ危険なものです。
Hey, that's what you got a shotgun for.
地下で撃ってきた連中 そいつが何丁持ってのはちょいと厄介ですね。でもここを制圧できれば地下は私たちの手に落ちる。
This is gonna be rough.
監督、サトシ君は？
本当は動かしたくないところですが、敵の巣の中に放置はできません。サトシ君も安全なところに移しましょう。
Where the hell is that?
私の付き添いも必要です。
サトシ君はどの部屋にいるんです？
この奥の病室に監禁されています。そこは去年から彼専用の部屋になっています。
サトシ君。
The look in Shion's eyes made clear her determination. The security guards who chased after Irie were in the security room on the first floor. They had resumed their game of poker. They knew that the mountain dogs were combing the mountains, and they were well aware that the Institute continued to be in danger. But their job was to stay in that room. And besides, they were working hard on their poker game. Of course, they weren't really concentrating on the game itself. They were still both chatting about the recent car chase, and both seemed proud about what they had done. They were ordered to shoot at the tires, but they wished they'd been ordered to shoot at Irie himself. They definitely would have caught him then. They talked and laughed like that. When people stopped being on edge, that left them all the more vulnerable. Little do they know Irie is here to get his get back. Just kidding, Irie is not going to do shit. But he did bring everyone here, which is sort of his get back. This was a perfect example. That was why it took only 2 seconds to suppress them.
両手を頭の上へ。
The security guards were professionals. They immediately realized the guns Kasai, Agasaka, and Shion were holding weren't toys. They'd already heard there was a gunfight in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. The security guards knew they weren't dealing with amateurs. They also knew they wouldn't hesitate to fire. That was why they surrendered so quickly. They had handcuffs on them already, so it was easy for Kasai and the others to restrain them. The security guards had never thought they'd be wearing the cuffs themselves. They had especially never dreamed of being locked up in a toilet. Their hands were cuffed to pipes behind them as they sat on the toilet seats. Their mouths were stuffed with hand towels that then covered with duct tape. Shion, clearly amused, remarked on how she always wanted to do this to someone. Kasai couldn't help but laugh. Bro, Shion is about that life. That is so fucking funny. She's like, yes, finally.
ここまでは順調ですね。問題は地下です。監視カメラで必ず気づかれます。
そのカメラはモノクロ？画面は4分割？
確かそうだったと思います。よくある防犯カメラの画面です。
ってことは解像度は良くないですね。なら私いい手を思いつきました。
What is your plan?
シオンさん、捕虜の虐待はあまり良くないのでは？
What are they doing, bro? The mountain dogs weren't only locked in the bathroom, but had to go through extra humiliation. Radio calls continued to come in from the mountain dogs who were fighting up in the mountains. The security guards listened to them intently over the speakers. From what they could hear, it was obvious the mountain dogs weren't doing well at all. They kept falling into traps, suffering heavy losses, all of which they had never expected. It was clear that the mountain dogs were trapped, but they even started to think that they were being lured into something bigger than a simple military maneuver. The mountain dogs had made a mistake. They assumed the club members went to the mountains to escape from Hinamizawa, but they were wrong. They were simply being lured into their enemy's carefully prepared territory. The panicked voices of the mountain dogs, Takano's yelling, and Okanogi's reprimands could be heard through the speaker. It certainly sounded like a war zone.
大鳥湾より大鳥、休憩時間は終わりだぞ。俺たちも出撃する。壊滅した白鷺のポジションを埋めるんだ。
Oh shit, Okanogi himself is moving in? I feel like that's what's going to change the tide of the things on the mountain.
味方の損害率はすでに致命的状況だが、敵は確実に後退を重ねてすでに包囲されつつある。もう一息だ。温存した大鳥で一気に圧殺する。陣頭指揮はサンサが直接取られるそうだ。俺も出るぞ。これで決着させる。
おい、隊長が出るぞ。大鳥も上がる。総力戦だ。
なんて奴らだ。ってことはすでに被害は小隊規模にもなるってのか。
俺たちは何者を相手にしてるんだよ。相手はどこの特殊部隊だってんだ。
The security guards listened to the battle reports over the radio fluctuated between dismay and rejoicing. Security guards listening to it. A cute chime rang suddenly. It was a warning chime that rang automatically when someone went through the entrance to the basement. When the chime rang, the guards were supposed to check the screen to see who was coming through. The one who looked at the screen needed a moment to comprehend what he was seeing.
おい、入江首相だぞ。
何?
They could see the two security guards on the first floor restraining Irie and some girl. Oh. Oh, they took the clothing. I see. That's the diversion. The security guards are
所長だよな。
naturally Kasai and Akasaka.
どういうことだ。
そういうことか。向こうは陽動で、こいつらが富武救出に忍び込もうとしたってことだ。
三佐に所長を連行したと連絡しろ。
A buzzer sounded and a computer panel displayed information about the card being used to enter. Commissioned Officer, Pass, ID 0001, Special Grade 1. Lieutenant Colonel, Kyosuke Irie, Director. Password, ******************************************************************* Match. Fingerprint confirmation. Match.
Huh?
How strange. The security guards brought Irie down. That made sense. But why were they using the Director's security access card? You're even using his fingerprint. Why were they having him do that? Wouldn't it be quicker for the guards to do that themselves? One of the guards figured it out, but it was too late. The door to the basement was open, and the four newcomers forced their way inside. They ran through the security camera screen and were headed straight for the security room. They had them. As soon as the door opened, the security guards started firing. Akasaka realized that if it had taken him a second longer to pull back, he would have been riddled with hundreds of bullets. Hundreds? Hundreds? Buddy, there is no gun shooting that quick. One of the guards pushed the desk onto its side. The paper cups on the desk fell to the floor, spilling coffee everywhere. They used the desk as a barricade. The other two guards started to shoot at random. As long as the guards were shooting at the rescue unit, they couldn't counterattack, suppressing fire. One of the guards activated the emergency alarm, and another picked up the submachine gun off the wall. The other one picked up a gas mask. It was impressive that they got their act together so quickly. A situation like this would result in a fierce gun battle, meaning that it would take quite a while for the rescue team to suppress the guards. The emergency alarm sounding in the basement reminded them that their surprise attack had failed.
一気に制圧し損ねた。
でも敵は全員この中。この部屋に釘付けにしているうちに、サトシ君と富武さんを救出しちゃいましょう。
Yeah. The mountain dogs outside would definitely hear that alarm. If they took too long, the enemy would come to block their escape route. Then they'd be trapped inside. So maybe you just...
そうだ。確か、セキュリティに侵入者対策で確か、
Yurie started to speak while he tried to recollect it. Shion told him that he should have remembered something like that before they came in. Before Irie remembered, a voice came on over the speakers. They're definitely about to get gassed out. So they're gonna have to do something.
エントランス区画にて緊急事態が発生しました。エントランス区画にて緊急事態が発生しました。問題が解決するまで研究施設内の全区画は緊急閉鎖されます。
So they have to disable the emergency alarm.
エントランス区画のスタッフはセキュリティルームに集合し、防毒マスクを着用してください。保安隊員の指示に従ってください。
Come on, that's kind of a critical detail, Irie. Oh my goodness. Sir fumble a lot.
120秒後に研究区画及びエントランス区画には鎮圧用ガスの自動散布が行われます。繰り返します。
どうやら2分以内に制圧して警報を解除しないとヤバいことになりそうだな。
鎮圧用ガスって何ですか？
Probably the kind that killed everyone in fucking Hinamizawa in the disaster.
毒ガス？
Yes.
確かジフェニルシアノアルシンです。
Bro, we don't know what that means.
極めて高い濃度で吸えば危険ですが、命を直ちに脅かすものでは吸入の数分で作用。症状はいくつかありますが、最大の特徴は約30分間くしゃみが止まらなくなることです。
Okay. Isn't that also called Red Agent? The military used it to secure enemy territories. They either had to run out of there immediately or take over the security room, but since the area had been sealed off, they couldn't escape. But there were armed guards in the security room, and if the rescue unit members even peeked around the corner, they'd be shot at mercilessly. I mean, what choice do you have?
ダメだ。これでは狙って撃つなんて到底できない。
インドアの基本はグレネードか。くそ、そんなのないって。
焦って飛び込めば蜂の巣です。どうすればいいんだ？
サトシ君は目前だというのに悔しい。
Shion pressed her forehead against her gun, gritting her teeth in frustration. As Kasai analyzed the situation, he stood up and spoke.
皆さん、私に任せてもらいましょ
う。Bro said, I'm gonna thug it out. Is he gonna die in a blaze of glory? Is that what's happening here? The guards in the security room were on edge too. Once the gas was flowing, everything would come to an end, but the guards knew their enemy wouldn't just sit and wait for that to happen. They'd come rush again, regardless of the counterattack they'd face. Although the guards would still have the upper hand, it'd be a point-blank gunfight. They wouldn't come out of it unscathed. Therefore, as the deadline approached, their tension increased. The guards never even considered that the door they opened would be shut again. They fired at the door, leaving many small holes in it. After that, it all went quiet. What were they thinking? There was nowhere to hide. The gas was about to be released. Why did they close the door? What reason did they do that? What is the plan? That was when a loud explosion punched a hole in the door the size of a fist. Not only the door, but the wall in the security room had a similar hole.
Magnum!
Ah, okay. He did mention that. A calm voice echoed from the other side of the door.
ご名答です。こいつは人間を撃つ弾じゃありません。威力は皆さんほどならすでにご存知でしょう。
The power of a slug bullet is limited to extremely close-range battles, but it's also incredibly powerful. After all, it's fired from a shotgun, but it doesn't scatter. A shotgun is meant to fire scatter shots, but it can be used to fire only one huge, incredibly powerful bullet. That's the slug. It's usually used for hunting. It's used to shoot at animals, not humans. If it was to be used on a human, their arms and legs would be shattered, and nothing would be left of the head. It shouldn't even be called a bullet. It should be called a cannon. It would easily pierce through the door, the desk they were using as a barricade, and any guards hiding behind the desk before slamming into the wall. Guards understood very well just how powerful it was. The kind of guns they had shot out many small bullets, therefore they didn't work as well through a door. But their enemies didn't care about the door at all. Their weapon could easily pierce through anything. Hiding behind a desk didn't mean a thing.
あなた方を粉々にできることがご理解できたはずです。死にたくなかったら警報を切っていただきましょう。
落ち着け。もうじきガスが出る。それまでの辛抱だ。
その前に皆さんが内臓をぶちまけることになるとはお考えが至りませんか？
God damn. Kasai's voice was extremely intimidating. Only one who truly understood the power of the shotgun could talk that way.
時間がありません。5秒でケツを取ります。5つ数えて警報が切れなければ覚悟していただきます。
どうする？ガスまでまだ60秒くらいあるぞ。
焦るな。向こうだってビビってるんだ。
You think?
飲まれるんじゃねえ。
That was when a deep voice rang out, reverberating through the pit of their stomachs.
おい、人が親切に話してるのに聞いてねえのか？
It must have been coming from the same person, but it had changed so much so quickly.
この葛西達義がてめえらを生かしてやると言ってんだ。
Oh, he's going full Yakuza.
ありがてえとは思わねえのか、ガキどもが。
Oh my god.
お前ら、俺を舐めてんのか？ああ？返事せんか、ガキどもが。
God damn. Fucking intimidation at max. A roar and an explosion sounded at the same time. The upper half of the door disappeared. Numerous lead balls bounced around in the room, breaking the lights and ricocheting off the walls. Shattered glass fell onto the floor. The shotgun had turned the security room into hell. The hurricane of lead balls blew violently through the room as it shattered, scattered, and destroyed everything. The guards could only cover their heads and pray. They prayed the lead balls wouldn't hit them and endured the falling glass. Before they had a chance to recover, Kasai jumped in through what was left of the door and kicked the desk aside. He stepped onto one guard's head and yelled at the others.
ガキどもが最初にミンチになりてえのは誰だ？てめえかこら！さっき上等決めやがったのはてめえかこら！
Oh my god.
違う降伏する！撃つな！
何いつまで茶化ひけらかしてんだこら！殺されてえか鬼さい！てめえとは築いてきた屍の山の高さが違うんじゃボケ！
Bro, that's true.
すんません。勘弁してください。
Kasai straight up thugging in there. Oh my god. They dropped their guns voluntarily and got on the floor with their hands on their heads. Even Shion couldn't believe what just happened. There were several of them, and all had been amply armed. Kasai had a weapon too, but it was his presence that defeated them. No shit. Oh my god, that was crazy, bro. Is Kasai the goat? Even the mountain dogs couldn't equal what Kasai once had to go through.
何てめえら昼で始めてんだこら！マスク剥がされてとっとと警報を止めろクソガキ！
Oh my god.
撃つな！
One of the guards got up in a hurry and switched the alarm off. Kasai stood there calmly, but they were only seconds away from the gas releasing. Shion and Akasaka came to their senses and quickly moved into the room to help Kasai subdue the guards.
Kasai, あんた。
She realized how scary her guard is.
こんな真似は二度としないつもりでしたが、緊急措置でした。
yeah, no kidding.
忘れてください。
Bro, no one in this room will ever forget about that in their life. I'm sorry to tell you. I am sorry to inform you. That was the Kasai Shion knew. But in the end, Kasai hadn't killed anyone. Shion remembered Kasai telling her how terrifying shotguns were in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. That was Shotgun Tatsu, whom all the people in Shishabone were so afraid of.
急ぎましょう。どの道すでに警報は鳴らされています。
Yeah, they very well could come back.
長居はできません。
そうですね。急ぎましょう。
Akasaka and Kasai pulled out the guards' handcuffs and restrained them.
サトシ君、どこ？
Look, I understand. I really do, Shion. And I want you to have Satoshi back. But we need to focus on Tomatake. Now that the security room was under their control, Shion realized there was nothing keeping her from seeing Satoshi. She was getting anxious. Yuri had shown her the map. He must be down here, she thought. Shion had already started to run.
私も行ってきます。サトシ君と富武さんを助けないと。
すみません。頼みます。
1、2、3、4、5。
One of them got out. Akasaka felt a chill running down his spine. Irie said there were 6 security guards. Shion wasn't paying attention to anything else, and she can't hear out of her left ear. She was only thinking about her reunion with Satoshi. She's definitely about to be held hostage. And she still can't hear in her left ear. To make things worse, the security guard is waiting on the left side of Shion. Shion had to regret letting her guard down just a bit too early. The mountain dog jumped out and grabbed Shion. He choked her neck with his thick arm. There was no way Shion could get out of the situation alone. Irie saw what had happened. Fortunately, their backs were turned towards him. Here was Irie's chance to attack the enemy. But today, Irie had lost a lot of confidence in himself. He felt he hadn't done anything right all day. Fighting wasn't his expertise. There really wasn't anything he could have done. He was disappointed in himself for not being able to help just the same. But in that moment, he was the only one who could do anything. Go get Kasai or Akasaka! If possible, he wanted to go get Kasai or Akasaka. They're both very reliable. They could take out this man in an instant. But there was no time for that. Only this moment was his back facing Irie. And if Irie didn't do anything, the dog was sure to take Shion hostage, creating a deadlock. Enemy backup could arrive at any moment, so being in a deadlock would mean death. Therefore, Irie couldn't depend on anyone else. Someone's about to die. Surely we don't walk out of this with 0 casualties, right? He had to resolve the situation himself. He only had one chance. Once the unit member turned around, the deadlock would begin. Was there even a way for Irie to knock him down in one shot? No, he had to. He must. There had to be something that only Irie could do. Irie took a mechanical pencil out of his pocket. It was probably the strongest weapon he had. Battle cry was probably not the move. Irie stabbed the man's neck with a mechanical pencil, but it only scratched him a little. What was he thinking? The man drew his gun, pressed it to Shion's head, and created a stalemate, just as Irie predicted.
ごめんなさい。私、サトシ君のことで頭がいっぱいだった。
Unfortunately, this was very obviously going to happen. The moment I heard the thing about the left ear, I was like, absolutely, she's going to get captured because she doesn't hear someone out of her left ear. Shion's eyes were filled with tears.
さて所長、月並みで恐縮ですが、さっきのとんでもない音は相当でかい銃を持ち込んでますね。撃たれたらたまりませんので。
Come on, Irie. Remember Kasai-san from earlier. You can do it. Bro. Dude. You need to somehow not get Shion shot in the head.
笑わせます。この入江機関のこの入江京介に取引などできるつもりですか。
何？
これは高野さんが開発したシャーペン型の偽装注射器です。
Holy bluff! Holy bluff!
薬物については説明が必要ですか。
なんだと？
If a regular person had said that, it wouldn't have worked. But Irie was wearing his white coat, and the basement was his territory. What he just said sounded very believable. He wanted to believe that Irie was lying, but he started to feel an itch on the back of his neck.
H178 は高野さんが生み出した170番台の最高傑作です。
Bro might have seen a few too many club battles.
いかなる治療手段もなく、わずか数分で錯乱、妄想、頭痛、鼻水、鼻詰まり、お通じの普通、数々の激症を引き起こし、最後には自らの爪でお尻をかき破って死んでしまいます。
What the fuck?
治療法はただ一つ。1分以内にこの解毒剤のお注射を受けることのみです。
Bro said there is no treatment, and then the only cure about it.
嘘だ。そんなのあるはずね。
すでに30秒経過ですね。そろそろ心臓を経由して全身に回り始めてくる頃です。全身のリンパ腺にかゆみは出ませんか。寝るときにいびきやおならが出ませんか。
Bro. Shion could only watch this pathetic act in silence, but for the mountain dog, who worked at such a shady research center, what Irie said sounded totally believable.
わかった。早くその治療薬を打ってくれ。
はて、言葉遣いがなっていませんね。
わかりました。降参します。
That's how we're getting through this.
早く注射をしてください。
ダメですね。ご主人様への言葉遣いがなっていません。
Bro.
一度だけ指導しましょう。いいですか。この注射はお尻に注射しなくてはなりません。まず四つん這いになってズボンをずらし、お尻を出します。その際お尻は突き出すようにし、両肩はぺったり床につけるようにします。右手の親指の爪を噛みながら振り返り、そうそう。
Bro,
そしてあなたはご主人様、この私めにお注射をくださいませと哀願するのです。
What the fuck is happening?
言えませんか。投げかわし。そもそも古来メイドはご主人様への絶対忠誠を誓い、滅私暴行によって美徳と文化を築き上げてきたのです。そんな素晴らしい社会を作った近年の日本はどうですか。メイドの心を忘れた若者はガングロ、ルーズソックス、派手派手なハワイ装束。ああ、大和なでしこが情けない。お肌をスレスレにお手入れして過剰な日焼けには要注意。ソックスはもちろんニーソですが、黒のストッキングも素晴らしい。いやでもたまにはハイソックスも素敵です。そして培われるメイドの心。思えば日本はわびさびとメイドを忘れました。その結果がこの低出産率、超高齢化社会。今や熟年人口は増え続け、萌えメディアもその層をターゲットにするのは時間の問題。
Sea of Fragments, what?
やがてはストライクゾーン春が真上とされてきたおばさんにもスポットライトが浴びせられ、いつしかそれが主流にすらなってゆく。おばさんとメイドの組み合わせはまさにトイレ用洗剤。混ぜるな危険。それを混ぜるとなぜかメイドでなく家政婦さんになり、急にトレンディードラマから昼ドラっぽくなっちゃうのです。
What am I watching?
それはつまりメイドの絶滅。その時月は砕く悲しみの雨を地上に降らし、地球をアステロイドベルトが覆う。
How is this still going?
それこそが予言書に記された最後の審判の日。全世界を偉大なるメイドカチューシャが覆いしとき、真のメイド世界が開かれる。そうだそうそう、図が高い、ひざまずけ。メイドの魂よ、ここに集うのだ。Come on my castle in the maid kingdom.
What the fuck? Oh my god! Even the CG, what is this?
Made in heaven!
大丈夫かい、シオンちゃん。
ええ、ありがとうです。
I don't know what to say about what the fuck I just watched. In such a serious moment, we turn to that. I mean, it's Higurashi, I guess, but what the fuck? That okay. We need to get out of here.
監督、赤坂さんたち来てやっつけてくれましたよ。
なんですって。まだメイド教育が終わっていないというのに。
Bro, we need to lock in.
先生、そいつは後ほどに。
サトシ君。
Okay. There really was nobody left to stop her. Shion ran down the hallway at full speed. It was right there. There was a huge window in front of Shion that allowed her to look inside. Shion threw herself at the window. Satoshi was there, lying on the bed. He was sleeping with an IV connected to his arm. There were some wires attached to his forehead and chest to observe his brain waves. The waves of light displayed on the machine they connected to proved that he was at least still alive. But he might be sleeping very deeply. His face was pale, and he looked like there was barely any life left in him.
生きてるんだよね。サトシ君、生きてるんだよね。
落ち着いてください、入江先生。早く彼を。
And we need to rescue Tomitake first. I'm sorry. Look, I want Satoshi rescued. I want him safe. I want them to all get their happy ending, right? But holy shit, you're not getting the happy ending if Tomitake is not rescued, right? So we need to be 100% sure that he is being attended to. I really hope that's what Akasaka is doing. Yuri brought in a stretcher to load Satoshi onto. Kasai opened it up. How are you going to get him out of here?
彼を出す前に一つだけどうしても約束してほしいことがあります。
Yurie gave Shion a condition. What, you can't tell Satoko? What is he saying now? Shion angrily thought.
今から彼を担架に移しますが、決して起こそうとしてはいけません。
He wakes up, he might go crazy.
いいですね。絶対約束してください。
どうして起こしちゃいけないんですか?
That was the first thing Shion wanted to do. She wanted to tell him personally that he was free, but Yurie was telling her that she couldn't do that.
辛いことですが、真実だけを手短に話します。サトシ君はあの日、末期発症により脳と心に深刻なダメージを受けました。幸いなことに命に異常はありませんが、サトシ君には目に入るものの敵味方、真実と虚構の区別がつかないのです。
So as it currently stands, he'd probably just assume you were an enemy.
過度の被害妄想と恐怖に取りつかれ、それから逃れるために急祖が猫を噛むように目の前にいるのが誰であろうと襲いかかります。
Even though he thinks her his best friend.
昨年不用心なスタッフが整形手術を必要とするほどの大怪我をしました。彼はたとえあなたであっても例外としません。
That's insane. Shion finally noticed it. While Sachi was covered in a blanket on the bed, there were two belts over that blanket, holding him down on the bed, and that he also had leather straps around his arms. He was restrained to the bed. Belts had some marks on them.
そんな、それって治るんですか?
The silence that followed was cruel. Yuri wanted to tell her that he would be cured, but he was a doctor. He knew he shouldn't say anything irresponsible. And so that was why he couldn't say anything.
何それ? 何それ? じゃあ何? サトシ君はもうって言ってくれないの?
It's possible. To get this close and to see everything shatter before you has to be so horrible.
私の頭を撫でてくれないの? なんで?
Shion cried as she pounded on the glass.
いけません。彼のことをどうか彼を起こさないでください。それはきっと彼が望むことでもあるのです。起こせばそのサトシ君の姿はあなたを必ず傷つけます。そしてサトシ君もその姿をあなたに見せたいとは思わないはずです。ですから分かってください。
そんな。
Shion slid down the window and hit the floor, crying uncontrollably. She scratched at the floor. The sad reunion and her anger made her claw at the tiles. If Satoshi's smile was there under the floor, Shion would scratch until all of her nails were gone. But Satoshi wasn't under the floor. He was right there. He was sleeping on the bed, and he wasn't supposed to be woken up.
ですが、決して悪い話だけではないのです。微弱ですが、この1年、脳波の傾向に回復の兆しが見られるんです。人間の体は弱くありません。たくましいんです。
You can't guarantee anything, but with time, you may very well get him back.
それは脳も同じです。脳に致命的損傷を負った人が奇跡的に回復を遂げたという報告は世界中にあります。サトシ君は帰ってこようとしています。
You have to let him fight.
必死に戦っています。そして私も負けない。帰ろうと戦うサトシ君を こちら側に連れ戻そうと、私は今後も研究、そして必ずサトシ君をひなみ沢に連れて帰ってみせます。
The brain is what moves people, but the brain is only a part of a body. If something happens to the brain, the person will end up changing. The change hurts the person himself as well as the people around him, and hurting others hurts that person even more. Yurie recalled his parents, the abnormal change in his father. His mother was not able to understand that it was caused by a brain disorder. That was enough. That was sad enough. That was the reason why Yurie became a neurologist. Right now there was a young boy before him, and a young girl. For him was a fragment of the sadness from that day, a fragment of that day's regret. After his father's death, Yurie learned that he was misunderstood, and that it was due to a brain disorder. It was all too late by then. He regretted not getting into the study of brains 5 years earlier, but it was too late. But now he had studied and experienced so much, he had achieved things, and he had confidence, but he still had regrets about that day. Yurie holds his fist tightly and spoke without hiding his tears. You gonna wish for a miracle or something?
命をかけてもいい。私は絶対にサトシ君をひなみ沢へ連れ帰ります。
He went from knowing that was irresponsible to doing it anyways.
この入江京介が絶対というのです。そしてサトシ君も帰ってこようとしている。互いが手を伸ばし合って届かぬわけがない。だからシオンさん、私を信じてその日まで待ってください。絶対この入江京介が彼を連れ帰ります。
Yurie vowed this from the bottom of his heart, and he realized something. Yurie realized that everything he had done was in preparation for this day. The two people in front of him weren't his parents, but he was going to rid himself of his regrets and devote himself to that promise.
本当ですね。サトシ君、帰ってくるんですね。本当に。
On one hand, this is a hell of a moment. On the other hand, holy shit, is this a terrible time to be having that moment.
絶対です。私の人生のすべてを捧げてでも彼をひなみ沢へ連れ帰ります。だからシオンさん、その日を信じて私と待ちましょう。そしてきっと私たちで彼を迎えてあげましょう。その日まで待てますか？この悲しい事実をさとこちゃんに内緒にできますか？
はい、サトシ君、帰ってくるなら何でもします。何でも我慢します。
あれを見てください。
The teddy bear. Oh my fucking god. There was something in the corner of that dark room. It was the giant teddy bear that Satoshi had bought that day.
彼がさとこちゃんの誕生日のために一生懸命に働いて貯めたお金で買ったものです。
Here he's gonna make sure he gets to give it to her.
あれをサトシ君がさとこちゃんに渡さないでこの世を去るなんて考えられますか？考えられないでしょう。サトシ君は必ずあのぬいぐるみと一緒にあなたとさとこちゃんのところへ帰ってきます。どうかその日まで我慢をしてください。
お見舞いに来てもいいですか？
もちろんです。
彼の脇に座ったり本を読んであげたりしてもいいですか？
No, you don't wake his ass up.
それから
いいですよ。きっと彼も喜ぶでしょう。
Shion started to cry again. Akasaka came in with Toмотake, but he couldn't say anything to her.
無事でよかったです。あなたに番犬を呼んでもらえれば全ては解決できます。
There's a phone in this room, by the way.
実はそうもいかないのです。さっきの保安室の銃撃戦で無線装置が壊れたようなのです。
I see.
山犬は非常時対応で村全体の通信手段を遮断しているでしょうから、ここの無線装置が損傷した以上、東京へ連絡をするには村を脱出するほかないんです。
となれば車で強行突破するしかないでしょう。
That's not gonna be easy.
ミオンさんたちもよく時間を稼いでくれています。しかし籠城ですから、一刻も早く富武さんを村の外へ脱出させ、番犬を呼び寄せる必要があります。
困った問題が一つ。彼らが非常時対応で電話線を遮断しているなら、同じ対応で町へ通じる街道を封鎖することになっているのです。
Definitely.
車両突破を防ぐため、彼らには歩兵が携帯する対戦車榴弾砲が一つ与えられているはずです。
Dear God.
RPG-7 ですか。戦車を想定していないでしょうから、弾頭は榴弾でしょうが、直撃しなくても車がひっくり返るかもしれません。
At that point, you're as good as dead.
相当厄介な相手です。
しかし街道を車で突破しなかったら無駄な時間がかかりすぎる。迂回などしていたら日が暮れます。みんなもよく戦ってくれていると思うが、暮れるまで持ちこたえられるとは思えません。急がないと危険です。
もたもたしてる暇はないです。何が何でも富武のおじさまを沖宮に大至急。監督はサトシ君と安全な場所へ。とにかく大至急出ましょう。ここに敵が殺到するのも時間の問題です。
Yeah, I'm worried that you're out of time, but Shun's eyes were swollen from crying, but she had calmed down. Satoshi's safety depended on their victory. They had to win for his sake, too. Although this is a very sad situation, Satoshi was alive, and he would be back someday. Shion understood that, but yet more tears poured from her eyes. Sis, everyone, thank you. We've succeeded over here. Well, don't say that until you're out of there. That was an interesting sequence. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know. The sudden tonal whiplash of Irie's whole thing into this being like an operation that was like supposedly we didn't have much time, and we get that big dramatic reunion there, and it was a nice reunion. Don't get me wrong, right? Like a kind of a sad reunion, right? Reunion in quotes, because it's not like Satoshi's up and at him again, right? I just felt like wrong timing, right? Like, really, I think it was Irie's scene. It just pulls you from the moment, and then they just pull you right back into a serious moment. I kind of wish that they would have left it at the fake syringe thing, or like the fake, the fake syringe thing, rather than going into the whole mage spiel. I know that's part of Irie's character. I know Higurashi's kind of a goofy game. It just didn't really feel like the time for it to me. It kind of pulled me out of the scene a little bit, I think. I don't know. The scene after was good. I guess, I don't know, they probably knew they had enough time, for this to be okay, but... And like I said, Akasaka was getting Tomitake, so ultimately it was fine, right? It's not like they took much more time than Tomitake anyways, or than Akasaka, rather. So, it's fine. I guess that scene doesn't bother me as much. I just didn't like the tone. I liked that scene, right? Thinking about it, it's not like it really impacted their timing. Really, it was just the sudden tone shift for the Irie scene. I don't know. It just didn't feel like the time or place for me, personally. It was wild and I was speechless, but, to go right back into another serious scene, it just felt like, what? I don't know. Anyways, let's move on for now. I thought overall the Irie, clinic raid, was good, right? I just didn't like that kind of brief moment, which hurt it a bit for me. Overall, though, great scene. The kind of combat section before, them breaking in, and then the reunion, we're all good. Let's move on, though. Takano didn't have enough stamina to walk around in the mountains. She was running out of breath, but even so, she continued to scream at the mountain dogs on the radio. She wasn't using an intercom like the mountain dogs were. Instead, she was using the communication unit on the back of one of the dogs, so he constantly had to listen to her yelling.
どいつもこいつも頼りないったらありゃしない。それでも特殊部隊なの？天下の山犬はどうしたというのよ。
Takano bit her lower lip and squeezed her left arm with her nails. Her arms had nail marks all over them. She was holding her grandfather's research scrapbook in her left hand. Even Takano didn't even know why she was holding it. Maybe she grabbed it unconsciously because she wanted her grandfather to comfort her. The mountain dogs had already suffered devastating damage. They had to walk around in an area they weren't familiar with, and they wasted their energy on the multitude of traps that had been set. Although they were as tough as can be, they were getting exhausted, rather. No, it doesn't seem that way.
ウグイス1よりウグイス13。用心しろ。お前の左翼が沈黙した。
I mean, she might be a major, but she's not actually a military person, you know?
今度はお前が狙われるぞ。
When she's facing serious resistance that the mountain dogs don't just clear easily, you know? Don't know how much confidence I'd have in her abilities.
ふざけるなよ。なんだってんだよ。俺かよ、畜生。
He panicked. The same thing kept happening. His team members had been going down one at a time, starting from the left flank, and he was next. Did that mean the enemy was coming from his 9 o'clock? No, those demons didn't think normally. On this mountain, being aware of 360 degrees around yourself wasn't enough. Even being cautious of the ground below your feet and sky above your head wasn't enough. Where are they fucking coming from? Those bastards. Come here, come the fuck at me. Nightingale 13 held his taser in front of him as he looked around timidly. This taser could have been a powerful weapon. It was far more effectively used indoors. On this mountain, it was almost worthless. Nightingale 13 heard a noise behind him from a bush. He thought he saw something, so he fired his taser. The electrodes flew out into the bush. Did he just imagine it? He felt a tug on his taser. The cord from the taser was stuck in the bush, and he couldn't rewind it. If it wasn't useless before, it had certainly become that way. He heard a noise behind him again, and this time he saw someone coming at him. But his weapon was useless. The newcomer growled at him. It's Hanyu? Bro, shit, I guess I saw those horns. I might be a little intimidated. That was all it took. Because he was so scared he didn't think. That was exactly what Satoko expected. Satoko, who was up in the tree, dropped a metal bucket on his head. It landed perfectly. Bro. The bucket had some drawings on it. What were they? They were drawings of strange, unknown creatures. They somehow resembled those strange characters you see on an educational TV programs. As Rena jumped out from another bush, she hit the bucket with a stick. Ow. No, maybe it should be described as a strike, instead of a hit. The man flew backwards. Keiichi was ready for him. The stance he was in looked a bit like... That's it! He looked like a batter in a batter's box. He was on one foot. That was the legendary one-foot swing, created by that one world-famous baseball player. Destructive force can't be measured from just one direction. It's a function of both speeds added together. Both Keiichi's strike and the speed of his opponent created a truly amazing destructive force. A home run bunt? With an exhilarating and magnificent sound, the mountain dog flew into the air in the opposite direction. There's no way they meant bunt. Then he rolled down on the ground and stopped. There Rika awaited him. It was almost as though they calculated that he would end up there. Rika patted the bucket happily. This comforting moment for Nightingale 13 only lasted for a second. Before he got jumped again. Mia shot her taser at his butt. Nightingale 13 jerked for a moment, then went limp. Keiichi and Rena jumped on him and tied his hands behind his back with wire. I feel like this section is where things are going to start to go south.
あの爽快感がわかるなら羽生さんトラップ使いの才能がございましたよ。
She's got a lot of time observing. Hanyu and Satoko high-fived. While Keiichi and Rena tried to tie Nightingale 13 up, Rika tried to sense something in the air. Bro, what?
ピカーン、向こうの方角から別の気配が近づいてくるのですよ。
She's a radar, I guess.
反応は2、かなり怯えてるのですよ。ピパーン。
Rika reported to Mion. She was a bit like a radar. Mion didn't even care about the guy that they had just knocked out. She was already trying to figure out their next move while looking at Satoko's map and using the info Rika gave her. Everyone eagerly awaited Mion's next order.
なんだいみんなのその目は。まだまだ食い足りないって。確かにね。我が部としちゃようやく体が温まってきた程度だしね。行っちまう？この山でみんなやっちまうか？
I guess let's keep it going for now. Mion was a great leader. She had both leadership skills and tactical ability, but more than anything else, she was great at encouraging people's spirits. There are no cowardly soldiers under a brave general, and brave soldiers fight like a million men under Mion's command. Nobody could stop Mion and her club members. Both Mion and Okanogi's original estimates were too low. Now Okanogi was thinking something else. Before they started this siege, he likened one of them to a well-trained platoon. But that didn't fit anymore. They were on par with an elite armored division. Foot soldiers couldn't beat an armored division. What Okanogi had was just a company. Where was the air support or a bombardment from a warship or an artillery base? Okanogi needed someone to pump the mountain full of holes. If he couldn't have that, he needed a submarine to fire a nuclear weapon. Okay, bro. That's a little overkill. If he couldn't have that, he wanted to retreat. Okanogi no longer doubted it. The enemy commander was a genius. Under a mighty commander, all soldiers become heroes. He wanted to see the face of the commander, or at least he wanted to know their name. But then Okanogi remembered that demons used to live in Hinamizawa. He also realized the commander had to be a demon.
ウグイス13沈黙。
大鳥4沈黙。
こちらひばり10。子供の笑い声が聞こえる。包囲された。
Dear God, he hears the laughing children sound effect from when you start the chapter.
頼む、助けてくれ。ひばり10、退却しろ、退却しろ。退却ってどっちにだよ。大鳥ないんだ。敵の一人を発見、追跡している。応援。
大鳥9、どこにいるんだ。所在地がわからない。周辺の状況を送られたし。
霧が出てる。
Bro is never coming back.
寒い。ここは河原？
大鳥9、地図上ありえない。落ち着いて状況を確認しろ。
そんな河原の向こうに死んだ姉ちゃんが。
What the hell kind of power is this?
大鳥9、大鳥9、応答しろ。大鳥9、沈黙。
無理だ。奴らはこの山の鬼だ。俺は知ってる。これは鬼隠しなんだ。俺たちは全員この山で消されちまうんだ。
バカなことを口走るのはやめろ。
Bro, you're gonna make Okanogi scared.
各班長は再点呼で状況把握と指揮公用に努めろ。敵は悪魔なんかじゃない。ただのクソガキだ。ビビるな。格の違いを見せてやれ。
It's very fortunate for us that they can't use guns. Bro, she said, let me play into this demon thing.
聞こえる。誰のインカムから聞こえてるんだ。俺じゃない。俺じゃない。クマだ。大鳥3だ。ここには野生のクマがいるのか。聞いていない。大鳥1、一度撤退し、下記の武装の検討を。
There's not even a bear here. You just got baited.
バカ言うんじゃねえ。いくら矢口三家ったって野生のクマがいるはずねえだろう。連中のハッタリだ。乗せられるな。
They're doing a masterful job.
人の身に過ぎたるを知らぬ愚かなる人間たち。
Yeah, now you fucked with actual God, straight up God.
汚すことを許されぬ聖地を踏み荒らす罪を知るがいい。
Dear God.
我に感謝せよ。 聖地を汚した罪をあがなう機会を与えしことを感謝せよ。
Evil laugh from Hanyu was not what I expected. Ever.
誰かのインカムを奪ってやがるんだ。敵の指揮減退戦術に乗るな。
恐れを知ることかなわぬ哀れな人間どもよ。よかろう。汝らがその身でしか知ることができないというなら、我がそれを教えようぞ。
ウグイスワンだ。光栄が来ていない。バカな。どこへ行った。応答しろ。
哀れなウグイスが一羽踏み込むこと許されぬ地に迷い込む。
When did you get so horrifying?
そんなにも知りたいか。鬼の世を知りたいか。告げよ。人の世に別れよ。
Trying to scare him off.
我が忠告に耳を重ぬ具を今より知れ。
誰の悲鳴だ今のは。ウグイス、天候を取れ。
またやられた。誰が沈黙した。それより本部、俺の左肩には誰かいるんだよな。
No.
俺は孤立してるんじゃないよな。
I got bad news for you, buddy.
まだ聞きたいか。痛みを伴う声が。
Elite acting, by the way.
なんだよ今の音。何がひしゃげたらあんな音になるんだよ。
Bro, that was just cagey.
俺昔電車の飛び込みを見たことある。あん時と同じだ。全身がひしゃげる音だ。
嫌だ。そんな死に方ごめんだ。死にたくねえ。死にたくねえ。やめてくれ山の神様。俺も好きでやってるわけじゃねえんだ。給料もらってやってるだけなんだ。
ウグイスワンより本部。ダメだ。士気の高揚は困難。
Yeah,
隊
no
員の
kidding.
脱落と士気低下は深刻。
They're terrified.
これ以上の戦線維持は困難。損害が増えるだけだ。
だから落ち着けウグイスワン。他の隊員は野戦の素人ばかりじゃねえか。お前はあの地獄の卒業生だろうが。そのお前が混乱してどうするんだ。落ち着け。お前が範を示せ。
本部、ウグイスワンが応答しない。
Yikes.
そんな、あの人がやられるなんて。
Bro.
ダメだ。やっぱり悪魔だ。
He said that was the one who graduated from the the killing school or something. Sub training. That sounded pretty intense. That was the combat guy.
ダメだ。敵は心理戦までこなしやがるのか。
Especially using. That's like all they're using.
ガキどものくせにプロの不正規戦部隊に指揮減退戦術まで仕掛けやがるというのか。
Radios are usually helpful communication tools, but in this case, they backfired. The club members took an intercom from a mountain dog they knocked out and used it to corner the other members psychologically. It worked even more effectively because they were in enemy territory and were unfamiliar with the terrain. The best solution would be to make everyone stop using the intercom, but that would give the enemy more chances to attack them individually. Okinogi was growing fearful of the club members as he still hadn't grasped their true identities. However, Takano still hadn't recognized how serious the situation was. She kept yelling at the mountain dogs to get their act together. Okinogi could tell she was exactly the type of commander who only commanded to attack and let her men die. But Takano's reckless orders were working in a way. Although the club members were winning, their area of operation was getting smaller. The club members were trying to lure their enemies to one trap area after another. In other words, they were defeating the mountain dogs by allowing them to come into their territory. The mountain dogs were about to be annihilated, but the curtains were closing on the club members' theater too. Okinogi realized his enemies were trying to finish the battle in a hurry. If the mountain dogs fell back, everything they'd done would be for nothing. He didn't want to, but he had to follow the princess's orders. Okinogi figured he was finally about to get his enemies. I mean, this is the only chance, right, they have. Not that I want them to win, of course, but I do think eventually they're going to push them into a corner, right? And they're going to have to get rescued, perhaps by the Bloodhounds finally showing up in time, you know? Hanyu and Keiichi continue to act over the commandeered radio.
羽生ちゃんすごいよ。本当の神様
She's got some practice.
っていうかすごいね羽生。あのドスは波の人間にはちょいと無理だよ。
That's because she's not a normal person.
だって神様なのですから。ニパ
They don't know she's literally telling the truth.
ーあんあんあん。それを言ったらケイイチもすごいのです。鶏の首を絞めたみたいなすごい悲鳴を出してましたです。
For us, some practice in other worlds.
こんなのケイイチさんには朝飯前ですわよ。何しろ我が部の通り名は
Yeah.
口先の魔術師でございますもの。
Yeah, that's the real reason. His charisma and acting ability are insane.
へへへ。相手が人で耳がついてる限り誰だろうと俺様のケイチマジックで思いのままに操ってやるぜ。
You should become a voice actor. I bet you'd be famous. Dude, I bet he would.
聞こえる？私は高野よ。あんたたちの最上位の上司よ。聞きなさい。鬼もいないし神様もいないわ。もしいるなら戦いなさい。神などその座から引きずり下ろしてやるのよ。ヒバリとウグイスは合流して戦力を立て直しなさい。大鳥は白鷺の残存と合流。敵は山頂付近の営林署の資材小屋あたりを本拠地にしている模様。交渉を取られてるわ。こちらの動きが筒抜けのはず。奇襲はあって当たり前よ。差し違えてでも倒しなさい。
サンサ、武装に戻る許可を。奴らを制圧するにはペーサーでは無理です。
許可できるわけないでしょう。私たちは今奴らを完全に包囲して追い詰めているのよ。ここで引けば取り逃がすわよ。私たちはあいつらの首に両手をかけてる。あとは締めるだけなのよ。
At the same time, Okanogi received another radio call. Using that line meant his caller didn't want Takano to hear the conversation. Okanogi understood the meaning of that, so he walked away from Takano and answered quietly.
指揮者より大鳥は緊急事態です。診療所研究区画が襲撃を受けたようです。エントランス区画への侵入者警報を受信しましたがすぐに解除されました。ご法事の手続きによらない解除です。状況の確認を求めていますが無線に応じません。現在研究区画の武装保安隊も含め全員が沈黙しています。
Bro realizes they got outmaneuvered. Okanogi understood everything. He had been fooled. He suspected a diversion, but he never even thought that the heavily armed security unit and the mountain dogs could be bested. If the enemies were soldiers in camouflage, then he wouldn't have been fooled. He underestimated them because he thought they were kids. But now he really understood. He understood the reason why no adult had shown up in this battle on the mountain.
わかった。そいつは東京の格好に伝えたか？
まだです。連絡しますか？
連絡しろ。富武は奪還され脱出。村境で封鎖線を張らせてるが無理だろうな。武装保安隊を秒殺した連中だ。RPG 一機では難しいだろう。
You know, I think I might be able to.
封鎖線に応援を送りますか？
バカ。そんな余剰人員があったらお姫様が突撃させてるぜ。今手が空いてるのはむしろお前くらいだ。
I got bad news for you, buddy.
封鎖線に連絡。車両の強行突破に備えろと伝えろ。
了解。
了解。警戒を厳にする。
You gotta see if they can power through, because I think them getting the Bloodhounds just in time is the only chance that the friend group has. I think they're gonna run out of time eventually, you know?
各自聞け。診療所が襲撃され捕虜を奪われたとの連絡が入った。敵はおそらく車両にて強行突破を試みるものと思われる。
RPG を準備。他は一斉射撃で蜂の巣にしろ。射殺許可は出ているぞ。
One of the mountain dogs nodded and opened a narrow case in the trunk of the van. In that case was a powerful anti-tank weapon, designated RPG-7. This was a weapon that many said changed the history of modern warfare. After all, this terrifying weapon had a firing range over several hundred meters and was capable of burying most tanks in existence. The dawn of this weapon meant that we were now in an age where a lone foot soldier possessed the firepower to destroy a tank. It was capable of reshaping the history of warfare. That was the RPG-7. Each of the other 4 members had an MP5, the weapon used to destroy the tire on Irie's car. There was no question that the blockade team was well armed. They waited in the van until the enemy vehicle showed up. Once they saw a suspicious vehicle, they were planning to stop it by moving into the middle of the road. They intended to destroy that vehicle by firing all at once. They all watched very carefully for suspicious vehicles coming from Hinamizawa. This is the only road that connected Hinamizawa to Okinamiya. It would take more than half a day to get there if they used a different route. Their blockade was where the gravel road changed to a paved road. It was what people called the village border, and it was their last chance to stop anyone from leaving. So what's their plan? How are they going to get out of this? Hinamizawa was at a higher elevation from that point, so the vehicle would be coming downhill. They were probably expecting a barricade, as well as heavy resistance from the mountain dogs. If they wanted to pass this point, the only way would be by force. They could start a gunfight, but that would take too much time. Since they didn't want to waste any, they should avoid unnecessary conflict. Someone's stomach growled, but nobody made fun of it. That was understandable. Since all the members were getting ready for a battle, nobody even wanted to laugh. They looked at the clock. It was almost noon. Of course, they'd be getting hungry. At that time, they heard a noise coming from the direction of Hinamizawa. Obviously, the car was going very fast. Is that them? I'm curious on if this is going to somehow be a trick. The van moved to the middle of the road and stopped there. Some of the men hid behind the van, and some hid in bushes on the side of the road. They pointed their guns at the suspicious vehicle coming towards them. The car must have been going very fast, but this was a straight road. No matter how fast it was going, it couldn't escape. That car happened to belong to Kasai. The shining black paint and the sound of the engine made it clear that it was a very nice car. Is he gonna, like, bait them into shooting at him, and then it turns out that's not the car or something? I mean, that would just straight up be like, hi, I'm going to die. The RPG-7 fires unguided rockets. Therefore, hitting a quickly moving target is extremely difficult. In this case, however, their target was straight ahead. If the car tried to swerve suddenly, it'd flip. If that was the case, it wasn't necessary to shoot directly at it. Besides, according to what Kasai said, its power can easily flip a car without a direct hit. Even if there was only one chance to fire, the mountain dogs were definitely in an advantageous position, as they always are.
富武さん、不審なワゴンが路上を封鎖してます。伏せてください。注意して、向こうのワゴンの鼻先に当てるようにするんだ。分かってます。一度経験してますので、コツは分かってますよ。
Okay, so are they on like an intercept? Like with another vehicle? The mountain dogs aimed at the vehicle, which was coming right for them.
まだまだ引き寄せろ。距離100未満まで引き寄せろ。分かってる。即挙してろ。
The mountain dogs in the bushes laid in wait, ready to fire. The rocket on the tip glinted eerily, like it was waiting for its prey.
距離200、150。攻撃用意。
The soldier put his finger on the trigger of the RPG-7.
赤坂さん、衝撃に備えてください。
距離100。
Question mark? What happened? Didn't the RPG-7 fire? That was when the one measuring the distance next to the shooter noticed something. The shooter's shoulder had been hit, and he was tumbling to the ground.
スナイパー。銃声はなかった。距離400以上だ。
Oh. Is that what it was?
そんなのどうでもいい。撃て撃て。
Only their regular guns could stop the car now. The other mountain dogs fired all at once, but immediately they realized something. The car had been hit by a hail of bullets at close range. Any normal car would have been on fire in short order, but this is Kasai's car. But there was nothing. This wasn't a normal car.
そりゃそうです。
That shit's a tank.
園崎家御用達の防弾リムジンですから。葛西、RPG を観測手が拾った。撃たせるな。
この距離で外すとでも。
Oh God. Shio and Kasai were far beyond that straight road. They were in the enemy's blind spot on the other side of the hill, on top of an abandoned car. Okay, so wait. Oh, I had it backwards. Which was which? It seems like they're legitimately... They might be sniping. Shio and Kasai were far beyond that straight road. They were in the enemy's blind spot on the other side of the hill, on top of an abandoned car. Shio was on her knees, checking the mountain dog's movements with a pair of military-grade, high-power binoculars. Kasai was lying on top of the car with a sniper rifle in his hands. Shio figured this would be where the mountain dogs would place their ambush, so the only way for them to beat the dogs was to snipe at them. Both Shio and Kasai took sniping lessons in the US during the dam conflict. Jesus Christ! Of course they did. Shion's built different. Kasai is genuinely built different. Kasai was now aiming at the man who picked up the RPG and was trying to take position with it. Again, the RPG wasn't fired and was down on the ground. The two who tried to shoot were both groaning and clutching at their wounds. They were both shot in the shoulder. The wounds wouldn't kill them, but they definitely couldn't fire that rocket. Yeah, maybe not everything could be non-lethal. The car had arrived. The mountain dog screamed and dove out of its way. Akasaka must have been used to driving in this kind of situation. Yeah, absolutely. He hit the nose of the van just right and broke through the blockade. The van was hurled away and spun in a circle. He's shooting the tires or something? As the mountain dogs tried to get back into the van, Shion and Kasai shot at them. Yeah, he is. The scope on a sniper rifle is one specifically made for sniping, therefore its field of vision was so narrow that the sniper is unable to see their surroundings well. That's why it's always necessary to pair up with a spotter. A spotter uses powerful binoculars to probe the situation and communicate information to the sniper. Snipers can't do their job alone. Their potential is unleashed only when paired up with a spotter equally as skilled. That's where Shion comes in. They tried to stand up and climb into the van, while the ultra-velocity rifle bullets pinned them down. The bullets ripped through the air, traveling faster than the speed of sound. The noise those bullets created was nothing like the sound from a normal gun. It almost sounded like the Grim Reaper himself swinging down his scythe. Furthermore, they could see the mountain dogs, but the dogs couldn't see them. Only those who actually had experience being sniped at could understand this fear. Yeah, dude, I bet. I would like to avoid that situation. There was a driver and one mountain dog in the van. They had to leave, otherwise it would be too late. The driver made a snap judgment and slammed on the gas pedal.
どうですか? 来てるよ。運転がうまいね。あんなワゴン車なのに追い上げてくるよ。それは参りました。応戦を頼みます。うん、任せて。
He just told you to fend them off. Oh, he means leave the driving to him. Okay. Tomitake opened a window near one of the back seats and leaned out. Hot air blew into the car. Though the car was jolting up and down on the bumpy road, he checked the mechanism of his gun calmly. Tomitake finally getting some action! He did it naturally, as though examining his favorite camera. The gun had been taken from one of the security guards in the basement. One of the dogs in the van held the same gun in his hands. Their weapons were evenly matched. The road was no longer straight, it curved like a snake. There were some bumps and sharp curves, which made things in the car fly all over. A gunfight in this situation would be extremely difficult. Tomitake realized he'd run empty in no time if he wasted bullets, so instead of firing recklessly, he carefully waited for the right distance. And in doing so, tried to convince his enemy they were still out of range to make them close the gap. On the other hand, the mountain dogs couldn't take it any longer. He fired, wasting his bullets on the bumpy road. Some of those bullets hit the body of Kasai's car, making a nasty metallic noise.
Tomitake-san, 身を乗り出していては危険です。大丈夫。あんな下手くそじゃ当たらないよ。僕の生徒だったらゼロからやり直しだな。
Oh man, he's gonna school him.
このような状況下では動きを読むんだ。挙動を予測し、弾幕で予測射撃をするんだ。当てようと思わない。弾幕に突っ込ませるようにするんだ。
Yeah. It's like shooting in front of someone, right? I think to all my time in an FPS game, sometimes it's easier to shoot where they're gonna be, not where they are.
こういう風にね。
Tomitake fired for the first time, after cautiously waiting for the perfect moment. Those who understood guns would be fascinated with his shooting form. His stance was so firm he didn't lose control, even in the violent burst of shots. Yet there was no unnecessary tension and just enough slack. Despite being in such an anomalous position as leaning out from a car, Tomitake was shooting very precisely. It was nothing like what the mountain dogs did earlier. He shot at just the right time so his bullet went where it was supposed to go. It was hard to believe that they were using the same gun. Nasty metallic sounds etched themselves into the body of the van, which made the mountain dogs realize just how good Tomitake was. Nope.
俺噂に聞いたことあるんだ。富武にって事故で事務屋に移ったらしいが、教官時代は不正規戦部隊の射撃教官だったと聞いたぞ。
He's the guy who taught you all. He's the guy who taught units like you.
なんだよそれ。ってことはあいつ。
Tomitake started to aim for the driver's seat to pressure them to give up. The Mountain Dogs could tell they were in a predicament. Tomitake was capable of hitting his targets easily on such a bad road. Even on such a bad road. Furthermore, they were in a bulletproof limousine, while the Mountain Dogs were in a regular van. The van which, incidentally, was facing the limousine in pursuit. All his shots had just been warning ones. Unless the Mountain Dogs called off the chase, Tomitake would start shooting at them soon enough. They had no chance of winning.
大鳥湾より追跡車両封鎖線が突破されたならそれ以上はもういい深追いするな富武は射撃の名手だぞ死に急ぐな
Yeah, Okinogi's like, shit, bro. I know how this is gonna end.
どうする行かせていいのか
了解こちら追跡車両追跡を断念起動する
Got their ass. Still non-lethal, by the way. That's crazy. Like, 0 deaths so far.
向こうは速度を落として
Bro, hit the whistle.
あれだけの銃撃戦をしたのに全く平静なままですね
Bro probably has more experience than you would realize.
相当の爆発をお見受けします
訓練の賜物さ
Tomitake, having slid back into the car, raised his fist in victory. He was as easygoing as ever, even after a gunfight. Akasaka felt like he was finally getting to know Tomitake for the first time. Also, close that damn window. You need that bulletproof window up.
富武にご無事でしたか連絡が取れず心配しておりました
Tomitake was making a call from a telephone booth outside of Okinomiya. The phone lines around there were on a different network than the one the Mountain Dogs had sabotaged. That was why he couldn't make the call. Tomitake had called Tokyo immediately. He told Tokyo that there were some spies from the Mountain Dogs within Tokyo's research division, which is how they found out where he was. He also told them that he was captured, but they'd escaped. He told them that they were fooled by the diversion, and that they were on the mountain as they spoke. While he was captured, Major Takano, the ringleader, had hinted at the existence of a mastermind she was working for, etc. He explained everything that he'd learned thus far.
入江機関の早急な鎮圧を彼らはすでに地上での発砲を繰り返しておりこのままでは村人に発覚するのも時間の問題です番犬の緊急出動を強く要請します
This might be it.
もしもし調査部の岡だ無事でよかった番犬はすでにひなみ沢地区の南方30キロで空中待機してる
Well, they need to be 0 kilometers south of Hinamizawa.
こちらも上層部に鎮圧命令を求めていたのだが石頭どもが事なかれ主義で渋りやがってなだが君が無事ならば話が早い君の話はすぐにトップに説明する許可はすぐ出るだろう
I feel like somehow it's still gonna get shut down.
20分以内に番犬は到着するつい今高野三佐と小野木兄に逮捕命令が出たぞ
Okay.
入江機関の即時制圧と山犬への武装解除命令も出た
That's what we wanted to hear.
君のおかげだぞでかした
That's what we wanted to hear and needed to hear. I don't want to say it's over yet, but it's looking good. Tomitake walked out of the telephone box.
話はつきましたか
ええ番犬部隊が鎮圧に緊急出動するそうすでに近くに空中待機していて20分ほどで吸収するそうです
どの程度に強いんですかその番犬という連中は
Given how much damage we've already inflicted to the dogs, they should whoop ass.
山犬が機密保持のための多目的部隊だとしたら番犬は戦闘のみに特化した精鋭部隊です装備も人材も比べ物になりませんおそらくあっという間でしょうね
That's assuming that there's like, I don't know, not like, we gotta hope there's not like another traitor or something, or that they're gonna turn on us. If they turn on us, we're fucked, right? Like, Akasaka looked at his watch. It was about 12:30. The bloodhounds would arrive in about 20 minutes. Akasaka remembered how hungry he was. It was lunchtime already. He was brave enough. He would head to a noodle shop, and by the time he was done, everything would have ended. For the Mountain Dogs, who fought well until the last possible moment, it was ending rather too soon. They were in an area where rice fields and a residential area mix. It was the border of Okinomiya. The sun was covered by a thin layer of silver clouds, and a cool breeze was blowing. It looked like it might even rain a little. The two of them couldn't even remember how many times their lives were threatened that day. They wanted nothing more than to let the rain soak their bodies. After a while, Akasaka spoke.
どうしますか富武さん
You probably need to head back and make sure the kids are okay.
んどうするって何をだい
私ひなみ沢へ戻ろうと思っていますまだみんな戦ってる
そうだねでもいいのかい一度はくぐり抜けた視線だよ
If Akasaka dies for this, bro.
リカちゃんが待ってる。
He's gonna clutch up one last time and die, isn't he? That's how this is gonna end.
まだ約束は果たし終えていません。なら、戻ろう。僕も用事があってね。ちょうど戻ろうと思ってたんだよ。赤坂さんはヘリの旅の経験はあるかい？乗せてもらえることになってるんだ。
Okay, bro. Bro's him. That's the him combo. They watched the breeze blowing over the rice fields for a while, then returned to the bullet-ridden car. The car started up quickly, and they drove it back the way it came. It was only noon. There was still plenty of time before the Watanagashi festival began. Clouds covered the sky, and it suddenly grew cool. It was going to rain a bit, according to Okanogi's intuition. He already knew that their enemy had broken through the blockade, but he hadn't told Takano about it. By then, it really didn't make any difference if she knew or not, and he also wanted to reach the top of the mountain. At this point, he's single-minded in his purpose, even if he knows they've lost, basically. Okanogi was only thinking about one thing. He was thinking about the enemy's commander, who made the day so horrible for him. He just couldn't accept his defeat until he saw the enemy's commander face to face. The battle was already lost. They just had a princess who didn't think they had yet. With the rest of the mountain dogs fallen to the traps and ambushes, Okanogi had ordered all units except his own to fall back from the front line and into the vehicles. The only ones left to go on were the very determined princess, Okanogi himself, and a handful of exhausted members of the mountain dogs who could barely walk. I bet they're going to get to him, though, and things are going to go south. We're going to get our last one ran. I feel like Akasaka's going to die, isn't he? I want him to come out of this alive. But like I've said so many times, it just feels like there's no way we get a perfect ending, right? Surely not. Eventually, the slope became a little more gentle. Okanogi and his companions finally arrived at the storage shack of the Forest Service. I mean, that's kind of what the game's been building to, is like that perfect ending where everyone lives, right? Rika didn't even want Kasai to die, and she barely knew Kasai, you know? The club members were already aware that the mountain dogs had been almost totally annihilated. Both the numbers and strength of the dogs had fallen far below that of the club members. Therefore, when Okanogi saw his opponents lined up there to welcome them, he wasn't surprised. It was all the kids who'd driven the mountain dogs to destruction that entire day. They'd also fought with everything they had. Though they overwhelmed us from start to finish, they'd used up all their stamina and were on their last legs as well. Still, their willpower kept them standing. A will born of the victor's honor, which God granted only to the winners.
いたわ。あるよ、おころぎ、捕らえさせなさい。
サンサ、よくもこんなざまの我々をこき使えるもんです。
何？私に逆らう気なの？
Yes.
まさか逆らう気なんか最初からありませんやね。
Okanogi removed his communication unit, his taser, and all the heavy equipment he'd been carrying. Then he unbuttoned his shirt and told his men to stay put as he stepped forward. He strode forward about half of the distance towards the club members.
山犬の大鳥ワンことおこのぎだ。お前らのリーダーに敬意を表する。名前を聞かせてくれ。
The club members looked at each other. One of them was a girl taller than the others. She couldn't be that old, but her hawk-like eyes were as sharp as a veteran soldier's. Okanogi didn't know her circumstances, but only those whose lives were threatened on a daily basis had eyes like that.
部長、園崎美音。
The girl stepped forward.
いくつだ？いや、年齢なんてどうでもいい。朝からの沖宮署での騒ぎからこの山での戦いまで、すべてお前の指揮なのか？
For planning it, for the most part, yeah. The girl didn't answer, but her silence confirmed it more strongly than anything she could have said.
この戦はお前らの勝ちだ。まだ負けてねえと思ってるのはうちのお姫様だけさ。もう今さらどうにもならねえ。富武は封鎖線を突破。沖宮にすでに到着して東京に連絡を取っただろう。鎮圧部隊がいつここにやってくるか知らねえが、それも時間の問題だ。笑いたきゃ笑え。爪ってやつさ。
おこのぎ、何をやってるの？その女は敵のリーダーよ。倒しなさい。
Still desperate as ever.
お姫様が何か言ってるが気にするな。
望みは何？
お前も大将、俺も大将だ。わかるな。
あいつ降参したんじゃないのか？
レナにはわかる。あの人は今日敵の指揮をしていたんだよ。
And that whole army that got wiped.
そして部下がみんなやられた。だから、はいそうですかって言って負けを認めるわけにはいかないの。
I still feel like he's got something up his sleeve. I don't believe he's just gonna surrender. That doesn't seem like the Okanogi I've seen.
我が身を犠牲にしてしか敗軍の将は見そげないというのですか？
いいよ。あんたが納得するようにすればいい。
感謝するぜ。
Mio took a stance. Okanogi took a stance too. Oh, he just wants to run the once. Although Okanogi was nothing like Akasaka, he was still a close combat specialist. Even when exhausted, there was no way Mion could defeat him. Takano thought so too. She thought Mion was underestimating Okanogi. But Mion knew. She knew that she was the only one who could put him at ease.
行くぜ。
Okanogi readied, launched sharp from his waist, but Mion deflected it to the side with her elbow, wrapped her arm around underneath it, wrenching it back behind him and forced it up into a hold. And then she twisted his arm even further. Okanogi was certain she was going to snap a bone. It was an excellent technique. She took his arm in one flowing motion. It was clear that Mion's self-defense techniques weren't spur of the moment. However, she didn't break Okanogi's arm, but instead threw him onto the ground. She didn't deliver the final blow, but rather chose to look down on him.
やるな。
他の木、何やってるの？早く制圧しなさい。
うるせえ！黙ってみて！こいつは大将戦だ。
I guess I can respect this part of Okanogi at least. That, like, kind of spirit of a warrior, you know? Okanogi got up quickly, took a stance once again, and then swung his arm down. But Mion avoided it effortlessly, and just like she did before, she grabbed his arm and turned it around. They were in the same position as before. And just like what happened then, she didn't break his arm, but threw him onto the ground and looked down on him. Bro could have his 2 broken arms right now.
回転投げか。当て身を入れねえところを見ると実戦向きじゃねえな。むしろお上品に演武を見せる流派ってとこか。ちなみに腕を決めたとき、下がる相手の顔面に膝が入れられるぜ。
そうなんだ。今度試してみるよ。
Bro, she might.
ミオンってすげえ。向こうの隊長と互角に渡り合ってるぞ。
Because Mion is built different as well. The Sonozaki sisters are built different.
他の木、武器を使いなさい。何をやってるの？
行くぞ！
He had a stronger drive this time. He tried to kick right through her from a step and a half away. Yet this time Mion stepped in to launch her own attack, jumping right towards the foot, trying hard to kick her. Mion kept herself low as she entered close range with Okanogi, shutting out his leg, trying to kick her. So, of course, he went after her head. Okanogi raised his right arm to elbow her in the skull, but this time Mion rose up, using both hands to keep his arm from swinging down. Unlike the flowing motions from earlier, this was simply a contest of strength. His physique was overwhelmingly superior to hers, so she couldn't win that test of strength. But suddenly, Mion let go and allowed Okanogi's elbow to come down. Use his own strength against him. Then she stepped to the side. It's another repeat of before. Okanogi's arm was held to his back, and he ended up in the same position. But what came after was different. Okanogi's face lowered as Mion lifted his arm up high, and then she swiftly brought her knee into his face. It was exactly the technique that Okanogi told her about just earlier. And once again, he was down on the ground.
So,
Bro just pulled the chair on him. That's crazy.
飲み込みが早いじゃねえか。おめえ、戦略、戦術、そして戦闘、すべて三拍子揃ってるぜ。
Yeah, no kidding.
おめえみてえなやつが俺の役をやるべきなんだよ。山犬みてえなクソどもの隊長をな。
That's crazy. He's like, these guys suck.
ごめんだね。あんたらみたいなネクラそうな秘密部隊の隊長なんて。
Mion kept the spirit. Mion scoffed. Okanogi took it with a smile too. He wasn't trying to be humble. It was just his pure reaction.
そうだな。お前ほどの器なら 日本の不正規戦部隊長なんて絶対ないぜ。サスでもデルタでもスペツナズでもどこでも最高の人材になれるだろうぜ。
That's tough. He said, dude, you could lead literally the elite of the elite of the elite.
何しろ。
サス？デルタフォース？くだらないね。そんな退屈なところじゃ、私を飼いならせやしないよ。
Bro, that's crazy shit. Hell nah.
そうだろうな。そうだろうよ。なら聞かせてくれ。お前ほどのやつなら何の隊長を望む？
We're clubbing her friends.
隊長なんて興味ないね。部長でいいね。
部長、英国情報部あたりってとこか。妥当だな。
That would work too. She could do any of them, bro. But nope.
ダメ。あのね、私がやりたい部長はたった一つ。
It's this one right here.
ひなみ沢分校の我が部の部長だけさ。罰ゲームのない戦いなんてごめんだね。口先の魔術師前原圭一、カーリーモードの竜宮レナ、トラップ使いの里子に萌え落としのリカちゃん、そして期待の新人フルで羽生。これだけ揃ってなけりゃ世界のどこだろうと退屈だね。
It feels like it's meant to be like the last hurrah, kind of.
勝てねえよ。こんなやつが隊長だったんじゃ勝てるわけねえやね。
Bro, Okanogi. I don't know what I expected from him, but this was not it.
Okanogi! しっかりなさい!
Takano yelled at him, but Okanogi didn't hear it.
これでウォーミングアップはいいだろう。次の一撃でぶち抜いてやるぜ。当たったら死ぬぞ。覚悟しな。
キナ、あんたに似合いの最後をくれてやるよ。
God damn! I think things are about to get serious. I think things are going to go wrong for us here. And this is where we need the Bloodhounds and or Akasaka to come in and save us.
あんたが欲しいと思ってる決定的な最後をくれてやるよ。
よく言ってくれた。よく言ってくれたぜ。
Okanogi took about 5 steps backwards and breathed deep. His body twisted as he gathered all his spirit into his right fist. Just as he said, this next attack would be for real. He was putting everything he had into this one final blow. Mio narrowed her eyes, preparing to parry the blow with her side. The sky began to stir. They both felt raindrops on their foreheads.
行くぜ。殺すからな。殺しに来いよ。
Let's not have Mio die here.
あんたのお祈りが済んだらいつでも来な。
Bro, tough to the end. Oh my goodness. That one tense moment was suddenly brought to an end. He dashed forward from a low position, just like a runner from a starting line. Then he added the twist from his body into the blow, as his right arm roared with all his power. A bolt of lightning punctuated that moment in time, burning the moment into our eyes. In that moment, Mion's stance hadn't changed at all. No, maybe she moved like lightning in the moment it struck. We had to recall the moment burned into our eyes to review the scene. Okanogi had swung with his right fist, which had enough power to shatter Mion's bones. So, what if 100% of his power was directed back at him in a counterattack? When the lightning struck, Okanogi's body had been flying through the air. It was a legendary technique in Japanese martial arts, passed down in Judo and Aikido, the air throw. It looks as if one is being thrown without his opponent even touching him, a miraculous technique that occurs at lightning speed. Of all the techniques Mion possessed, it was the most sublime, advanced technique she could administer on the defeated general, Okanogi. The feeling of freedom while flying in the air is more memorable than the impact of hitting the ground, supposedly. When Okanogi hit the ground behind Mion, a heavy rain suddenly began to fall. That sounds like a helicopter. Yep. And just as it did, a massive helicopter appeared from the other side of the mountain. The helicopter's rotor stirred up the air and blew away the raindrops like in a tornado. The rotor sounded much like a tornado, too. A rope uncoiled from the rear of the helicopter, and soldiers came sliding down it, one after another. The onlookers were stunned for a moment before realizing what they were seeing. It was the Bloodhounds. The Bloodhounds that Tomitake had called in. Having realized how bad the situation had become, Okanogi returned to the other members of the Mountain Dogs. Nothing was going their way anymore. As long as the Bloodhounds aren't, like, betraying, this should be it, right? The Mountain Dogs ran down the slope and disappeared into the woods. They dragged Takano with them, who couldn't understand what was going on. A voice echoed from a speaker attached to another helicopter circling around the mountain.
入江機関の全職員に次ぐ本日1蓋302入江機関の全権限は凍結され、また同時刻上級司令部は入江機関全職員の武装解除を命じた。山犬中隊全隊員は直ちに武装解除し、入江診療所裏駐車場もしくは山頂資材置き場に集合せよ。これに応じない場合、国内法及び自衛隊法に基づき厳正に対処することをここに通告する。
Bloodhound members continued to slide on the rope from the helicopter. Even at a glance, they were very different from the Mountain Dogs. They were armed more heavily, and the guns they had were much larger. Such things clearly differentiated the two units.
これで私たちの勝ちですの？
It seems that way.
わかりませんのです。
We don't know for sure, but it seems so.
初めてのことなので、勝ったのかわからないのです。
This is brand new territory, which is a good sign. It's not necessarily over yet. I don't want to get my hopes up too much, but it seems like it should be over. Satoko and Rika sat down and hugged each other. They were both soaked in rain, but they still sat down in the mud. Mion stood solemnly in the rain as the leader of the winning team. The Mountain Dogs had abandoned the field. They all ran away with their tails between their legs. Keiichi and Rena ran over to Mion.
Mion.
みーちゃん、終わったね。
ああ、これで部活は終わりさ。
I reckon it
リカ
is.
ちゃんも無事、みんなも無事。みーちゃん、勝ち取れる最高の勝利を勝ち取ったんだよ。
Dude, I don't want to let my guard down. I still feel like something bad's about to happen. I don't know. Maybe it really is just going to be this perfect.
ミオンがみんなを率いたんだ。ミオンのおかげの勝利さ。
But Mion didn't seem to be listening to Keiichi and Rena. Instead, she mumbled to herself.
私さ、部活の罰ゲームって好きなんだよね。部活ってさ、残酷だよね。仲間で戦い合ってさ。つまりそれはその子がビリだってみんなが見下すことなんだよね。
見下してなんかいねえだろ。楽しく罰ゲームをしてそれでおしまいさ。
そう、罰ゲームで楽しく遊んで敗戦の賞の責任をさ。楽しくみんなで笑ってそれでチャラにできるから好きなんだよね。負けた本人も含めてみんなで笑って。
What? She doesn't enjoy it as much when I don't know. She's realized like she shattered someone else's convictions or something. I feel like she seems to be a little distraught. Like, not, maybe distraught's not the word, but like a little conflicted.
誰も傷つかない。みんなで楽しく笑っておしまいにできる。
おこのぎってやつは私に投げ飛ばされて叩きのめされなきゃ自分の罪がさ。そりゃさ、今日何度もヤバい目にあったよ。殺されそうに何度もなったよ。でもさ、もう終わりでしょ。ゲームセットなんだよ。なのに彼らにはチャラにする罰ゲームがないんだね。
Mio might have realized something when she threw Okanogi. Keiichi didn't think anybody else could understand that.
ミオンが何を言ってるのかもう忘れろ。あいつらはもう終わりさ。
そうだね。これでもうすべて。
みんな生きてる。誰も怪我してない。今は最高のハッピーエンドを喜ぼうよ。
Is it gonna be this simple?
そうだな。
Well, simple's the wrong word.
誰もやられなかった最高のハッピーエンドじゃねえか。
While they hadn't yet confirmed Shion and Kasai's safety, they were correct. This was the happy ending that they'd all been fighting for. However, Mia was still thinking. She only understood the reason for that in the moment the thunder struck. But as soon as the flash of the lightning disappeared, her understanding vanished as well. All she could remember was that she noticed something very important, and that shortly after, she completely forgot about it. She could only feel a great sense of loss. What's going on? The Bloodhounds soon surrounded the club members. At first, they thought the club members were their enemies, but when Tobatake appeared, he explained the whole situation. The commander of the Bloodhounds appeared to beg the club members not to say a word about anything, as it was a politically sensitive incident. It was amusing to see a man like that beg while carrying all those weapons. Of course, they had no intention of talking to anyone about it. Once it had ended, it all felt like a bad dream. If, on the following day, someone asked them what they had been doing, they might not even remember it. This day was that unrealistic for them. So even if they were asked, they wouldn't say a word.
Rika-chan, 無事でよかった。
赤坂、無事でよかったのです。
The triple meep. That's how you know she's happy.
こっちも大成功だったよ。そっちもみんな無事かい？入江診療所はすでに彼らが制圧したそうだよ。山犬の隊員たちも続々と投降に応じてる。隠れていた入江先生ともう一人の少年も彼らに保護されたそうだよ。
Satoko, don't ask too much about who
監
that
督
is.
も無事ですのね。よかったですわ。少年？はて、どなたでございましょうね。
I wonder.
富田さんか岡村さんあたりが巻き込まれて怪我でもしたのかしら。
You're gonna love the real answer.
さとか、本当によかったのです。
Yeah, what, did Rika figure it out? She might have heard them say it earlier. Rika's smile made it clear on what she had gone through. Someone could only smile like that after a long and exhausting struggle. Satoko had no idea what that smile meant, how much time would be needed to make her understand. Still, Yuri will do something about it. For certain, it'll bring Satoko's Nini back home.
そうだ、さとこ、今日のお注射をしていないのではないですか？お注射をしないとダメなのです。あ、そうでしたわね。こんな時にも注射をやめちゃいけないなんて面倒な話ですこと。
Satoko seemed to have no idea that her medication was connected to the syndrome. Perhaps she was already aware, but pretended not to be. Rika vowed to herself that no matter how long it took, she was going to witness with her own eyes the moment her best friend finally parted with her tragic past.
このお注射も日に2回で助かりますわよね。
It used to be 3.
以前の3回の時は本当に大変でしたわ。
Satoko also had no idea that Satoshi was involved in the development of her medication. Rika had said that Satoshi, as a specimen, had contributed much to Satoko's treatment. Even while asleep, Satoshi longed to ease the burden on Satoko, and those feelings must have influenced Satoko's medicine somehow. I'll let that one slide. That doesn't make sense to me, but I'll let it slide. Satoko had to inject herself in the stomach. For privacy, she ran into the grove of trees to give herself a shot. There's no danger in her doing so. One after another, the Bloodhounds dropped down from the helicopters. Each helicopter must have carried at least 20 to 30 soldiers. There was one helicopter at the top of the mountain, and 2 more halfway down the slope. Troops were pouring down from all of them, leading to the impression that the entire mountain was under the Bloodhounds' control. Nobody fired their weapons, even once. The mountain dogs had no choice but to surrender. It wasn't raining hard at all. The sky should clear up after 20 or 30 minutes. It was the volatile weather typical of early summer. Satoko soon returned and spoke to her best friend.
Rika, 羽生さんの姿が見えませんわね。
Wait, where is Hanyu?
さっきまで一緒にいましたのに。
Did she go back to, like...
羽生、どこ？
What did happen to Hanyu? Is she missing? Did she just go back to her, like, incorporeal form? I don't know. I'm worried something happened to her. It was stupid of me to think that Tokyo had sent more support. They're acting as if they've known of their loss for a while now. I was the only one who didn't know.
どういうことなの？状況がさっぱりわからないわよ、おころぎ。
手詰まりってや富武が呼んだ番犬が到着したんですよ。
番犬？名前は聞いたことあるけど。でも山犬と似たようなものでしょ？どうして応戦しないのよ？
Have you seen their guns?
ご冗談は。山犬は所詮傍聴部隊です。対して番犬は ほんまもんの戦闘部隊ですわ。花から勝ち目なんざありませんね。
The remaining three members looked at me in exhaustion.
大体どうして番犬が来るのよ。富武は捕まえてるのにどうして。他にスパイがいるんじゃないの。それは誰よ。
さんさ、すでに診療所が襲撃され、富武2位が奪い返されたことはご存知ないのですか。
Sounds like she did not hear that. One of the three spoke up timidly, but Okanogi signaled him to shut up.
そんなの聞いてないわよ。
I'm guessing they knew they lost, and Nomura basically ordered them to let Takano take the blame for it all or
そ
something.
れはいつよ。どうなってるのこのぎ。それに村から逃げられないよう封鎖部隊というのもいるんでしょ。
They aren't even responding to me anymore. I've been left behind. I'm the only one who didn't know. I'm being left out. The members looked at Okanogi, waiting for his command. Nobody's waiting for my order. Nobody even cares about my orders.
隊長、指揮者より無線です。
One of the members handed the intercom to Okanogi.
大鳥ワンダー。
隊長、各校より最終連絡です。各校を実行せよ。
Oh no, that doesn't sound good.
各校了解した。
指揮者を番犬が包囲中です。投降を勧告しています。いかがしますか。
指揮者、いや、太田、足立、ご苦労だったな。投降を許可する。武装解除して以後は番犬の指示に従え。
指揮者了解。
Sounds like they still have one final thing to do.
各員その場で聞け。指揮者が制圧された。すでに診療所も制圧されているだろう。我々は全てのバックアップと装備を失った。全班は壊滅。個々の隊員たちも武装解除に応じているだろう。山犬の完全敗北だ。
まだよ。なんとか東京の野村さんに連絡を取るのよ。番犬が何よ。番犬に匹敵する部隊を送り込んでくれるわ。
Hey, good luck with that.
R は生きていたのよ。終末作戦の実行は可能だわ。それをすぐに野村さんに連絡しないと。そのためにはまず東京への連絡手段を取り返すことが重要よ。
You have to understand, you lost, right? I understand her desperation, but it's over for you. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if Operation Cuckoo involves killing you.
こうなると村の連絡網を遮断したのが裏目に出るわね。指揮者を奪還するしかないわ。指揮者の無線で東京に連絡して応援を呼ぶのよ。幸い指揮者は今あっさり降伏してみせたから奴らも油断してるはず。おこのぎと3人も隊員がいれば十分可能よ。
Bro, her desperation just will not end.
まだ6月19日。作戦開始は21日22日だったかしら。まだ間に合う。まだまだ間に合う。ここから巻き返すわよ、おこのぎ。すぐに指揮者の奪還を実行しなさい。
No.
なんで誰も私の言うことを聞けないの。私は3歳よ。おこのぎよりずっと偉いのよ。おこのぎの言うことは聞けて、どうして私の言うことが聞けないの。
サンサ、さっきから飛び回ってるヘリが言う通りですわ。このゲームはうちらの負けです。これ以上の往生際の悪さは互いに得になりませんね。
何を言うの、このぎ。まだよ。もうくじけるの。
Yes.
あなたも R が生きているのを見たでしょ。今日の一日が狂い出したのは R が死んだなんて噂が流れたからよ。
But it doesn't matter now.
でも R は生きていた。今日の一日はなかったことになるのよ。緊急マニュアルはまだ生きてるわ。女王感染者が生きている以上、改めて殺せばそこから48時間の緊急マニュアル執行可能な時間が。
サンサ、緊急マニュアルがどうこうって次元じゃもうないんですよ。もう東京は女王感染者とか終末作戦は完全に失敗しました。
Her desperation just won't let her accept defeat.
我々のクライアントはすでに証拠の隠滅に走り回っているでしょう。我々の役目ももうおしまいですわ。山犬なんて面白い舞台を10年ほど指揮させてもらいました。
I think the sad music here is kind of crazy. I mean, it's definitely a sad moment. Just
貴重な経験ができましたわ。それも今日でおしまいです。 そしてサンサ、あんたの役割ももうおしまいです。
何よそれ、私の役割。何のことよ。
サンサ、あんたの役目はその手に持っておられるスクラップ帳を育て上げることでした。
何の話よ。
I didn't expect Okunogi to start talking about my grandfather's scrapbook.
ひなみ沢症候群って病気があることは疑いません。だが女王が死ぬと48時間で村中が大パニックになるってのは見た者がいません。
Ridiculed again at the end. Oh my goodness.
本当か嘘かなんて分かりゃしないんですよ。
バカなこと言わないで。ほら書いてあるわよ。どこのページかしら。他の類似の脳内寄生重症の症例から類推して統計的にどこよ。こんな時に限って。
Takano's voice artist is actually so fucking good. The lowest of lows, the highest of highs, and the most desperate moments have all just been killed by this actress, man. Or I assume it's an actress. I flipped through the pages of the scrapbook in a panic. I can't even remember which page I'm looking for. Okunogi slapped the scrapbook aside, and it thudded. No, it landed in a muddy puddle, so it splashed onto the ground. The open pages of the scrapbook were face down in the muddy water, and already turning color as they soaked up the mud. As I crouched down to pick up the scrapbook, Okunogi stepped on it. The splash of muddy water hit me in the face. I had to witness my precious scrapbook being stepped on and covered in filth.
サンサ、このスクラップに書いてあることが本当だろうとでっち上げだろうとどうでもいいことなんですね。真実だろうと虚偽だろうと実は誰も気にしてませんのですわ。
Jesus.
それはどういう意味よ。
I tried to get the scrapbook from under Okunogi's foot, but I couldn't pull it out.
東京のクライアントが期待してたのはそのスクラップ帳の中身をどれだけの人間が信じてくれるかってことなんです。
Here's the truth.
本当か嘘かはどうでもいい。ただ信憑性さえありゃよかったんです。
本当か嘘かどうでもいい。
They never did.
そうです。どっちでもいいんです。でっかい研究所で偉い先生方が研究してこれこれこういう結果ですっていう専門用語だらけの難しい資料を作ってくれて中身などろくにわからねえ連中を騙せるだけの信憑性ってやつをそのスクラップ帳に与えることがあんたの役割だったんです。
And most of the time you played the part perfectly.
嘘なんかじゃないわ。私と祖父が何年にもわたって研究してきて。足をどけなさいよ。
The scrapbook is being soaked through. I'm trying my best that it's not ruined, but it's no use.
女王が死んだら村は皆殺し。そういうとんでもない話をお偉方に納得させられりゃよかったんです。ひなみ沢症候群が脳みそに寄生してどうこうとかなことは誰も興味ない。
God, man.
政治的アクションに使えるかどうかにしか興味がなかった。
Yeah, I mean, that's the truth, is that she was being used, and I think she knew that, but now it's really directly in her face.
なことはあんただって十分承知していたでしょうが。そして今や誰もこんなインチキスクラップは信じやしません。このスクラップ帳に大勢がかけた。そして負けたんですわ。山犬もこのスクラップ帳に熱く張って負けた。それだけのことですね。
インチキスクラップなんかじゃない。これは真実なのよ。全部真実。おじいちゃんが調べて私が調べてそして書き上げてきた真実の研究結果なのよ。 だってみんな信じてくれた。
God damn, man. I cannot praise this voice artist enough.
だからあんな立派な研究所を作ってくれたのよ。信じてくれたから。みんなそう野村さんだって。だからこそ私に声をかけてくれたのよ。この研究の進化を分かってくれるクライアントはきっと他にだっているわ。だってこの研究は人類の未来の可能性に。
Okanogi got fed up and kicked me. I don't weigh much, so I fell backwards and became soaked in the muddy water. Okanogi walked over and looked down at me.
幸いなことに、東京のクライアントも、そしてうちらも、サンサにまだ期待している役割があるんですわ。
I'm guessing it's her death.
おい。
One of the mountain dogs handed a gun to Okanogi. Okanogi checked the cylinder and then threw it over to me.
何よこれ。
サンサ、そいつで自分の頭ぶち抜いてくれませんか？
The question is, is she gonna do it? I don't know. I looked at the gun. That's what the operation is, to get her to kill herself. Looked at the gun. I'm used to seeing guns, working at the Erie Institute as I do. I was never frightened by guns before, but for the first time, I feel scared just by looking at one. I feel like someone's gonna come and save her, to be honest. Like from herself. Or maybe Tobentake is gonna have to find his... someone very important to him. Dead. Self-inflicted gun wound, you know?
よくあるやつですわ。トカゲの尻尾ってやつです。サンサ、敗軍の将の責任ってやつで、そいつで自分の頭ぶち抜いてください。
そん
な。Nobody's ever told me to die before. Nobody's ever told me to kill myself.
クライアントもうちらも、サンサが死んでくれりゃ、サンサがあることないことやってくれたってことで、うまーく丸く終わらせられるんです。すでに東京はその準備に入ってますんで。
バカなこと言わないで。そんなことできるわけ。
I'm starting to sob. My body's shaking all over.
まあ、無理ならいいんです。今のあんたにそこまで求めるのは酷でしょ
う。Okanogi pulled his gun out and pointed it at me. The other members, having realized everything will work out if I die, just looked at me coldly.
投降を説得するも、頑くなに拒否し、銃撃戦になり、やむなく射殺。そっちが本当の筋書きなんです。自殺用の銃は、短くない時間、世話になったことへの俺なりの気遣いだったつもりです。
そんな筋書き嫌よ。
Just that same scared little girl at the end of the day.
あんたがさっきから助けを求めたいって言っておられる東京の野村さんです。終末作戦が失敗した時に備え、ダメージコントロールを図る作戦ってのもちゃんと合わせて用意してあったんです。野村さんの暗号名はカッコウ、そしてサンサの暗号名はヒナでしたね。カッコウが卵をどこに産むかご存知ですか？
そんな。
カッコウの卵はよその鳥の巣に産みつけられ、そこから帰ったカッコウはですね、もともとの巣のヒナを突き落として巣を乗っ取っちまうんだそうです。巣から落ちた飛べないヒナは地面でのたくり、まあ普通は野犬や山犬に食われて殺されちまうってことですわ。
That's crazy. Code names have that much meaning. I used the money I got from Uncle Koizumi to pay the mountain dogs. thinking I'd gained a reliable ally. I always thought that, although Okanogi was barbaric, he was very reliable. But my nest had been taken over.
サンサ、あんたの味方なんていなかったんです。あんたは東京のクライアントが描いた絵の通り踊って緊急マニュアルってやつを煽ってくれりゃそれで十分だったんですよ。ですがその舞台も幕が下りてあんたにステージから退場してもらおうってことになったってことですわ。
Yeah, frankly, talking to the living might help them root out Nomura.
それ、あんたの大好きなスクラップ長、そいつを左手に抱きながら、右手で銃を拾ってください。
The scrapbook was finally returned to me, covered in mud. I held it with both hands and cried. I feel like Tomitake is going to come in and rescue her, honestly. What a joke the entire life of Mio Takano was. Right now is when I should just go back inside that chain link fence. My shaking hands held the ice-cold gun.
弾は一発ですから慎重に。頭蓋骨は案外口を開けてその中に撃つのがよくあるやり方です。ほら、銃を持って構えて、そして死んでくださいな。
Yeah, I mean that's an insane order to give someone. In the hills of the mountain, a single gunshot echoed. Question is, was it Takano or... was it something else? I think it's probably safe to assume Takano. But I don't know, maybe something crazy kept that from happening. With that gunshot, members of the Bloodhounds rushed in. Okanogi and the other men raised their hands in surrender. Nope, Takano's dead.
高野三佐も一緒でしたが、どうしても投降は嫌だと渋りましてね。今の発砲は、三佐がこっちに銃を向けたんで撃った威嚇射撃です。
レトリバー7よりリーダー、オコノギ2位と山犬隊員3名を逮捕。高野三佐はこのすぐ近くを逃走中の模様。
Okay, she left.
足跡が南西方向へ消えているが、物資が来い。それ大至急応援を。
She wasn't gonna let it end quite like that.
高野三佐は武装している。繰り返す。高野三佐は武装している。
レトリーバーリーダーよりオール。重要手配犯の高野三佐が現在逃走中。高野三佐は武装している模様。逃走地点を中心にパトローリングで封殺せよ。
I'm running through the mountain, covered in dirt, and still holding the muddy scrapbook. I keep falling because of the mud, and branches and tree roots continue to torment me. I lost one of my shoes, so I decided to get rid of the other shoe too. This isn't the first time I've had to run like this. Oh my god. Such an obvious, blatant echo and callback to that day. This isn't the first time I've ran barefoot. This isn't the first time I've felt such pain on the soles of my feet. This isn't the first time I've cried like this.
繰り返す。高野三佐、武装解除し投降せよ。逃げ場はない。山犬はすでに全員投降した。君に味方はいないぞ。
The helicopter above my head is calling out my name. I crawled into a hollow tree. I held my knees and hid. The last time I ran barefoot like this was a very long time ago. My feet are bloody and swollen, and I can no longer walk. I only cry as I bite the corner of my scrapbook. Sadness and humiliation fight for dominance in my heart. When I feel sad, I cry. And when I feel humiliated, I scratch myself to calm my anger. And I still have the gun in my right hand, the one with a single bullet in it. I have to kill myself. My death is the only thing that can bring it all to an end. Killing myself is the only way to go back to that day. But when I look at the scrapbook in my left hand, I'm assaulted by sadness and fear.
死にたくない。死にたくないよ。
Just die. Atone for your actions with your death. I recalled the look in Okanogi's eyes. I know I've committed sins. There's so many sins. Too many of them. There are more sins than I can possibly atone for. But do I have to die for them? I wonder if this is where Hanyu is. She knew this was going to happen or something. And Koga goes to Takano. I cried again, and then noticed someone standing nearby. Yep. It's the girl. The girl whom I met when I came to Hinamizawa, when the Irie Institute was first opened. I met this girl at the shrine when I declared war on God. This girl is the god of this place. That god looked at me and sneered, rather than sympathizing.
それでもまだ人の身を捨て神の座を求めるというのか。
Shit, I
人の子よ。
can't blame her really for acting this way towards Takano.
ずいぶん久しぶりね。負けよ。このゲームは私の負けよ。人の身の分際で神に挑戦した哀れな女の末路がこれよ。
人の子よ、まだ神の座を追い求めるのか。数々の試練をまだくぐり、それでもなお神の座を求めるのか。
冗談じゃないわ。神の座なんてもう無理じゃない。
人の子よ、聞け。今こそ神になる道を示そう。そなたの右手に持つ鉄の火で己が生に別れを告げるがいい。神の座に肉の器、人にその姿を認められようなどと思ってはならぬ。神とは孤独な存在。それに好んでなりたがる愚かな人の子よ。
Damn.
それでもなお神の座を目指すというのか。
Is this gonna be where she realizes what she like really wanted and valued?
これで私の頭を打ち抜けっていうの。
You want to become a god?
そんな簡単なことで、そんなにも簡単なことだったの？なら私は今まで何を積み上げてきたの？
大勢の人間の罪を背負った。その大勢の罪を今こそ己を生贄に捧げることで見そぐのだ。
To a degree, yes.
その勇気は称えられ、神の座の末席を許すであろう。
I can't really say I feel like that was her intention here.
何よそれ。私にトカゲの尻尾を引き受けて全員の責任を押し付けられて死ねと、そういうの？ふざけない。そんなの嫌よ。絶対に嫌。
何故に嫌か。常に人の世で和を求めるためには、一つの汚れに 一つの生贄がいる。それが人の世の断り。罪のみそぎの方法ではなかったのか。そなたの望む未来に一人の少女を生贄に求めたのはそれを理解していたからではなかったのか。
I mean, got her there. Oh shit.
わかんない話はやめて。私には何のことかさっぱりわからないわ。
それがわからぬなら神の座を求めた身の程知らずを食いよ。
食いるわ。他の人の責任をかぶって死ぬのが神になる道なんて絶対嫌。そんな神様になりたくない。私は人間でよかった。
Should have lived that way.
ただただ人間として生きていいよって、生きてもいいよって、それなのになんでこんなことに。
Curious where they go with this.
ならばこの度の人の世の汚れをいかにして代価を払うのか。
なんでよ。なんで誰かが責任を取らされなくちゃならないのよ。誰もが相手を利用してジョーカーを押し付け合って自分の手を汚さずに済むように立ち回り。それが人の世なの？
Suppose it is.
違う。そんなの人の世じゃないよ。だってお父さんやお母さんやおじいちゃんと生きてきた日々にはそんなのなかったもん。みんながみんな誰にもジョーカーなんか押し付けなかった。どうしてその世界から私はこぼれてしまったの？どうして私はこんな雨の山中を、私はどうしてこれが私の罪に対する分かってた。うっすらと気づいてた。何か大切なものを間違えて、でもそれを認めたくなくて。
Yeah, I mean, she knew what was happening, right, for the most part. But she felt like she was in too deep.
取り返しがつかないところにまで来て初めて後悔した。自分の罪に対するこれが報いなのね。
人の世はそなたに罪のみそぎを求めるだろう。この度の汚れはそなたを生贄に捧げることで払われよう。それが人の世の払い方なれど、我は人にあらず人を超える存在にして欠けたる輪を埋める存在。
What's the point here? Like, what are we getting at?
人の罪を許す存在。
Is that where we're going?
人の罪は人には許せぬ。
I kind of wondered if that's where we were going, but
我こそが人のこの罪を許そう。
I forgive you. Demanding a sacrifice be paid for sins isn't the way of the human world. It's the way of demons. So, this is not the world of man. This is the world of demons. Created by man and the demons infesting them. Humans cannot end that way of their world. So I became a god, to grant that end. It was over 1,000 years of pain. I wanted to come down from this place. I desired a world where God doesn't need to make peace. And finally, after 1,000 years' time, I found that fragment. Come, child of man. I will forgive your sins in my name. Kneel and repent. Ask for forgiveness, and you shall receive it. God will forgive you. God will forgive your human sins. The god in the form of a little girl walked up to me and reached out. As I knelt and looked down, she touched my head. Interesting. So it seems as though Hanyu basically schooled her and was like, you know, this is what it takes to be a god. You don't want to be a god, right? And gets her to admit that she wanted to be human and that she made a mistake. And eventually she essentially says, I'll forgive you. That's my role. I'm kind of just curious what's going to come of this. I'm not shocked that Hanyu would do something like that, right? We've never known her to be a vengeful god besides the lore that Takano has given us, right? We've never known her to be particularly vengeful, right? She'll bear the sins of others. That might be why she's disappeared, right? Maybe it's bearing Takano's sins, right? Somehow makes her disappear. I don't know. The question is still, what's going to happen with Takano? Like, surely she still just gets, like, arrested, right? I don't know. And I also want this conspiracy to be brought down not just on the Takano level, but on the Nomura level, right? Like, everyone involved, not just Takano, right? So I kind of hope Takano somehow reveals more about this plan. Like, I don't know, maybe while being held custody, right? I don't know. I'm intrigued to see where that goes. I mean, that was an interesting scene, and it definitely kind of that whole, like, godlike and religious aspects, it definitely brought that back in. But really, I just want to see where it leads. That's, I think, going to be how I finally judge that scene. The scene itself, I thought was good, but I think, depending on how they play it after, it could be really good, you know? So, let's see exactly what's happening here. I heard voices in the distance, and then I saw a girl standing in front of me. She's one of Mion's club members, my most hated enemies. Shit, she's found me. The rain had already ceased. I decided to come out of the hollow tree. After the rain, it had grown so humid, I was starting to sweat all over. I'm soaked in sweat, mud, and rain. I feel filthy. I've been bitten by mosquitoes, and my body's itching all over. This is why I hate the mountains. I pointed the gun at her. The girl just looked at me calmly as if she didn't see it. At the very least, she did follow my order. What should I do? Should I take her as my hostage? I only have one bullet. How long can I keep running for?
羽生どこだよ参ったな。マジで迷子だぞ、あいつ。あ、
見つけましたわ。羽生さん。羽生、一体今までどこへ。
Don't mind talking with the gun.
本当に最後の最後までついてないわね。いや、あるいはついてるのかしら。最後の最後で一矢報いることはできそうね。
Tell me she's gonna get forgiven by God and then still shoot one of them.
みんな、これが何かわかるわね。銃よ。身動きしちゃダメよ。これで状況は逆転ね。
くそ、なんてこと。
ミオンちゃん、他の誰かを撃たれたくなかったら一歩前に出なさい。
I feel like she's gonna shoot it like Mion or something, and Tomotake's gonna take the bullet.
ダメだよ、みーちゃん。
Mion stepped forward quietly. She certainly has a lot of courage. No wonder she's their leader.
あなたのおかげで私はもうめちゃくちゃよ。 私を殺そうとこの山中に怖いお兄さんたちが歩き回ってるわ。どうせ私は許されない。でもこのままではあまりに悔しいわ。だからね、せめてお返しをしてやりたいの。
偉そうに言ってるけど、その銃に弾が一発しかないのは知ってるぜ。
その通りよ。でもその一発でミオンちゃんが死んでしまうかもしれないとは考えない？
高野、ミオ撃つ気ですか？
誰も動いちゃダメよ。焦って撃ったら誰に当たるかわかんないんだから。
Seems that whole forgiveness thing didn't change much.
みんな、私の後ろに隠れてて。
勇敢ね。誰かを撃たれるくらいなら自分が撃たれようという自己犠牲？
まあね、拳銃の一発でそうそう人間くたばるもんじゃない。当たりどころにもよるだろうけどさ。
驚くわ。なんて勇気なの。みんなに代わって私に撃たせようってこと。言っておくけど、銃声がすれば怖いお兄さんたちが殺到するだろうから、それを恐れて私が発砲しないなんてのは。
じゃあ撃てばいいよ。ただしその一発を撃った後、私の仲間はあんたを八つ裂きにするよ。
望むところよ。人を呪わばなんとやら。おこのぎを屈服させるほどの名称と相打ちなら、それも悪くないわね。
That would be actually insane if they let that happen. There's no way. Tomotaki's definitely going to come in and either take the bullet or like tackle her and it's going to miss.
撃ちなよ。その代わり絶対私に当てな。私以外の仲間に当ててみろ。あんたを死ぬより辛い目に遭わせてやる。
怖
い。Yo.
ダメだよ、みーちゃん。高野さんは本気。この人本当に撃つよ。なんとか時間を稼ぐんですのよ。そうすれば番犬の誰かがきっと。
もちろん。だから一矢報いる機会がなくならないうちにさっくり一発撃たせてもらうわ。さーて、どこに当たるかしらね。下手くそだからどこに当たっても許してね。
みー、本気ですか？
みんな動くんじゃないよ。
Mia wouldn't let anyone die in her place.
私は部長さ。
If one has to die.
みんなを背中に守れるならこんなに嬉しいことはないね。もし当たりどころが悪かった時はさ、部活ロッカーの中に神棚を作って私を軍神と称えてよ。次期部長はケイちゃんね。みんなそん時は後をよろしく。
Oh no, you won't. You're not gonna die. Mina's prepared to die. I'm already cornered. I won't accept any words of negotiation. Mina understands that. She doesn't want anyone else to be killed. That's why she chose to be a shield for her friends. That was an easy decision to make for her. Because none of her friends would end up hurt. If she ends up just getting injured, that would be a stroke of luck as far as she's concerned. Even if she doesn't make it, she thinks that's far better than seeing any of her friends die. And that's why Takano will shoot. Even though she understands Mion's noble intentions painfully well, it's too visceral for her to accept, so she'll shoot. I will pull the trigger. With all the absurdities of the human world riding on that bullet, I will shoot her.
あなたたち、よくゲームはするわよね。トランプのババ抜きはやる？
やらないね。うちはジジ抜きばっかだよ。
同じようなルールよ。人の世の罪はババ抜きと同じ。誰もが一枚のババを互いに押し付け合う。
Or are they setting that up intentionally this whole time? That's probably why they played it again this chapter, but...
それは勝者を求めるゲームではなく、一人の敗者と生贄を決めるゲーム。私はその馬場を引いた。そのカードをもう渡す相手がいない。だからその腹いせにあなたを撃つの。不条理な人の世らしくね。
I'm preparing myself to shoot. There's no hesitation left in me. Dude, it sounds like there's plenty of hesitation left in you. I will shoot her. I'm serious. Mion closed her eyes and opened her arms to try and shield her friends as much as she could. And that was when Hanyu stepped forward and placed herself in front of Mion.
Hanyu? 危ないから下がって。
勇敢なるミオ、あなたの勇気はそれで十分です。人の世のババ抜きが必ず人に押し付けられなければならないものならば、それを引き受けるのが私の役目。
I wonder if Takano's gonna realize with like draw that connection.
羽生、あんた何を？リカ、この世界はすごく楽しかったです。私も部活メンバーに加われてよかった。
They might actually kill Hanyu.
見ているだけじゃなく、加わる部活は本当に楽しかった。
I still feel like Tomotake's gonna somehow pull up. I don't know.
ありがとう。もう十分に楽しんだ。神の身には過ぎたくらいに幸せだった。
In that moment, Hanyu glared at me adamantly.
さあ撃て！人の子よ！人の世の押し付けずには済まぬ罪を放て！それを受け止めてやる。
わかったわ。わかったなら死ね！
The club members must have thought I was joking or bluffing. They didn't think that I would actually shoot. There was a noise like something exploding. Jesus Christ. She did it, it seems. In a world where time became as sticky as syrup, we saw it happen, a silver bullet hitting an invisible wall in front of Hanyu. As though the wall was protecting her, and this ruined any chance of redemption you had. The bullet wanted to pierce Hanyu's chest, but it couldn't reach its goal. A bead of sweat formed on Hanyu's forehead. She had stopped the bullet with an invisible force.
大丈夫です。人の身でもこれくらいのことはできますです。
The silver bullet was being pushed back. Takano was startled by this otherworldly phenomenon, but then she spoke one phrase.
この化け物が!
The silver bullet smashed through that invisible wall. There was no longer a wall at all. There was no wall to protect Hanyu from the bullet. The bullet approached Hanyu's chest. She didn't, get out of the way in that time. Somebody let out a silent scream. Nobody could stop it. Nobody could stop that bullet. In that world of frozen time, nobody could stop the bullet that was stopped just inches in front of Hanyu's chest. Hanyu's friends had seen this scene before. The moment of checkmate. No matter how much they screamed, there was no way to avoid this tragedy. They knew that from their memories.
あなたは死ぬ。好きなだけ走馬灯をご覧なさい。それが終わったら胸板をぶち抜かれて血をばらまいて、自分の血で溺れてのたうち回って死になさい。
Yeah, I mean, she's certainly not being redeemed, it seems. I wonder if it's gonna actually kill Hanyu, like we suspect, or it probably should, or if something crazy is gonna happen.
その覚悟がなかったら、僕はミオンの前になんか出ないのです。
Hanyu thought that this would take care of everything. Hanyu wasn't supposed to exist in the first place. She would leave the stage, and the rest of the cast would stay unharmed. This is how it's supposed to be. But in that moment, something happened to surprise even Hanyu. Tomatake is going to jump or something? What? In the world of frozen time, in which nobody could move, Rika reached out and put her hand on the bullet that was stopped in midair. How could she move? Even Hanyu couldn't move. Why? Could a mere human like Rika grab that bullet? She's ascended to something beyond that, it seems.
それを驚くのはおかしいわ。
It seems the moment she sacrificed herself in the tunnels that it kind of seemed she became something greater.
あんたと学んできたんじゃない。奇跡の起こし方。今日、何度もすごいことが起こったけれど、本当の奇跡なんて何一つ起こしちゃいないわ。すべて死んじゃえば起こって当然のことだった。だから、この最後の瞬間に本当の奇跡を使うわ。私、お社様の生まれ変わりだしね。最後にこの程度の奇跡は使わせて。
Rika rubbed the frozen bullet gently, very gently, and then held it, and embraced it lovingly, her hands at her chest. In that world where not even Hanyu could move.
高野も羽生も人の話を聞かないやつだってことも分かったわ。
That much is true.
ミオンの話を聞いてた？私たちはババ抜きなんてやらないわ。ジジ抜きしかやらない。それを高野は同じようなゲームだと笑ったけど、全然違うゲームなのよ。
An old maid, a single joker, an unharmonized element is added to a full harmonized set of cards, and people try to foist it onto another. But an old bachelor, one card is removed from that harmonized world, and everyone foists the unharmonized fragments on each other. It's different than having a joker, because everything would be in harmony if there wasn't something missing. Players try to get rid of something in both games, but what they try to get rid of is very different.
ジジ抜きも同じ。敗者の手元に1枚カードが残って終わる。それを高野が同じだと例えた気持ちはよくわかるわ。でもね、違うの。だってジジ抜きは。
If the missing card was added back in, there would be no loser. Hanyu, the missing card in this world, where someone has to foist their sins onto another, has joined the game. So this game has no losers. Yet, you're still trying to take one card away? What a waste of a miracle.
敗者なんかこの世界にいらない。これがフルでリカが奇跡を求めた1000年の旅の最後にたどり着いた答えよ。
The answer has always been there. It was there in the very first game of Mion's club. Dude, that had to be intentional. There was always a loser because we were playing a game of cards with one missing. If we could fill in for the missing card by believing each other and helping each other, then it would complete a full deck of 52 cards. A complete world without a loser. A complete world where no one is left out. Nobody is to stay out of the circle. Nobody is to cry or be burdened with sins. A world where everyone holds each other's hands and forgives each other's sins. When people live, there will be sin. What's important isn't to avoid sins, but to forgive them. The world can only become ugly and twisted when people try to stay pure. Let us accept our sins. Let's all forgive. That's the answer Rika Furude reached. A complete world. A world free from the sins of the human world, where one has to become a loser. Rika reached that as a human being. After an unbelievably long time, she finally reached it. Welcome home, Mother. The frozen time had begun to thaw. There was smoke coming from the muzzle of Takano's gun, so it was definitely fired. However, nobody got hit. Kichi looked around fearfully to make sure nobody was bleeding. They were all fine. Nobody had been shot.
外しやがった。ざまあないね。
The tension lifted in Mion's body, and she began to sweat all over.
この私がこの距離で外すなんて。
All the club members thought the same thing. It was a miracle that the bullet didn't hit anyone. The club members had all felt the same way. They were all thinking, if it's going to hit someone, let it hit me. However, Rika Furude wished for a miracle that was far beyond that. Rika wished for a miracle that was higher than self-sacrifice. She wished for a world where the bullet wouldn't hit anyone. She wished for a world where Takano wouldn't be hurt because she shot someone. Footsteps were rushing towards them. Takano tried to run, but she tripped over a root and the scrapbook in her hands scattered everywhere. As she tried to gather up the papers, a member of the bloodhounds surrounded her. All the bloodhounds pointed their guns her way, and some even poked her with them. But Takano still didn't stop gathering up the papers. Some of the men stepped on the papers, and Takano tried to pull them out from under them. This is the third time. She tried to pull them out, begging them in tears not to step on her precious papers.
高野さんさ、あなたを逮捕します。
私が全部悪いことになるのよね。
The club members, feeling bad for her, looked at the ground.
立て、両手を後ろに回せ。こら、抵抗するな。いや、いやよいや、おじいちゃんのスクラップ持ってく
の。Takano just wanted to pick up the pages of her scrapbook, but the bloodhounds, thinking that she was just resisting, pulled on her hair to try to make her stand up. Although this was her fate, it was too hard to watch her be treated that way. And then a noble voice resounded among them.
待て!
Yeah. I'm not shocked Tomitake showed up right now. Radiating with divine light, a man appeared. They all knew this man very well, but they'd never seen him look so determined.
調査部の富武2位だ。彼女は調査部が保護する。しかし、富武2位、司令部から直ちに東京へ連行せよと命令を受けています。
君たちは彼女を見て気づかないのか。彼女の全身を見ろ。かきむしった後でいっぱいじゃないか。ひなみ沢症候群のかなり高いレベルの発症が疑われる。
There were lots of horrible scars on her wrists, arms, and neck. Takano had scratched herself throughout the day because of all the stress. There was no way for anyone to be certain if those marks were symptoms of the syndrome. But when Tomitake said that, it certainly sounded true.
しかし、サンサは入江機関で予防薬の投与を受けているはずです。
Yeah, well, he proved that it doesn't matter.
発症するわけがありません。
君たちは資料をちゃんと読んでいるのか。予防薬は 100% の効果を保証するものではないと書いてあるぞ。十分読んでいれば彼女の状態が末期症状であるとわかるはずだ。調査部は彼女の尋問にあたり、ひなみ沢症候群の治療が最優先されると考える。そもそも今回の事件が彼女の意思に基づくものなのか、末期発症による妄想、錯乱によって引き起こされ、それを誰かが利用したのか。
Truth be told, I do think there's a decent chance she had the syndrome.
慎重な判断がなくては全容解明は不可能であると考える。彼女の罪なのか、彼女の病んだ病の罪なのか、この場で断言するのは不可能だ。それを判断するためにも彼女には治療を受ける権利があり、義務がある。
次郎さん、
彼女を直ちに入江機関本部へ移送し、発症レベルの検査に入る。高野三佐の治療体制を準備させるよう入江二佐に連絡を。
Yeah. I mean, I think the signs were always there to a degree if that's the direction they go. Like, there were reasons to believe that this was true, so I could see it.
ただし、三佐については今後厳重に監視をつけ、すべての行動には制限が加えられるものとする。詳細は調査部長岡一佐から上級司令部を通して命令があるはずだ。
The Bloodhounds conveyed all this information over the radio. Nobody had any objections. Their job was to arrest her, after all. Any interrogations or investigations after that were the job of investigations. So if those were the orders from investigations, then that was that. Tomitake walked over to the muddy figure of Takano. Takano buried her face in Tomatake's chest and cried. Only Tomitake and Takano knew the meaning of those tears.
遅くなったね。君を迎えに来たよ。
I shouldn't still feel so much sympathy for Takano, even in this moment, even after she received a chance at forgiveness and then still tried to kill one of the kids, but I don't know, I still do. I guess I'm glad she just got this moment, you know? It's so reminiscent, honestly, of... It kind of, I mean, especially because of the music playing, it reminds me a bit of Chapter 6, honestly.
君がそうだと思っているような、やり直そう。今度こそ、君の本当の人生を。田無美代子の人生を。
できない。私、いっぱい罪にまみれた。やり直したりなんかしちゃいけない。じゃなきゃ。私は自分の罪の重さで。
そうだね。君の罪は、ひょっとすると軽いものじゃないかもしれない。でも大丈夫。僕が一緒だから。だから一緒に償おう。高野美代の罪を償おう。そして、僕と一緒に、田無美代子を取り戻そう。その日まで、僕は決して君のそばを離れない。
Damn.
生きてていいの？私は生きてていいの？みんながお前が死ねば丸く収まるって私に言うよ。それでも私は生きてていいの？それでも次郎さん、それでも
世界は君を許さないかもしれない。でもそれが何だってんだい。僕が君を許すよ。だから生きよう。死ぬことは罪の償いにはならない。生きて償い、世界に許しを請おう。そしてやり直すんだ。
I suppose that's true though. Death alone doesn't atone for your sins. It just ends them.
そうしたらきっと思い出せる。君が本当はどんな人で、どんな風な笑顔を浮かべていたかをね。
Well, Doc is doing everything to save her at this point. After a while, Sagano was taken to the Erie Institute in handcuffs. She was, however, handcuffed with her hands in front of her. She was holding the scrapbook. Tomitake had cleaned the mud off of it. The downpour from the early afternoon had passed. Cicadas began singing again, reminding everything that this was a normal June in Hinamizawa. It was so hot, despite being June, and the sky was brilliantly clear. Someone asked someone else the time. She looked at her watch. It was 3 p.m. The Watanagashi festival would be starting at 5. It was almost time. Even from there, the Furude Shrine could be seen. There were red lanterns hanging all over. Sorry, I had to compose myself a little. I think there's something about this music and just feeling like we're kind of approaching the end. I got a little emotional, I can't lie. And once the sun went down, those lanterns would be lit. It was almost time for the Watanagashi festival. And with that, everything would end when the Higurashi cried. God damn it. I should have known they were gonna sneak another one. I should have known. I should have seen that coming. Fuck. The game that stretched across different worlds had ended, and what the winner obtained after their victory is that the game ended without a loser. Not even Takano. There was no need for a loser. Hanyu was prepared to leave after the game was over. But she was still there. She was allowed to be there. In other words, she wasn't the card that was taken away. The card that was taken to play their game of Old Bachelor was no longer there. The breeze rustled Hanyu's sweaty, messed up hair. She was dumbfounded. Rika went over and stood next to her. She didn't need to say anything. She only smiled at Hanyu. That girl had pretended to be a bystander, but decided to step onto the stage. And then she thought that was enough and tried to step off of it. With those memories of her bright time on stage, she tried to step off, but someone grabbed her sleeve and stopped her. She was told that she could stay. Then she realized she was still on the stage, and she didn't have to leave after all. There was a spot for her on the stage, and she was no longer a bystander. And that was an unbelievable miracle. She didn't even exist in the script. Nobody needed her to be there. But the miracle had allowed her to stay.
あれだけ苦労した旅だったのです。
Isn't that true?
その程度の奇跡じゃちょっと足りない気もしますですよ。
This is all true.
見た十分ですよ。こんな奇跡僕の身には十分すぎて。
Give her a chance to live. Rika smiled at Hanyu one more time and passed her what was in her right hand. Hanyu felt something cold and hard. What was it? It was the bullet. Hanyu slowly opened her hand and looked at it. It was the bullet Takano had fired. This was the proof of their miracle. It was the proof that Hanyu could exist there. It was the proof that they could be together forever and ever.
もうすぐ暗くなってお祭りの時間になりますです。
I think they deserve that much after this day.
みんなで楽しくお祭りで部活なのです。もう脇で見てることなんかできませんです。きっと新人いじめの洗礼で罰ゲーム三昧でかわいそなのです。
If you don't do something about it,
もう綿流しのお祭り見てるだけじゃないのですね。
he gets to participate for once.
そうです。だってお祭りは見るものじゃなくて加わるものですよ。
Were they testing the speakers? It was still bright outside, but there was music playing already. The cheap, dubbed BGM collection of festival music could be heard from the Furude Shrine in the distance. It sounded so exciting to hear. This was what she'd wanted to join in all this time. Rika held her hand. Just called festival. Let's go together. Let's go to the Watanagashi festival. All of us. Together. Yeah. They had almost too much energy left. It had been a long day, and many things had happened, but they still had the energy to go to the festival. It was, after all, the special day of Watanagashi. The curse of Oyashiro-sama had been lifted, and no tragedy would ever occur again. It was the first peaceful Watanagashi, the first one without a tragedy since the dam conflict. The villagers had noticed that the phone lines were disconnected during the day. It was fixed so quickly that they didn't pay much attention. They heard the Self-Defense Force helicopter near the mountains, but rumor had it that they came to the wrong place for their training. The elderly villagers laughed and said that the young men of the National Defense Force need to pay more attention. Some people say the Self-Defense Force even came to the Irie Clinic, but the villagers didn't even get suspicious about that. They assumed that the Irie Clinic had started doing physical checkups for the SDF. There were pieces of broken glass on the roadside near the village border, as if there was an accident. Some people wondered how anyone could have had an accident when there was no obstruction on the road. The elderly people said to each other that they always had to drive carefully, even on a familiar road. But it looked like only a trace of a normal accident, so they didn't get suspicious. The rest was a ghost story. The villagers heard an extra firework to signal the festival taking place. It wasn't an echo. The people in charge of the fireworks were puzzled. But when Rika said Oyashiro-sama must have shot the extra firework, the villagers simply believed that was true. Done a hell of a job of covering this up. It was the night of Watanagashi, the biggest festival of the year. The villagers forgot their worries and enjoyed themselves. The club members were doing great as usual. Gonna fast forward through it all. Getting to see Hanyu there is nice. What is Ch.8 doing there? They were doing so great that they were all taken to the main tent and yelled at by the mayor. That was a normal Watanagashi night for the villagers. There was one thing that was very different. The girls fought for an unimaginably long time in many different worlds for the sake of this night. However, nobody would ever know that. Oh, there was another big change too. Rika Furude said that she wants to go to a pool in the summer. It's unusual for her to say she wants to do something. She wants to see the stars. She wants to go on a camping trip. She wants to look at the sunflowers. She wants to make the school into a haunted house, etc. There's so many things she wants to do over the summer break. Right. Rika Furude, for the first time, is making plans for after June 1983. Dude, fuck, man. Dear God. Ooh, I'm trying to hold it together. Sorry, for some reason games ending make me very emotional. Especially the journey that we've been through with this one, knowing everything Rika's been through. She finally gets to make those plans that she never could make, that she gets to have that childhood she never got to have. Because this is the first summer break she's going to experience after 100 years of repeating the same life. She'll now experience an all-new summer vacation. Who would stop her from getting excited about that? Rika Furude is looking forward to waking up before Satoko to rip the page off the calendar at the end of June. Rika Furude's infinite future has begun. There are infinite possibilities, yet she can only make one choice. But that's why it's a great world. Let's talk for a moment about the people who fought with Rika Furude. Mion Sonozaki has vowed to study hard so she can continue her education after the summer break. According to Keiichi, even that may not be enough time for her. However, how can the legendary club leader Mion Sonozaki fail an entrance exam? She'll more than likely find a way to get into the school she wants to go to. Hopefully, it isn't an illegal one. Anyhow, she's looking forward to enjoying her final summer break, so she has tons of plans. The club members can't get away from Mion, even during the summer. Once you're involved with her, she'll always find a way to get at you. No matter how much you want to be alone, you'll never go back to spending a boring summer by yourself. Keiichi Maibara has been asked by Mion and Chio-sensei to be their next class president. Damn, good for Keiichi. He was also asked to be the next club leader too, but he declined immediately. Keiichi likes the club because Mion runs it. He continues saying that it's Mion's club until she got mad. Keiichi can't understand why she's so angry. Well, Keiichi wouldn't be Keiichi if he wasn't dense. That's true. Man, we had an entire chapter go to shit because of that aspect of him. So things are rather lively around him again today. His good name continues to spread, even in Okunomiya. Rena Ryugu is growing more energetic every day, too. Oh god, she's kidnapping them all! Satoko, Rika, and Hanyu spend every day in fear of being abducted by her. Still, she's been acting more mature lately. She takes care of her younger classmates, and she's almost like a mother figure to the class. She's like a mother to all of the club members, too. After hearing that, Keiichi said that he'd be a father for the class. Oh lord. As usual, Rena thought about that too much and blushed. Mion, it appears that you have lost, unfortunately. Satoko Hojo was as lively as ever. Well, that's unfortunately for some people. Specifically you. A lot of people are probably a fan of that. Satoko Hojo was as lively as ever. She used up most of her traps in the mountain during the battle with the mountain dogs, so she's setting up new ones for the next event. Next one? I hope not! Rumor has it that some members of the Bloodhounds were so impressed with her trap techniques that they asked her for some lessons. There's supposed to be a training area near Mount Fuji, and they asked her to set up her traps there. That's not a very good idea. The sea of trees really will become a forest of no return. Either way, Satoko keeps saying how she wants to fight against these Bloodhounds next. She's invincible. Goodness. Also, she's become a great cook. Tell me she's finally able to tell them apart. The broccoli and the cauliflower. Please, come on. Let it end on that. That's because Hanyu's been teaching her. According to Hanyu, Satoko's a quick learner as compared to Rika. Satoko's dream is to master fried chicken, which is her brother's favorite, and welcome him home with it. I'm the only one who knows this, but her dream may come true very soon. As for her brother, Satoshi Hojo has yet to return home. Damn, they didn't say anything about the broccoli and the cauliflower. Dude, you know how peak of a way that would have been to end Satoko's little wrap-up section? As for her brother, Satoshi Hojo has yet to return home. His condition is unchanged. If there's been any change, it's in Shion Sonozaki. She goes to the clinic on her days off. Nobody knows why she goes there, but she seems to be very happy. Somebody pays much attention to it. Mion has teased Shion by saying that maybe she's planning on getting implants. But Shion just smiles. That's the Sonozaki twins, alright. Also, for whatever reason, she's been visiting her relative's clothes shop and buying up all kinds of men's clothing. Lately, she's even started buying more than just men's clothing, but why is she so excited when she visits the clinic with a maid outfit that's not in her size? The truth is shrouded in mystery. Oh, brother. The biggest change is probably that Shion babies Satoko nowadays. She tries to make Satoko call her Nini, which only annoys Satoko. Kyosuke Irie has two jobs now. On one hand, he's a respected doctor, and on the other hand, he's an evangelist for maids. Or evangelist. I don't know, how do you say that? Evangelist? For maids, whatever. The Irie clinic was supposed to be closed, but the villagers pleaded with the authorities not to shut it down. While Irie isn't originally from the village, he and everyone else feel that he's one of the villagers now. He's an indispensable part of village life. The conservative attitude towards Hinamizawa syndrome is gone. Now it's being researched very proactively. The syndrome is being researched so passionately that, hopefully, in the near future, all the victims of this disease will be freed for good. I hope so, man. Also, later on, Irie will publish an advanced article about the influence of the brain on human behavior, which will surprise people in the medical world. I won't go into the details here, but it'll talk about how one should hate the sins instead of the sinner. The deceased Tafumi Takano and Mio Takano's names will be mentioned in that article. Jiro Tomitake still visits Hinamizawa every season. He's still known as the fighting, traveling photographer, and he continues to walk around the village looking for good picture spots. However, he isn't seen in the village as much as before. His bicycle's always parked around the back of the clinic, so maybe he spends a lot of time there. Some villagers say maybe he's sick and being treated, but his bright smile proves they're wrong. Mio Takano hasn't been seen since that day. Nobody knows where she's gone, but obviously Tomitake isn't worried, so she must be doing fine. She'll probably show up one day out of nowhere and start telling ghost stories to scare some kids. That would be like her, wouldn't it? As for Mamoru Akasaka, what happened to him was pretty funny. His wife and daughter followed him in secret. They pretended to run into him at the festival. Oh, goodness. Oh, no. No. Don't do him like this. Rika called him Papa, so things grew complicated all of a sudden. Akasaka's wife smiled, but she choked his neck with her braided hair. Her arms were folded, but her braid moved like a tail. Squeeze. She tortured a man who destroyed a special forces unit without even using a weapon. Rika continued to tease him, making the situation even worse. However, Akasaka's family liked Hinamizawa, and they said they wanted to come back. Akasaka's daughter and Rika grew so close that they seemed like sisters. You got a big head. You got a big-ass head, bro. But I'm glad to see her. I'm glad to see her alive, you know? Oishi. Kurado Oishi had gotten back into playing Mahjong. Did he get his pension? Oh. For whatever reason, Akane Sonozaki's joined his table too, and there's rumors a riot squad almost got dispatched to the Mahjong earlier one time. Dear God. Those two arguing, yeah, I can see it. His colleagues say Oishi has calmed down quite a bit, probably because he's reached closure within himself, but his colleagues know nothing about that. He's planning to move to Hokkaido when he retires, but he wants to come back every summer. His bright second life is waiting for him. Not like he got his pension. Tatsuyoshi Kasai hasn't changed much compared to the others. To some people, this was a life-changing event, but for Kasai, it was just another episode added to his tale of heroics. That makes sense. You know how much bros went through? He was like, shit, bro. I want to have to do this again. And that's the end when he got serious. He's like, you know how many times I've done exactly this? According to Kasai, this incident was just a little bigger than usual. If this was just a little unusual, then what in the world would be needed to impress him? Shion insists that he'll tell her, but Kasai only tells her that that's a secret. Also, he regretted exposing that part of his past. Shion keeps begging him to tell her all about it, but he simply ignores her. Let me talk about myself, too. I, Hanyu, am doing great in my new life as Hanyu Furude. Finally getting better at playing games, and now I'm taking the role of the club's dark horse, a position formerly reserved for Keiichi Maibara. I have a bad habit of believing everything I hear, so me and the others always tell me some strange things. Thanks to that, I'm getting tougher, to put it in a good way. Shrewd, to put it a bad one. But then, I need to, otherwise I wouldn't survive in this club. I'm going to continue to learn a lot of stuff through these club activities, so I can live in this human world. Sunday, June 19th, 1983. Night falls on my longest day of the past 1,000 years. The club members are having a blast. A lot of people are here. Stall vendors are still doing business. The speakers are blaring rough, yet exciting festival music. I've known all of these, but how wonderful it is to actually feel and hear them in person. I thought I knew. I thought I knew because I've been following and watching them. But that was completely different. I knew of it, but this is the first time I've actually experienced it. We had a takoyaki eating contest. There was no octopus in it, but it was still very tasty. We had a shaved ice eating contest. I would have enjoyed the shaved ice if I'd eaten it more slowly. I bought a candied apple for the first time. Everyone took a bite from it. It was tasty, and it was fun. We played a shooting game. I didn't know how difficult it would be to shoot a target, but it was fun too. Also, we played a shady lottery game. One of those things where you pulled a string and got a prize. Nobody got a good prize. I complained about it to the vendor. That too was just so much fun. Then it was time for the dedication dance. This is a pretty good place, I think, to potentially wrap it up on, huh? If that's how they choose to do this, I wouldn't be shocked. Of course, we go there early. So we commandeered the best seats. I snuck out and stood where I was told to. I could see better than the other club members. This was the spot where the object of worship sat. This was where I was supposed to be during the ritual dance. No, this was where I thought I had to be. But seeing the dance from that spot wasn't fun. Therefore, I returned to where I was, and sat with everyone else. They saved me a spot. Everyone rubbed my head while asking me where I went. I apologized by saying, ow, ow. That made me very happy. I watched the performance in the crowd of people. It was the best dance I've witnessed in the past 1,000 years. I couldn't keep either my happiness or my tears from flowing out. After the dance was over, a handful of cotton was passed around to all the villagers. We let the cotton absorb all the filth and sins of the past year, and washed it down the stream. Cotton is cotton. Obviously, it's not human. We use cotton instead of a human, so that nobody's sad. In other words, this is the way to purify sins without making anyone suffer.
はい、これ。羽生ちゃんの綿だよ。やり方はわかる？
Believe me, she knows.
わかりますのです。こうしてポンポンしてから流すのですよ。はんはん。
The girl who gave me the cotton took the letter I from her name during last year's Watangashi and washed it down the stream. By doing so, she was freed from her suffering and began a new life. We drifted our sins down the stream. It's not the same as pushing our sins onto the cotton. Instead, we wash away our sins and forgive ourselves. We forgive each other, we help each other, and that's how we create our own story. I put my cotton in the stream gently. The cotton went down the stream. Into the world where sins are cleansed. Dude, this CD's killing me. Just getting to see them all finally happy together. Rika especially. You never see Rika like that, you know? Hanyu, right? Like, is there in general. Like, Hanyu's not even normally there. Rika, she's just like, they have a future they never thought they'd have. God damn. I let my bare feet soak in the clear stream as I watched the long, long line of cotton flowing downstream in the dark, surrounded by people sending their cotton flowing down the wondrous stream. Is that it? Maybe not. This is a complete world where all the fragments were put together. This is an ideal world. What else is there? What else do you need? Hanyu Furude still wants more, because we can be even happier than this. We can be happier if we wish to be. Not a long time from now, but in the near future. Then when is it? I told you, it's in the near future. We'll be happy then, too. See? So that's it then. That's gotta be it. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is fulfilling that. I, too, am entitled to happiness. The difficult part is working out a compromise. Because from now on, I'm going to live a much happier life. Much happier life. I'm not going to compromise with just this. We'll achieve all the happiness that we missed. 100 years worth for me. 1,000 years worth for you. Dude, adding the second stanza. Oh my god. That's it. A report on the coup d'etat of the Irie Institute. Proposal. Regarding the coup d'etat of the Irie Institute, background, one of the responsibilities of the Irie Institute, hereafter the Institute, was the administration of Emergency Manual 34. Certain personnel, however, conspired to execute the manual under false circumstances and accepted bribes to do so. These individuals include the Institute Subdirector Mio Takano and First Lieutenant Okanogi. Response authorities of the Institute were detained immediately. An emergency response unit was sent to the Institute and detained all inside. The workers of the Institute were all surrendered and were promptly secured by the headquarters. Regarding the commission... I'm sorry, I just have to read this. So was that written by Nomura? So it seems nothing happened with them. I wasn't able to... Honestly, I had to skim that so quickly, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I have no idea what's being written here. It's unfortunate not being able to read the credits. I wonder how many of these sites are still active. That's it then. Well, after several years, I suppose it's finally time to take the last left click. The official one, at least. Scenario jump has been unlocked. Tip's reading room has been unlocked. Not that we have any. Staff room has been unlocked. We received a new tip. The forbidden treasure, Onigari no Ryo. Ryo. Can't believe it's like, oh my god. They had to keep this part on it. Going back to the image of Hinamizawa on a completed save. I should have known they'd do something like that. God. I should probably save all the talking for the end, because I'm going to go to the staff room and the tip, but... I can't believe we're finally here. Can't believe we're finally here, dude. I'm going to try to get some of my thoughts in order first. But I can tell you guys right now, I loved this game, if that wasn't obvious. I thought this episode was really good. There were a few things that I wasn't as huge on, but overall, honestly, I thought it was a solid ending, all things considered. I'd heard a lot of things about, like, people really not liking this ending, right? From some places, right? I hadn't really heard specifics. And while the ending's obviously kind of wild, right? I don't know. I thought it was good, right? I enjoyed the way it ended. We all culminated to get to that last fragment, you know. It was great. I don't know. That's all I have to say right now. We'll talk about this a bit more. I'm going to do the staff room and the tip room, but I had to say something, right? I'm so glad to have been able to play this game, frankly, be on this journey and finish this journey. Let's just go ahead and go through the extras. Like I said, we're going to talk more about my thoughts about the episode, game as a whole, or the chapter as a whole, the game as a whole. Maybe some fun stuff, like how I'd maybe rank the chapters or characters, though, truth be told, I don't know if I can tell you that, because I don't know, right? It's difficult. I guess technically I could wait till after Ray, but I think it's most fitting to do it here, right? The game told a complete story. There's stuff that you can add to it, like, no doubt, but, like, I think the game mostly tells a complete story, right? So I think we can just treat this as the effective send-off, and then, you know, do the Ray extras and, like, the kind of epilogue, next episode, and that'll kind of be its own thing, right? For now, let's just start with the staff room. Hello, this is Ryukishi 07. Thank you for playing Matsuri Bayashi. No. Thank you very much for playing Higurashi When They Cry until the end. Matsuri Bayashi is, in a way, the solution episode for the situation with Takano and the kids starting from halfway through Minigoroshi. How can they defeat Takano's conspiracy? How can they reach their ideal ending? I wrote this episode as a duel between you, the reader, and me, the writer. So if you think you created a better resolution world than my Matsuri Bayashi, that means you've defeated Ryukishi 07 in this duel. I, Ryukishi 07, have provided two resolutions. One is how to fight against Takano. First, here's a hint from the Higurashi chapter. You'll find out about Takano's conspiracy, which relies on Emergency Manual 34. Next, here are hints from the Watanagashi and Mayakashi chapters. It's been 48 hours after Rika's death, yet the village is peaceful. If you put those two things together, obviously the basis of the emergency manual which Hifumi Takano wrote, that everyone would develop terminal symptoms within 48 hours, isn't true. So, me pointing that out was 100% correct, and intended by the author. Me, noticing this. When you put these two things together, you realize that if Rika's body was discovered 48 hours after her death, then it's possible to prevent the final operation. In the Matsuri-Bayashi chapter, I wrote about an attacking side and a defending side like a novel. If I were to simply write about the resolution, all I had to do was write for Oishi to announce that Rika died at least 48 hours ago, and Takano's conspiracy would fall apart once the news reached Tokyo. This was rather an easy resolution, like a puzzle, so I'm sure many of you got this right. The other resolution was the ideal ending for this world. To answer this, I have to explain the worldview of this story first. There are hints all over, but the crucial ones are in the Tatagoroshi and Minagoroshi chapters. Satoko's uncle comes home, and Satoko's life becomes miserable. How could she be rescued from that situation? If the story was an exercise in murder, then the Tatari-Goroshi chapter is the correct answer. Keiichi kills Teppei and hides his body well. There's a happy ending. But I didn't end the episode that way, and said I denied it with a bad ending. The resolution the worldview of Higurashi When They Cry advocates is a non-violent one, with everyone united together. That's established in question chapters such as Onikakushi, Watanagashi, and Tatarigoroshi. In these worlds, when somebody becomes suspicious about everything and worries about it alone, things get worse, and that leads to tragedy. The Mayakashi chapter is the sublimation of that situation. On the other hand, when one talks to their friends, it's revealed that the causes of the tragedies are quite silly. That is indicated in the Suma Horoboshi and Minagoroshi episodes. In other words, can you see that in the world of Higurashi, anything can be overcome when people talk to each other and help one another? Unfortunately, that doesn't happen in reality. Helping each other creates friction, and oftentimes working alone is a lot simpler. However, we always hope that we can connect with other people and understand each other, so that we can face any difficulty. In that sense, this world is a fantasy. That's right. In the worlds of Higurashi, there's one magical rule. That is to talk to others and accept help from them. Then you can defeat anything. With that, it's possible to make a miracle happen. If that could be cast into an absolute rule, it would be a sort of magical, systematic miracle. Just like what Hanyu and her friend said in the story. That is the worldview of Higurashi When They Cry. If you follow that rule and think about an ideal ending, I bet the first thing you'll think about is an ending where all the club members unite and defeat Takano. Actually, there are scenes in the Matsuri-Bayashi chapter that affirm that sort of ending. However, at the same time, Takano is described as a very lonely person. By doing so, I raise a question about the resolution. Everyone else unites, defeats Takano, and makes her into a sacrifice. This is a happy ending. For everyone except Takano. It's a very popular style of story for the protagonists to unite together and sacrifice the antagonist. Aliens come to the Earth to invade us, so the world unites and defeats the aliens. Hooray for humans, and we must all get along. This is a very popular storyline all over the world. There are plenty of stories that use aliens, devils, or monsters as clear bad guys, and make them into sacrifices. Two parties fighting with each other become allies once the third party shows up. Storylines like these are indeed exciting. By adding a sacrifice, differing parties unite and become allies. To create the situation, there has to always be the third party, the sacrifice as well. I'm sure many of those who created such stories must have already noticed that. We always add a third enemy that can't possibly unite with us. To make up with each other, we try to find a common enemy. Am I the only one who feels that describes our world today? In reality, this world belongs only to humans. There are no aliens or devils or monsters. So for us to find an enemy, we'll have to fight each other forever. To make up with each other, we need a new enemy, so we just end up fighting someone else. In this chapter of Higurashi, I declare that to be the demon of the world and man. With these explanations of the worldview here in mind, do you wonder if the resolution of defeating Takano is in fact an ideal resolution of the Matsuri-Bayashi chapter? That's right. It's basically the same foolishness found in Tatarigoroshi. According to that logic, the Minagoroshi chapter isn't the best resolution for the problem that surrounds Satoko either. Do you understand that? How can they make up with Takano? You wouldn't suggest to make Tokyo into a new enemy and let the club members join with Takano, would you? If I continue to talk about this issue, I'll probably end up mentioning something religious, so let me stop here. That might be wise. What kind of ending would be the best outcome following the worldview of Higurashi When They Cry? Perhaps it's something better than the Matsuri-Bayashi chapter. You can consider this a graduating question from Higurashi When They Cry. Maybe I'll leave it as my final gift to those who enjoyed this tale for 4.5 years. Damn, that's almost how long I played the game, actually. When was my first upload? I actually need to look at this. How long has it been for me? did I accidentally play this game for like take so long to play this game that it was the release cycle of the game? I don't think I did. I think it was 3.5. Yeah, it was 3.5. First episode was uploaded April 28th of 2022. So 3.5 years. Oh, I'm not that far behind. Thank you for reading this extremely complicated story. In the end, what was this all for? If I were to put the answer to that question in one word, it would be entertainment. It's not important if you're able to answer the riddles. After all, if you enjoyed yourself, you won. Ryukishi 07 will continue to challenge you. Higurashi When They Cry ends here, but I hope I get to see you again in a different world. Brother, I will see you in Umineko at some point. What kind of work do I want to create next? Maybe it's fitting to choose my next work from an infinite number of possibilities while listening to the chorus of the Higurashi. I want to express my gratitude to all the people who have supported me until today. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you all again soon. Ryukishi 07. Damn, the final send-off of Higurashi. You know, I want to scroll up through something in here. Where was the exact line that I was thinking of? Just this whole sequence right here about how Takano is defeated and how she's made into kind of that sacrifice, right? It's kind of funny. It kind of reminds me of Fate Stay Night. I just started watching like at night when I don't have time to record. I've been watching the beginning of Fate Stay Night again in preparation for Fate Hollow Ataraxia, and it was interesting because I think something they bring up very early in Fate is kind of very relevant to this concept. It's brought up that the main character, he wants to be a superhero, right? Like hero of justice, right? And at some point, somebody brings up to him that to be a hero, to protect something, you have to condemn someone, right? Like, and that's kind of, honestly, funny enough, that's pretty similar to what this whole game was like, thematically, what it ended up turning into, right? It thematically ended up being, I mean, what Ryukishi talked about, right? This whole idea that, like, someone kind of has to be sacrificed, right? Like, here at the end, right? And that the chain kind of just keeps going up, right? And fundamentally, it's a story about, like, coming together, right? And not victimizing someone else, right? And I mean, it's kind of funny that, like, he says that, because, like I said, it not only does it remind me so much of Fate, it's kind of funny that those tie in well together, but they're poignant themes, right? And I think they work well together. The whole, like, all of the question arc setting this up that, like, if they'd worked together, things would have worked out, right? Is it a little cheesy in a way that they genuinely power of friendship their way through Chapter 8? A little bit. It's a little cheesy, right? So, from that perspective, I can see why some people might not like the ending. But I felt like thematically, it made sense. That's what the game always was. Everyone, like, for the past 3 chapters, essentially, the game has been, if we come together, there can be a miracle, right? If we suffer in silence or push our sins onto someone else, right? Blame someone else, right? I mean, that's kind of emblematic of the entire Hinamizawa syndrome, right? Like, is pushing that blame off onto someone else, right? I don't know. I think it's done, like, thematically, Chapter 8 worked very well and, like, closed the game up very well. And I think this staff room was a very good summary of all of, like, the thematic elements here. Yukishi 07. That's the last staff room. Let's read the last tip, and then we're going to have to start talking about the game itself. I've already talked a little bit about the chapter. Yeah, it's going to be a long one. I'm going to have to put, like, a warning on that before I start the official one. Well, let's view this last tip. I want to see what's in here. What's in the Forbidden Treasure? Onigari no Ryo. I don't speak Japanese, I'm sorry. The Forbidden Treasure, Onigari no Ryo. Is how I'm saying it. It's the most valuable asset of the Furude Shrine that's kept in the ritual storehouse. In ancient times, when this place was a chaotic world of both humans and demons, this precious sword defeated the demon god. However, nobody's seen it for 1,000 years. According to the legend, it's sealed in the statue dedicated to Oyashiro-sama in the ritual storehouse. Because of its structure, as long as the belief in Oyashiro-sama continues, it will remain a forbidden tool, forever sealed away. Also, it is only mentioned in the Forbidden Scrolls of the Furude Shrine. Therefore, only a handful of the Furude family heads have ever known about its existence. According to several of these Forbidden Scrolls, the sword is shaped like a willow branch. There are some ink paintings of the sword, made by a few Furude heads, but none of them match that description. It means they drew those pictures from their imagination. Legend says there was a girl named Ouka, who received a divine message that commanded her to defeat the demon god. However, neither the swords of humans or demons could conquer the demon god. It would require a blade that was neither a human sword nor a demon sword. Only a sword that mixes human and demon qualities could defeat the demon god. It has been said repeatedly that the ancestors of Hinamizawa are half demon and half human. Ouka Furude, dates unknown, is said to be the first person whose blood was mixed in that way. This description is what conveys that. I suppose that was probably Hanyu's child. Heaven gave Ouka a precious sword. The precious sword was shaped like a willow branch. Its tip split 3 ways, which symbolized heaven, earth, and people in unity. It also symbolizes the harmony between heaven, demons, and humans. Ouka headed to the swamp where the demon god hid, and defeated him with his treasured sword. Each Forbidden Scroll describes how she defeated the demon god differently. It's so interesting that, like, they, like, already, like, him, how she, right, but presumably we're still doing the unreliable narrator, or not unreliable narrator, but like some of this text is a little unreliable. Each Forbidden Scroll describes how she defeated the demon god differently. Some say she disciplined him, some say he ran away, some say he surrendered. What happened to the demon god afterwards is unclear too. The oldest scroll says the precious sword destroyed the demon god's horn, but other books don't mention that. The precious sword that defeated the demon god was then enshrined and was named Onigari no Ryu. Ouka sealed the precious sword in the deepest place of the shrine to hide its existence forever. Even if it was created to slay the demon god, the sword didn't belong in this world anymore and shouldn't exist on the face of the earth. Some said that's why it was removed from the human world, but some said Ouka was the daughter of the demon god, and that she wanted to banish the sword that killed her mother. Well, that one's actually true. Probably. The ancient cult of Oyashiro-sama suggested Oyashiro-sama was this demon god, the source of chaos, the source of all that was evil, and the source of all friction. To prevent the demon god from returning to the human world through worship and comfort is the root of that ancient cult. This may be a type of cult devoted to an evil god. This idea that it's not worshipped for protection, but to stave off a curse, links slightly to the modern worship of Oyashiro-sama, which seems slightly distant from the modern worship that asks for Oyashiro-sama's blessings and sees them as a god of marriage and good relationships. It fosters the argument that humans are good by nature, saying that all discord is the work of Oyashiro-sama, and there are no demons in the world of man. After that, the legend continues on to what we know today, the harmony of humans and demons. But in this era, all the scrolls on the origin of the belief in Oyashiro-sama and the scrolls of the matriarch of the Furude family have been sealed due to being forbidden. It happened probably because the new image of Oyashiro-sama, that of a loving and affectionate god, and the ancient image of Oyashiro-sama, the source of all evil, didn't match. It became too difficult to explain the faith's doctrine. Also, if one believes the Forbidden Scrolls, the Furude family was descended from one who killed her own mother. That would mean their blood was cursed. If all of that is true, then today's faith is very different from the one that was started by the matriarch. One of the leaders of the Furude family from hundreds of years ago wrote this: "The Onigari no Ryu, the legendary precious sword, is the symbol of both the Furude family and the sins of the human world." It was an era where people pushed the source of their evil onto others, and can only purify their sins by killing one another. The matriarch, one, took in the root of all evil herself, and let her child murder her. That was how this place was freed from the chaos. One, the matriarch usually means Ouka Furude, but sometimes it means her mother. The notion that the matriarch was the demon god was a taboo among the Furude family. However, obviously some leaders interpreted it that way. When the Furude family, or when the world of man, commits the foolish act of seeking to blame others and tries to return to the world of demons, that is when faith will disappear, and the statue's head will shatter. That's when the Onigari no Ryu will reappear to us. This second coming will once again revive the memory of the Furude family's forgotten sins. Is the demon god a fictional legend, or someone who actually existed? In some rare cases, babies were born with horns. They were called children of the demon god. Descendants of the Furude family will read this. The myths passed down by our Forbidden Scrolls are numerous, and their content vastly differs. But don't get caught up in the smoke. No matter how different all of these scrolls are, there's only one thing they all want to convey. Search the heart of Ouka Furude, the one who sealed the Onigari no Ryu forever. That is the fate that all the Furude family leaders must understand. I'm a little too embarrassed to admit, I feel like the point of this tip kind of went over my head a little bit. I mean, it kind of talks about on the origin of the Furudes and how the story changed so much over the years, but I mean, I feel like we kind of saw a lot of this, right? We knew this. I don't know if there's some like dramatic reveal here that I'm supposed to be like, oh my god, right? Or if this is just kind of confirmation on like the start of the religion. I mean, this line right here kind of suggests to me that the point is that even if like part of the Furude like lore, even if the specific doctrine differs a little bit, right, or like what the scrolls say, they all want to say that you need to, I mean, search the heart of Ouka Furude, which was the one who had to kill her own mother to allow them to bear sins and like bear the sins of everyone and kind of grant forgiveness and allow peace to like reign in Hinamizawa, right? Like, I don't know. If I missed the point of this, at this point, please just tell me. Like, in the comments, I really would not be upset at this point. Okay, so it turns out that tip that I got was not actually the hidden tip that I thought I was getting, and a friend pointed that out to me before I rendered this video. So they looked at my Steam achievements and were like, "You didn't get it," and I was like, "Oh, okay." Thanks, Nitron. So we're gonna quickly go through this. I went ahead and did all the fragments already, and we got the fragment right here. So let's go ahead and check this out. Flags from kids' meals. Oh my god. The girl's cheerful voice echoed in the house. It was a tenement house, so walls were thin. So, of course, her yell carried through to the neighbors, but since it was a child's voice, nobody complained.
Miyoko, お父さんたちデパートへ行こうと思うんだが。
Her father's voice didn't reach the girl, because all she was thinking about was making a new secret base with her friends in the field. Father knew the girl had been looking forward to going to the mall, and that if they went without her, she'd be upset. He also knew that the girl liked collecting flags from the kids' meals at the restaurant there, and one more would bring her collection to 20 flags. The girl was making a wish on those flags. She believed if she collected 20 of them, she could become happy. Oh well. He supposed he'd bring a flag home as a souvenir. Bro, if that flag was in his pocket the whole time, it wouldn't be a big deal. If he asked a waitress, she'd bring one for him. On that day, due to an accident, the trains were running behind schedule. To make up the time lost, drivers were braking a little too late and accelerating a bit too soon. It was rather unsafe. The Zanashi family didn't own a car. They always used a train to go to the mall. As the girl skipped her way to her friend's house, an unfamiliar woman stopped her. What? What is happening? What is Rika doing here? Obviously she wasn't from around there. The ties between the neighbors were very tight around there. The girl knew everyone's face. So if there's a stranger, it was either a new mailman or someone who's lost. The woman said to the girl, any person would think the woman was crazy, asking something like that. But the girl was too innocent to think that way. She answered immediately.
So, ならお行きなさい。どうせ行っても友達は留守だけど。それでも。留守なの?
The girl couldn't figure out why this woman would know that. As the woman left, the girl stopped her. She was curious, although it was a little scary, as to what response she'd get if she answered differently.
なら、死にたいだとどうなるの?
お子様ランチの旗がもう一本手に入るわ。え？ずるい！私に内緒でデパートに行く気だ！ずるいずるい！
The girl turned and tried to run back home.
いいのね？後悔はしないのね。
The mysterious woman tried to confirm this.
なんで後悔するの？
教えないわ。意地悪だから。
I guess you are. The girl thought this was some kind of a riddle, so she pondered it for a while, but she couldn't figure it out. Then she clapped her hands as if she came to a conclusion.
大丈夫だよ。
どうして大丈夫なの？
何があってもお父さんとお母さんが一緒だもん。
The woman stepped aside. The girl bowed to her and ran home. She saw her parents locking the door to leave. The girl jumped on them and nagged them that she wanted to go too. The girl was going to the mall with her family. Her family headed to the train station, waited for a train to arrive, and got on it. The driver was feeling the pressure to make up for the delay, and the passengers could tell that from the way he was driving. The girl noticed the unusual swaying of the train. She stood on her knees and looked out the window. Her mother told her to sit down because it was dangerous. The girl stuck her tongue out. Then, the train reached a very big and very sharp curve. The train tilted in that direction, and all the people were shoved to the side. The girl squished together and grumbled about it. Then, the train continued to... Okay. The girl and her parents came home under the sky full of stars with shopping bags in their hands. He unlocked the door, turned the lights on, and then the girl put her bags by the front door and ran into her room. She opened her desk drawer, took something out of her pocket and put it in. She closed the drawer once, but opened it again, and then spread her treasure on the tatami floor. There were the flags of many different countries that came with the kids' meals. The Japanese flag, the American flag, the English flag. Which country was this for? The one with 3 colors. She lined them up as she counted. She counted out loud. Then she danced around happily, for she now had 20 of them. It took her so long to collect that many. It was hard work for this girl, who was so proud of herself for reaching her goal. She worked so hard that there must be something good waiting for her. She made a wish to become happy if she collected 20 of them. Therefore, something wonderful must be waiting to happen. The girl waited excitedly, but soon realized it wasn't a magic lamp, so no genie would be jumping out. Maybe it wouldn't happen that night. Maybe it'd be tomorrow. The girl decided to wait patiently. She accomplished something as great as collecting 20 flags. Surely some wonderful happiness awaited. Surely some wonderful miracle awaited. Or perhaps it might be like a charm, keeping sad misfortunes at bay. The girl put her 20 flags back in the drawer. As she heard her mother tell her to brush her teeth and go to bed, she ran to the bathroom. This is fine, isn't it? It's okay to get a miracle in advance. What should I do next? There are plenty of fragments to play with. What? You want to try too? It's fun. Makes you feel like God. A world with Satoshi or a world where the Sonozaki sisters didn't switch. I wonder what a world with Satoko's parents and Rika's parents alive and well would be like. Oh, how about this? Akasaka gets enticed to the enemy's side by Takano. That sounds interesting. Personally, I'm curious about a world where Takano is madly in love with Tomatake. It'll be fun to match Keiichi with different girls, too. I love drama very, very much. Let's see, what should I do next? I have so many fragments. Hey, do you want some? What kind of world are you going to make? The world of Higurashi When They Cry will move on even without us. There are many dreams, possibilities, and miracles in that world. There are innumerable fragments, all interweaved with one another. I'll show you a small number of those fragments, but it's up to you to play with the rest of them. The world of Higurashi When They Cry is now in your hands. It's a big, wide world full of fragments. They're yours to manipulate. Your dreams, your possibilities, and your miracles are yours to discover. I thank you for joining me on this 4.5-year tale about this world. I thank all those who supported me during this 4.5-year tale about this world. I thank all the characters who brought this 4.5-year tale about this world to life. I thank my family who have given understanding for this work. I thank my coworkers who spared no effort for the sake of this work. I thank my friends who supported me during the creation of this work. And while I am the same person who created this work, I thank this work itself for the unforgettable 4.5 years it's given me. I thank the fact that I've left behind a legacy of the past 4.5 years of work. I thank all those people who sent me emails teaching me the joys of production. And if I may leave you with one more piece, if I leave you with the joy of making a product of your own, I have nothing to show for the 4.5 years I spent in college. I simply spent my days without achieving anything. I left no proof that I was even alive during that time. If you feel that the regret for this was what drove me to make this work, then I think we can meet again as friends. That is why I leave you this message. I look forward to the day we meet, my friend. Ryukishi07. That was a cool send-off. That was a cool send-off. Technically, like I said, I viewed this after everything. It was basically saying there's infinite fragments. And so while this ending is the one I wrote, it's kind of that idea Ryukishi wrote where, like, in the staff room of, like, your ideas are kind of just as valid as mine as to how this work could end, right? And this is just another random idea. What if Takano was on the train and somehow the train didn't crash and Takano just lives a normal, happy life, right? It was just, I mean, that's cool. That's a cool, like, way to kind of tie that in there, right? And kind of open up the idea that there's so many other ways this could go, right? Which, with the amount of extra arcs there are, yeah, that checks out. Well, I guess it's all for this little cut-in that I'm doing here. There's a lot of yapping ahead, I can tell you that. I hope you guys enjoy it. There's a lot of stuff I talk about, my thoughts on this episode, the chapter of the game, my rankings of the chapters, which I could go back and forth on, rankings of characters, stuff like that. Feel free to watch the rest of this video if you're looking forward to that. Yeah, that'll be all for me. Okay. I suppose it's time for the final kind of send-off. Your final thoughts, rather. Thoughts section of the main game. I mean, again, there will still be an episode for Ray. But, I like the first arc, at least. Maybe more. I can't guarantee more. We've got other things I want to get to. Other games to play. So, we'll see how that plays out. But there will definitely be one more episode. So, not the final send-off, but the final for the main game. And so, I'm just going to warn you, this section is going to be really long. Like, really long. I'm going to talk about this episode, what I thought about it, this chapter, what I thought about it, and then this game as a whole and what I thought about it. So let's just start with this episode. I think we need to keep the summary short because this section's already going to be really long. Although I guess this part's going to be so long that it doesn't really matter. This was a good episode overall, right? There were some minor hangups I had with it, but mostly they were minor, right? We continued the 48-hour operation and we began our counterattack. This involved everybody doing something. We had to rescue Tomitake, and so we send a crew of Irie, Shion, Akisaka, and Kasai to the clinic, and all of the kids are in the mountains, and they're just trying to stall the mountain dogs. Right? The kids are doing their job. They're stalling the mountain dogs. The clinic team does their job. They managed to get in. An alarm is sounded, unfortunately, but they managed to get through everything narrowly. Everyone lives. They save Tomitake, and they save Satoshi, right? They get him out of the hospital. Satoshi's still alive, right? Like, what a big moment, right? Like, I'm honestly not that shocked, right? I've been saying for so long that, like, I think it's possible, right? And this chapter specifically, right, I was like, God, I hope it's possible, right? And then when they refused to reveal what happened to him in the fragments, I was like, dude, we're going to get a dramatic moment where we get official confirmation. And at that point, you gotta think he's alive, right? Like, once you've reached that point, right, where it's like, they're gonna do a dramatic reveal about whether he's alive or dead. But it wouldn't be very dramatic if he was just dead, right? Like, so we finally get to see that Satoshi is alive. I wouldn't say and well, but he's alive, right? It's gonna be a while before he can truly, rejoin everyone, but the game suggests he will be able to eventually. The clinic team escapes. They break the blockade, and they call the Bloodhounds who clean everything up. We get another section with Takano where we see, like, one last time, Takano, she's confronted by Oyashiro-sama, right? Hanyu as Oyashiro-sama, that is. And Hanyu basically tells her, look, you don't want to be a god. If you want to be a god, tell yourself right now, and you can be there, right? You can attain godhood, right? You sacrificed, you bore everyone's sins, and if you kill yourself, you're a god, right? Like, I guess, like, that's what it takes to be a god, right? A savior, in a sense. You'd think intentions matter a little bit, but, and that's when Takano really realizes that's not what she wants. She doesn't want to be a god. She wants to be a human, right? Live a life as a normal human. But still, she keeps on fighting, right? Well, she's given an opportunity to get forgiveness. And it just kind of pans, like, to a new scene, and we see Takano hasn't really given up the fight, right? She's not in a position to ask for forgiveness, right? She takes the gun, and she's planning to shoot Mion, but then Hanyu gets in front of that, and she pulls the trigger. She tries to kill Hanyu, right? And Hanyu would be dead if it wasn't for Rika's last miracle, right? The way they worded it was this wasn't a game of old maid, it was an old bachelor. There doesn't have to be a loser, right? Well, an old bachelor, there's something missing, right? Well, Hanyu was that missing piece, right? That missing fragment, that missing card, right? And so they can have that miracle world, and this allows Rika to pull off one miracle as the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, right? She just grabs the bullet out of midair. And with the sound of the shot, Bloodhounds close in on them. And that looks like it's it. Takano's going to be whisked away, never to be seen again, probably rot in a jail cell. Probably die, actually. But Tomitake intervenes, and he doesn't allow this, right? He wants her to be investigated, essentially for having Hinamizawa syndrome, and says that, like, she needs to be cured. And I think it becomes clear that whether she has Hinamizawa syndrome or not doesn't really matter. He's just doing what he can to save Takano when she really, truly needs him, right? At that point, somehow her hand still hadn't been bloodied, right? Somehow, right? And so, well, I wouldn't say she's earned redemption. And that, I mean, they say as much, right? They say as much. You haven't been forgiven, right? Like he forgives you. You're gonna have to ask Hanyu and Rika a lot harder to be forgiven. But Tomitake can forgive you, but you're gonna have to live in a tone to be forgiven. You can't do that by dying, right? And so I think he's gonna try to get her to restart her life as Miyoko Tanashi, right? And presumably together. Which I thought it was like kind of sweet. Look, you can argue she doesn't deserve that, right? And she deserved worse. And I'd hear the arguments. I get it. But I don't know. After everything we've seen of Takano, and even this chapter, she just looked like a scared little girl, right? Like, I don't know. I want things to be normal for Takano, right, as well, right? It seems that's what she finally realized she wanted, you know? I don't know. I kind of draw parallels between, like Rika and Takano, frankly, to a degree, right? Very different, of course. Very different. But they had that childhood snatched away from them, right? I think it's almost like, in a way, Takano almost reminds me of a Rika who was a lot older, if that makes sense, right? And not in terms of personality, nothing like that, but in the sense that they went through horrible things, right? Horrible things, right? Or I guess maybe Satoko, maybe an older Satoko is a better way to put it, right? An older Satoko, right? Who had something to hold on to, right? Something to desperately cling to, right? It'd be like, I mean, give it 20 years, right? And Satoko's trying to carry on some form of legacy of her brother, right? I'm not saying I could see her committing Takano's acts. I don't know. But I think that's kind of the point, is that she's a human figure, right? She's someone who, it's like, if things had gone differently in any number of ways, so many ways, if things had gone differently, Takano could have just been closer to Satoko than what we see, right? She could have been like that normal figure, and she's intended to be that way. And so I'm not upset that they give her this ending, right? At all, really. So I thought the episode as a whole was good. I was so close to tearing up during the Watanagashi segment because I knew that was it, right? That was definitely it. Like, there was no way. I don't know how I didn't, actually. Like, I was seriously, unbelievably close once or twice, as I knew we were getting there. The culmination of a 3.5-year journey, right? I mean, there were definitely times where I didn't know if I'd actually finish this game, but somehow we reached it, and it was a beautiful ending, getting to see the friend group together on the riverbank, right? It was a perfect way to end it. Right? It was a perfect way to end it, especially thematically. So with that, I want to very briefly go back and go to one of my quick saves, the very last one. I want to try to reread the credits thing, now that I'm thinking about it, because I kind of wasn't able to finish that. And we're literally right there, and then jump straight into the credits. I just want to see, like, kind of what that last little bit was saying, because I didn't get to read all of it, unfortunately. This poem is beautiful, by the way. Getting that second stanza, God, man. From now on, I'm going to live a much happier life. I'm not going to compromise with just this or retrieve all the happiness that we missed. 100 years for me, 1,000 years worth for you. It just... The second stanza is fantastic. Alright, come on. I just want to read this section. Okay, I might just have to take screenshots of it. That's actually probably the best thing I can do here. I do hate that Nomura just gets off scot-fucking-free, it seems. I hope in the epilogue, in Rei, it's somehow, like, revealed that... somehow they were caught. Regarding the coup d'etat of the Irie Institute background, one of the responsibilities of the Irie Institute hereafter, the Institute was the administration of Emergency Manual Number 34. Certain personnel, however, conspired to execute the manual under false circumstances and accepted bribes to do so. These individuals include the Institute Subdirector Mio Takano and First Lieutenant Okanogi. Response: authorities at the Institute were detained immediately. An emergency response unit was sent to attack the Institute and detained all inside. The workers at the Institute all surrendered and were promptly secured by headquarters. Regarding the commissioned officers and commanders of the Irie Institute, Lieutenant Colonel Irie, Director. This inquiry committee has confirmed that the Lieutenant Colonel has nothing to do with this incident. However, due to his responsibility as a supervisor of the Institute, he was handed over to the disciplinary committee, which removed him from his official capacity as a director. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate that he still technically got punished, but I guess you can't evade all blame. However, he was instructed to remain in a leadership position in order to take care of what business remained. Major Takano, Subdirector. It is the Inquiry Committee's conclusion that the Major was the ringleader of this incident, and they are continuing to investigate her background, and that's crossed out. So they're not investigating her background anymore. Additionally, according to tests run on the Major, she is infected with Hinamizawa syndrome, and her condition has become severe. Therefore, it is possible that she cannot be held accountable for her actions at the time of the incident. The Major remains at the Institute and is being treated to prevent her symptoms from reaching the terminal stage. When she's recovered sufficiently to be moved, she'll be handed over to the disciplinary committee. First Lieutenant Okanogi. It is the Inquiry Committee's conclusion that the First Lieutenant was an accomplice in this incident. Furthermore, the investigation department claims that he accepted bribes from Major Takano for this purpose. That said, there remain many suspicious elements in his background, and the department is continuing their investigation, and that part is all crossed out. The disciplinary committee, meanwhile, has decided to bargain with the First Lieutenant, as he's been freely willing to hand over information and has contributed greatly to the investigation of this case. Regarding the Irie Institute, as for the original plan, the research project on Hinamizawa will conclude within 3 years. A new director has been sent from headquarters, and it has been decided that the previous director will continue his research duties under the new director's supervision. So Irie is still doing his research, just under someone else's orders. If Nomura has somehow become the director, I'm going to lose my lid. After the Hinamizawa syndrome is fully exterminated, the underground research area will be shut down and the building above sold to a private party. According to Lieutenant Colonel Irie's contract, he's entitled to priority treatment during these negotiations. So essentially, he's going to be able to buy the Irie clinic and just run it as a private practice rather than as a research institute. Crossed out, all of this is crossed out. Additional information. Some members of the Inquiry Committee have raised concerns about the management of this investigation. It is the writer's personal opinion that we should consider the importance of this incident and select more suitable candidates for the committee so as to verify this matter from a different angle. And that's all crossed out. Is this acceptable? This part is not crossed out, to be clear. Is this acceptable? If I may obtain your approval, I will report to your residence tomorrow evening. Nomura. So it seems like Nomura had a role in sweeping this under the rug, unfortunately. Which, I mean, definitely not something we wanted to see, but I can't say that I'm shocked that they're going to be able to just sweep this under the rug, you know? So, let's talk about the chapter as a whole, now that we've really gone over the episode and the ending. I thought this was a good chapter. This was a very unique chapter, in that it had the 4, like, way back segments from Takano's backstory. Some of them were a little before the game, or like the curse killings start. It's funny calling them the curse killings still, when there really wasn't any curse killings. But, you know, the first year before that, Watsunagachi killing. And sorry, easy to get lost in thought right now. So that section of Takano's backstory, I thought was fantastic. That whole section was really good. I really enjoyed Takano's backstory, and that's a big part of what elevates Chapter 8 so much, in my opinion. If Takano was just a literal comic book villain, I don't know if this chapter would have worked quite as well. I think it still would have mostly done its job, right? They could have avoided giving Takano that backstory, right? And they could have just had it be Operation 48 Hours, right? For the 48-hour operation, and I think it still would have mostly worked. But I think it just adds so much to it that Takano is someone that they humanize, right? She's not some demon, some scum of the earth, right? She does terrible things, right? But, like, she's a person who's fundamentally deeply hurt, right? And that's what kind of led her to being manipulated and being willing to do something like this, because she believes that this is her life's purpose, right? Because of the things she's gone through. She believes that this is the only way to fulfill her life's purpose, which was originally, like, innocuous, right? And warped into this. There is the possibility of her having Hinamizawa syndrome. I think it's possible, especially with the scratching. But I feel like it wasn't, like, as much on her neck. I mean, it was all on, like, her arms. I think it was just a stress response thing. I don't know if she had Hinamizawa syndrome, right? I think it's, like, not unreasonable to say she did, given that she lived in Hinamizawa, right? Given everything that ends up happening, right? And the length she's willing to go to, but, like, I don't know that they, like, clearly established, like, I guess, like, paranoia and stuff like that, right? Like, I kind of don't think she had it. If she did, I wouldn't be terribly shocked. I don't know if there's, like, a consensus on this, or if it's answered within the, like, the Ray arcs. I think this was just Tomotake's Hail Mary to try to save her somehow, right? Like, I don't think she can be fully absolved of her actions just by saying, she had the Hinamizawa syndrome, damn, that's tough, right? Like, I don't think it's that simple, right? Sure, like, the investigation report said she did. It did. But also, that investigation report was clearly trying to sweep things under the rug, and saying that, like, she had Hinamizawa syndrome and went crazy and was just kind of doing things herself would kind of assist in that, right? I mean, who ran the tests? Urie and Tomotake? They could have easily communicated and been like, look, we don't want to hand her over, right? Like, she had Hinamizawa syndrome. Clear? Right? And I don't think that's that unreasonable, right? Like, I suppose to a degree, it doesn't really matter whether or not she has it. It's kind of interesting to think about. But the point is, really, I think her whole backstory adds so much to this chapter, right? Then we have the connecting fragment section, which was super interesting. It was super unique compared to how the rest of the game is played. And we got to see so much lore information that I was like, I would love to see how this actually played out. right? A lot of these things, and we got to finally see that, right? Like, how did the Hojo and Sonozaki feud start, right? How did, like, what was the truth behind some of these killings, right? Like, all this information, right? What was going on behind the scenes in the Institute, right? So much stuff, right? That, I mean, we never would have gotten to see if it wasn't for a section like this. And that was super cool. It was pretty long. You could argue it was too long, but I enjoyed my time with it, so I don't care if it was, like, really long, arguably too long. I thought it was a fun section. The gameplay of it and going kind of in order was nice. It was cool. And like I said, it was just nice to get to see all of these, like, lore details, rather than leaving them shrouded in complete mystery, right? Or having to jam the answers to them into a huge, like, text dump within the chapter itself, which this essentially was a big text dump, I guess, but it was done in a unique way, so honestly, kudos, right? You could have done a giant text dump in a really boring way, and just had Irie, like, explain everything that ever happened for, like, 2 straight hours, and that still wouldn't be enough, mind you, right? It'd have to cut a lot of what we saw, right? And so I kind of like the connecting fragment section. The last section, I would argue the last section is kind of, at times, the weakest, right? There are just moments where I was like, this is so ridiculous, right? It's not that I wanted the game to end differently. Thematically, the way the game made sense, right? But it's also so hard to, like, genuinely sit here and be like, yeah, I think these kids could take on an entire company of trained military adult men. I could see that, right? 0 casualties on either side, right? They didn't kill a single person, right? And I'm like, okay, that's a little ridiculous, right? There wasn't even a single, like person who had to die to further things. I understand that's not what the ending was going for, right? The whole point was to get that perfect world. It's just crazy to me. We didn't even kill any of the enemies, right? Again, that's also kind of the point, right? We're talking about things like, I mean, when they mentioned things like, I don't know, how to word this, in the staff room, like, condemning, like, the villain is still condemning someone, right? Like, killing the villain is still killing someone, right? It's condemning them, and it's not a perfect world, right? I guess at that point, right? Like, if you're playing the role of God and killing someone, right? Like, I guess even when you literally have God on your side, right? Like, that's just not what the game was meant to be. And so I'm like, I can forgive it, but I can still also acknowledge that it was really cheesy, in that sense, that everything went perfect. There were 0 casualties. Okay, I mean, I guess not everything went literally perfect, but everything ended perfect with 0 casualties either side, which is certainly a little hard to swallow, if that makes sense. But I think it works with what the game wanted to be, and so I can forgive it. So, point is, I'm like, it's not like the best ending to a game I've ever seen, but it worked well. It doesn't ruin anything that came before it. It doesn't even ruin its own chapter. It's fine. It does its job, right? And thematically, it works, right? And I mean, because of how much it ties in thematically, it kind of elevates the game in some ways. It's just, again, it's also so hard to accept at the same time. I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of a sucker for a tragedy, so it literally, like, flawless, perfect happy ending. I'm like, what? Like, how did this happen? Right? But overall, I still really enjoyed the chapter. But let's talk about the game as a whole. This game is so fucking good. I think that's obvious to anyone who's watched this LP and who watched me come back to this after 2 years, because I enjoyed the premise of this game that much, right? It really was not like I didn't like Higurashi thing, and that's why I stopped playing, right? I hope that's obvious to anybody who somehow made it through that whole break, right? And I went through and looked at some of my comments. Some of you commenters, some of the people who still regularly commented on the very first video 3 years ago. right? And to you guys, I appreciate the hell out of you, first of all, for managing to put up with my terrible scheduling, right? Like, we could have been done with this game. We could be done with Umineko, right? And Fate, right? If I had not taken a damn 2-year break, right? And this isn't like the time to lament that. But this is kind of a major shout out to you guys, first of all, right? But also to kind of say that, like, the break was never because I didn't like the game. And I hope that was obvious, right? For those of you who saw this, like, in real time, right? Definitely some external factors there, right? And I came back to this game, and it's been so fucking good ever since, right? And before, to be clear, and before, right? This game, it's like, it's so good in so many different ways. It's the first 3 chapters tell the most compelling mystery setup that I have ever read, right? Without a doubt, it's the most compelling mystery setup I've ever read. I'm not gonna claim that I'm the master of mysteries, right? I haven't read a million mystery novels or visual novels. I've read a few, you know. I've read Eye of the Somnium Files. I don't know that I'd call Steins Gate a mystery, frankly. Danganronpa is a mystery, but not in that sense. I mean, like, I played Ace Attorney. I mean, they have overarching mysteries, so I guess kind of. But their mystery setup is never as interesting as this game's is. Never at any point. There was no game that made me sit down and just solve things like this one did, right? Some of you guys might remember that. I took a damn month or 2 off, partially because I was moving, first of all. I will say that, right? I was moving in the middle of this. Back to this house, which, by the way, the house and the room that I started this series in. It's crazy that this series has lasted so long. I'm sorry, I'm back on this, but I was in this house. I moved out for 2 years, came back, and it still took me a year to finish the game, right? Just over a year and 2 months, right? Point is, though, what I was getting at is, during this time, I spent like 2 months just like legitimately going back through all the question arcs, reviewing everything, right? Theorizing, right? And taking my time, right? Was that great from a YouTube perspective? Debatably no. Debatably yes, actually, but debatably no. It took me so long in that break, but I don't really care, because I had so much fun solving this game's mysteries. The mysteries that this world sets out, they feel so attainable, right? If you really spend the time to look at it. Some of them, no, there's no way you can get some of the details, right? But the big picture stuff, a lot of it you can get, right? And you can see that because I got a lot of them, right? I didn't get everything, right? Now you're officially allowed to make fun of me for the things I was wrong about. And please feel free to. I haven't rewatched this series in ages. Some of you guys are probably more fresh on what my takes were than I am, right? If there's anything that was so ridiculously wrong, honestly, like, please leave it in the comments so we can laugh at this together at this point, right? Even, especially if you can reference where it was in the series. God, I would love that. Some of my most ridiculous takes. But that's part of the fun of a mystery game, right? And this game does such a good job at setting up those mysteries, really engrossing you in this world, and making you believe, like, how crazy everything is, right? And Chapter 4 comes around, and it starts to feel a little more human, right? Chapter 5 comes around, that's where things start to kind of flip on their head, right? We see that it's human. We see that it's Shion. But is that Shion? Right? And there's something inside of her so, like, that's affecting her so badly that it starts to become clear. In Chapter 6, that's when everything starts to become more and more human, right? And that's gradually how the game becomes. The game gradually changes from about being mysteries to about, and I'd say even Chapter 5 is part of the mystery, right? It's much more answer focused, but it's part of the mystery. And Chapter 6 through 8 are where this game really is like, you know what, like, we've been establishing some themes. There are things we've set up, right? And it doesn't feel like Chapter 6 is where they were like, dude, we need to add themes to this game, right? It feels like they intentionally, obviously, right, like, set this up in a way that it would culminate here, right? And so Chapter 6 was the first one that was really focused thematically, I felt, right? Again, that's not to say the other chapters didn't have themes. That's not, again, I didn't say that yet. I was going to say something else. That's not to say that the other chapters didn't have themes, but, like, Chapter 5 doesn't feel quite as strong thematically, I suppose, as, like, Chapter 6 does, right? Or Chapter 7 or Chapter 8, right? It has its own themes going on, especially Chapter 5, right? But the other ones, really, the themes are kind of like in your face in a way that I'm not going to say is bad. I don't think they overdo it. Sometimes games get a little preachy with their themes. I'm looking at you, Danganronpa. I'm looking at you, right? I love Danganronpa, but holy shit, man. When those themes come around, when they really reveal what this game was about thematically, they won't shut up about them, right? If you've ever played Danganronpa, you know what I mean. You absolutely know what I mean, right? Let's just say there's a reason that some of the very few Japanese words I know are hope, despair, and then future, and then, what is it, past? I think past. There's a reason those are the ones I know, right? I guess I technically just spoiled that game thematically a little bit. Maybe I should cut that out. I don't know. I don't think it's that important, or that big of a deal. If I maybe kind of said what the themes of the game are. Either way, point is, some games get really preachy about this stuff, and Higurashi was close. It was really close to getting a little too preachy. And at times, it literally was preachy, because of how religious they all were, right? At times, it was definitely a little preachy, but I think overall it was fine, right? And I thought the themes worked. I thought they fit what the game was. It made sense as a way to tie everything together. That's a big deal, right? It's difficult to do something like that in a work like this, right? I thought it worked out well, really well. And so every chapter has something to enjoy, right? Like, because of this, right? Seriously, there's not a single bum chapter in this game. The closest is Chapter 4. I'm not going to act like Chapter 4 is my favorite work of fiction ever, but, like, it's not that bad, right? It's fine, right? None of the other chapters, like, I don't dislike any of them, right? Every chapter in this game presents its own unique scenario and unique, like, setup and often theme and, like, all of this stuff, and it executes them so well, right? It was such a great experience. I love this game. So here's where we talk about the fun part. What's my ranking of the game? All time, where do I put this game? Fun things like, you know, my chapter rankings, my character rankings. We'll try to talk about some of this. Where do I give this game on a number scale? I mean, it's easily either a 9 or a 10. I just don't know which it is. Because one of the few cons I have for this game, there's two major cons, I think. One of them is that this game's way too sus sometimes. Right? Like, there are times where I'm like, really? Do we need to include this? Like, and it's not like that big of a deal, but it happened enough that I'm like, I would have preferred if the game didn't have some of those. But most of the time, that's not that bad, right? And it's fine. I'd say the actual biggest hang-up, and the only reason that I'm not 100% sure if I can give this game a 10, is the pacing at times, right? This is a problem with the fact that the game is constantly... I don't know if you can fix this issue without... like, within the bounds of the constant chapter and scenario resets, right? How do you establish Chapter 2, or Chapter 3, or 5, or 6, or 7, without a long period at the beginning where it's, like, kind of setting things up, right? That period is usually the least interesting part of the game, but I think periods like this are important, right? Otherwise, you might not get as attached to everyone, and in this game, it was important that you were attached to everyone, right? So that the final operation, like, you want it to succeed. You don't want to lose anyone, right? It's absolutely not something that can happen. You've built these bonds. You feel what Rika feels, right? And her determination not to lose any of her dear friends, right? And so, I don't know that I could say I legitimately want them to cut it, right? Sometimes in a game, there's a section that you don't love, but also it'd be worse without it, right? Could this game have trimmed some of the fat? Yes. it could have, right? I would have still absolutely cheered in the end for everyone if they trimmed some of these excess scenes, right? Like, but I don't know. I don't know how much I'd want them to cut, but I think they probably could have cut a bit, right? And made things really start to like become each chapter kind of come into its own a little quicker than they do. It's genuinely, that's my biggest complaint to the game, and frankly, I think that's my biggest complaint with every visual novel that I've like ever played. Not always true. Sometimes there are real fundamental issues with the game, right? In the story, which is obviously a big thing in a visual novel, right? Sometimes you have legitimate fundamental issues like that. But very frequently, my complaint is pacing, right? And even my favorite VNs of all time, I look back at them now and I'm like, there are moments I'm like, they could have made the pacing better here, right? Steins Gate, that whole section at the beginning of the game, right, until damn near halfway through, or maybe a third through in the VN. If you've played Steins Gate, you probably know the point I'm talking about, where things start to get really interesting. I enjoyed everything before that for the most part, but wow, did it drag, right? I remember there were points in Fate Stay Night where I'm like, look, I enjoy these fun scenes to a degree, but wow, does it drag, right? Like, when you know things are going to be, like, it's going to be a drama eventually, those calm scenes are sometimes hard to sit through, right? It's hard to be like, man, that was a nice fun scene of the gang doing a club activity. I'm so excited for the next episode to be the same thing, right? You know what I mean? Right? Like, again, this isn't like, I don't think it ruined the game. Because at worst, it brings this game down to a 9 for me. At worst, right? I'm trying to be a little more critical than I normally am. I'm normally really terrible about being critical. Like, especially this short after I finished a game. It's so easy for me to just say 10 out of 10 and move on, right? So I'm trying to be a little more critical than normal. Because I just realized I've done 3 LPs, or 4 LPs on this channel, I believe. I've given 3 of the games a 10 out of 10. If I give this one a 10 out of 10. Right? And I'm like, okay, they can't all be 10s, right? Like, you know, they can't all be 10s, but at the same time, I've been playing such good games that I don't think I need to dip much further than that, right? So, where would I place it ultimately on a number scale? Anywhere from a 9 to a 10. We can maybe say a 9.5. Honestly, fuck it. I can say 10 for Higu. Like, I feel like I could, right? So, number scales are imperfect, right? So, I could go between a 9.5 or a 10, right? Either of those I would be fine with, I think, ultimately. There's so much I loved about this game. I think I'd probably go 9.5 if you really forced me to pick one. Just because I think this game has enough flaws, like, pacing-wise, and then like I was kind of saying earlier, right, about, like, the ending is a little cheesy. Not in a bad way, but, like, necessarily, but in a, like, okay, this wasn't, like, the greatest ending I've ever seen way. It doesn't really elevate the game that much more. I think, again, the themes work. I don't want to harp too much more on the themes, and I thought it worked with Chapter 8, so I was fine with it, but, like, it's still kind of cheesy. And thematically, the last 3 chapters at times end up being, especially the last 2, I think, end up being a little cheesy. Again, that doesn't make something bad, but, like, and I think the themes are still good, but the level of power of friendship that this game uses maybe knocks it down a little bit for me. Like, just a little bit, right? But, like I said, 9.5 out of 10, like, at worst for me. There are 2, if we go on to the, like, kind of the next thing I was thinking about talking about was, where do I rank this in my all-time games? It's top 2. It's either this game or Fate Stay Night. It's been long enough since I played Fate Stay Night. It's honestly really hard for me to say, because I don't remember the finer points of Fate Stay Night. I don't, right? That's why I'm rewatching it, right? Because I'm trying to play the sequel in, like, February, and I don't fucking remember anything besides huge plot points and what the basic themes were, right? I don't even remember a lot of the lower, like the mid-level stuff, right? Let alone the finer details, right, of characterization, stuff like that. And that's the game I'm competing with, really. It's hard for me to decide between those two games. So I think right now, I don't think it's unreasonable to put it as my favorite, right? But I wouldn't be shocked if, as I review more Fate, I'm like, yeah, okay, I liked Fate a little more. Fate Stay Night, that is, to be clear. I could go either way. I loved Higurashi, man. I really did. Like I said, bare minimum, it's top 2. And some of the other games I've got up there, if you guys are curious, like Persona 5 Royal, great game. Nier Automata. What the hell else is up there? Those are some of the games up there. That's what's important. Steins Gate. But they're all great games, right? And so to be above even all of those, no matter what, whether I put it above Fate Stay Night or not, I can tell you it's in elite company, right? Games that when I finished them, the only thing I had to say was this is a 10 out of a 10, right? I told you I'm really bad about giving games 10 out of 10s, like way too frequently. I gave every single one of those games a 10 out of 10, when all of them have flaws that can bring them down to like a 9 or 9.5. If we're being a little more critical, I'm just not very critical when I finish a game. I have crazy recency bias, so that's why I'm trying to avoid that. I could definitely put Higurashi as my favorite game ever, though. Like, and I don't think it would upset me in the slightest, right? To do so. So I'm not upset. I wouldn't be upset about that. Next, let's talk kind of favorites. I know I want to be clear. I'm not talking about anything important at this point. If you don't want to watch this section, thank you for watching. I appreciate all the time you spent on this Let's Play to have reached this point. I'm just kind of having fun before the final send-off of Chapter 8. Kind of talking about stuff that some of you guys might find fun. Because it kind of plays into my whole thoughts about the series as a whole. Right? My favorite characters in the series, fundamentally, I have to tell you why. Right? And so it kind of talks about my thoughts on the series as a whole. So I think it's interesting, but if you don't, that's fine, right? Nothing important left to be summarized to a degree at this point. Favorite characters. So I've got a clear top 5. I think I mentioned this in the last episode. And that is the Sonozaki twins, Keiichi, Rika, and Takano. How do I rank them? That's difficult. That's so difficult. Because even the worst character there is a good character. And in a lot of games, even my least favorite character here would be in my, top 2, right? Arguably my favorite. Honestly, I think my least favorite of the top 5 is Keiichi. Which is crazy to say. Crazy to say. I like Keiichi, right? I think he's a fun character. The way he can manipulate words is so fun to watch. The way he can get so laser focused on his goals is awesome. I loved his roles in chapters 1 through 3, right? In the question arcs, right? I loved the role he played. And so putting him that low feels insane. Because Higurashi does not work without Keiichi. It doesn't. It fundamentally does not work if you don't have someone like Keiichi who is new to the universe, right? Who is able to easily catch Hinamizawa syndrome and be an unreliable narrator, right? To be fair, that last part could have technically happened to any narrator, and we see that. We see that in chapters 5 and 6. But still, fundamentally, we see everything through Keiichi's eyes. And so the way chapters 1 and 3 in particular play out, which are great chapters, a lot of that is on Keiichi, right? So it's hard to put him this low. But I don't know. All the other characters, I love them so much that it just feels like he has to be 5th. It's not a knock against him. It's just I don't know where else I'd put him. I think next is probably either Rika or Mion. I guess that spoils the top 2, huh? Next is probably either Rika or Mion. I think I'm gonna go with Mion in 4th. I like Mion a lot. I actually want to put her higher. The thing is, funny enough, I feel like she's the main character, the main characters who got the least relevant plot time, right? Does that make sense? It doesn't feel like beyond chapter 8 she kind of has one, but she never really has her own arc. She's just often entangled in others. She's like the side character who's always there, but never gets their own arc. If she had gotten her own arc that matches any of the characters above her, she'd be in first place, straight up. She would be, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid and I'm missing something, right? But it feels like a lot of her story importance straight up got taken by Shion, right? And so that lowers her story importance a lot. And so I talked a lot about the kind of the why she's as low as she is, but oh my god, despite all this, she's so fucking fun, right? All of her club moments, she's such a fun character to be around and have on screen. In the more serious moments, you love her determination. You love how serious she gets and how distraught she gets, right? Moments like her in the tunnel this chapter, moments like her at the end of chapter 5, like talking with Shion, right? Bargaining with Shion, trying to right the ship, right? These happen in every chapter, and that's why I say she has a lot of small moments rather than a few big ones, right? It's an alternate approach, but I think I would have liked her to have another big moment, right? Or just some kind of arc to herself, which, like, again, she kind of gets at this chapter, to a degree, but still, it doesn't feel like the chapter was about her, right? You know? That's just not how it felt in the end. So I want to put her higher because just because of how fun she is, but I don't know. I kind of can't. So 3, we're gonna go with Rika. This game obviously, fundamentally, does not work without Rika, because that's how the chapter system worked out, right? That's how we get chapters and we get the ending that we want, right? Rika's whole story is so good. Rika's almost like the opposite of Mion for me. I have a friend who's going to kill me for this. Her personality, most of the time, like the one that she forces, like the cutesy one, I could take it or leave it. It's not my favorite character archetype. Like, calm down, Ira. Calm down, Rika fans. I'm sorry, right? Just not my thing, for the most part, right? She's fun at times. I enjoyed her presence. I'm not saying the game would be better off without her. Or the game would be better if she had a different personality. I'm not saying that, right? Just not my favorite. But her story is so good, right? Her story is so good that arguably I should actually have put her in 2 in retrospect. We might retcon that. For now, we'll just keep talking about Rika. Her story is so good, right? Being stuck in this loop, right? Desperately trying to find the one world where she gets to live her normal life, right? It's such, you can boil it down so simply, and it becomes such a compelling concept. And then you add in the layers from like chapters 6, 7, and 8, right? Of like mostly 7. Of like, it's been so long, she's kind of given up. She's just, things will work out or they won't. You can't change fate. I've given up, right? And this is part of where Keiichi comes in, and she really is pushed by him to realize that you can change fate if you work together, right? If everyone works together, we can find the miracle that we want through hard work, right? And so you have even that layer to it, and it's fantastic, right? I absolutely loved it. Her story is so good. I'm gonna make some people really mad at me for what I'm about to say, because of what it implies next. My number 2, and this might actually be my number 3, I'll decide if I'm switching it or not next, is Mio Takano. So you can now guess who my number 1 is. I know at least one person who's going to be really pissed at me. I'm sorry. But, number 2, Takano. Her backstory is so good, right? Her backstory is so good. Her involvement in the story is so good, right? Her personality is fun too, right? Like, it just all around, Takano is so good, right? Just wow, like everything with her, right? She's probably top 2 villains in any medium I've ever seen, for me personally. The other pick, I think, the other picks for my top 3 are the last villain of Persona 5 Royal, and then the last villain of Fate's Stay Night. I will say no more. If you know who they are, you know who they are, and you probably know why I like them, right? But for me, that's elite company, right? She's so good in that role. Her backstory adds so much of a human element to her, right? And I've already talked about all of this, so I don't think I need to talk that much about Takano. I've talked so much about her and how much she elevates Chapter 8 because of everything. But even in the early chapters, she's a fun character, right? I wouldn't call her a favorite, right? But she's fun, right? The horror story she tells, she just seems like this innocent kind of person who's just trying to spook the kids, right? But that's not really obviously true, of course. But she just kind of has it all in that sense, right? She does everything right. And so I enjoy her a lot. I could easily swap her and Rika. A lot of the top 5 is fluid. I could change it a lot. Like I said, I want to put Mion higher. I want to put everyone higher. It's just one of these games where the top 5 characters are most games top 1, in my opinion, right? Most game, like, seriously, Keiichi is my least favorite of the top 5. How? How is that possible? That seems insane, right? Like, knowing like how great Keiichi is, how like even not in his own chapters, he's such a strong force, and he's my least favorite of the 5. And I'm like, I don't think I'd change it, but it feels so wrong to put him at 5. So like, no matter where I put everyone, it's gonna feel like they're too low. But at the end of the day, you have like a game like this has a lot of characters with good depth, and a top 5 might be difficult, but you gotta make it. You know, well, you don't have to, I guess. But if you're trying to make one, it's gonna be difficult. You know. But this brings us to number 1, and that is, yes, Shion Sonozaki. If that wasn't obvious based on how much I was freaking out about the possibility of her not being included in this chapter, when I thought she was dead, I was like, oh my god. Like, I was losing my mind. I really like Shion Sonozaki. She's just a blast every time she's on screen. She's similar to Mion in that way. Right, she's very similar to Mion in that way. She's just so fun every time she's on screen, and I love Chapter 5 so much. Right, it doesn't tie super well in with the rest of the answer arcs. It feels very independent of the rest of them, in fact. But wow, I love Chapter 5. I talked about this before. I thought it was a fantastic chapter. I love the kind of tragic character like that, who in a different world could be a hero. Could be like a good person, but something they can't, like, some tragedy occurs to them and they can't get over it, and that is the perfect description of Shion and Takano. And that's part of why I love Shion's story so much. And so I love Chapter 5 so much. So I love her story involvement in chapters 2/5. I enjoyed her story involvement in Chapter 8. I always am so, like, every time she's on screen, I feel like I'm always laughing or smiling, right? And so, like, I just enjoy her a lot in that sense. Like, it kind of reminds me of, like, the dynamic from my favorites in Fate Stay Night, right? My favorite character in Fate Stay Night is Tosaka Rin, right? And I'm not going to go too in-depth here. Some of you guys might not have even seen the game, so I'm not going to spoil the game for you. But she's another character who's just so fun every time she's on screen, right? It feels like she's so fun to have on screen, but also has a great story, right? And it's just the best of both worlds, right? And characters like that are hard to come by, right? So, like, for me, it's like, let's say Keiichi's personality, maybe I've got it at like an 8 out of 10. His story involvement, like a 10 out of 10. Mion, her personality is like a 10 out of 10. Her story involvement is like a 7 or 8 out of 10, right? Rika, I'll say maybe again like 10-8. Takano is like also 10-8 maybe, right? Whereas Shion is 9-9 or 9-10, right? Or even 10-10, but maybe that's like a little much. And that's also a Naruto character. So like on it, like overall, I think Shion's my favorite just because of how much I like her overall, right? In a lot of ways. So I guess I hope those thoughts were interesting to you. Now let's talk about the chapters of the game. dear God, how do I rank the chapters? Let's start with the easiest one. The least favorite chapter is chapter 4. That's not because it's a bad chapter, but it's a relatively simple one. It's a short one. It doesn't involve many characters. The plot is fairly simple, but it's important. It's very important that this chapter happens. It establishes that connection between Oishi and the construction foreman, which motivates a lot of his character. We get to see Akasaka for the first time, of course. We see the promise that is made. We start to see everything that's going on with Rika, which is very important. If you don't have that context, good luck solving this game. Good luck. And so I still really appreciate it for what it was. But I'm going to put it down there an 8. Oh, dear God. How do I rank after that? It's actually so insanely difficult. Goodness gracious. There's so many chapters I could put down here. This feels crazy, but I have to eventually. I feel like it might be one of chapter 3 or chapter 7, which seems so insane to me. It seems so insane to me, but I like every other chapter at least like as a 9 out of 10 like rating, right? It's literally just minor things like the pacing, right? You know, like, and like in chapters 3 and chapter 7, they have points where I remember being like, this is dragging, dude. This is dragging, right? So honestly, I think I'm gonna put chapter 3 there. Is that crazy? I feel like I might completely change this ranking at some point. I haven't put too much thought into this. I think I'm gonna put chapter 3 there because I feel like before the last like 2 episodes, that chapter was like okay, you know, and then it was like, whoa, holy shit, we went to 100. Okay, we went beyond 100. We're going 120, right? Like, that's how I remember chapter 3, and I really enjoyed that. That ending was so good, but like the parts before it were like not as great. I enjoyed like the Satoko storyline, but I don't think I enjoyed it as much as a lot of the other character storylines, and the intrigue wasn't quite as great to me. It was literally just the ending was so good. And on a similar note, I think I'm gonna go with chapter 7, which was kind of similar, right? It follows that same Satoko storyline, which I like, but isn't like my favorite ever. And also was another one that like really at the end is when like things really pick up, right? A lot of the beginning is just kind of like, it's fine. The very beginning was solid. The first episode or so I think was good. And then we have like a few episodes in a row that I'm like, kind of mid, right? Not mid. Yeah, that's a strong way to put it, but like, it didn't leave me feeling like, holy shit, I need to play the next episode, right? Like, after the first day of the consultation center, I wasn't like, yes, I need to see the second. And after the second, I wasn't like, yes, I need to see another. You know what I mean? Like, kind of dragged a little bit, right? So I'm going to put 7 there. So 4, 3, 7 in reverse order so far. I might put chapter 8 next. That might be hating. That might be kind of hating. I don't know. I don't know that I can put it in the bottom half. But just for the sake of, I need to have some answer, I think I'm going to do it. I like Takuma's backstory a lot. I think it adds a lot to the game. But one, this chapter was long as shit, right? And the fragment section in particular, I liked it, but at times you're sitting there like, holy shit, I still have 30 more? I still have how many more? Right? In all fairness, not knowing that the last 8 are actually pretty short, right? But like, there were just points where I was like, okay, it's kind of dragging a little bit, right? Like, it's taking a while. There were a lot of interesting revelations there. So I liked that section, but also, like I said, I thought the ending was a little cheesy. And so I don't know that I can quite rank it above the other chapters, and it just barely misses the cut for me as like top half, I think. God, I hate putting chapter 3 as low as I did, because that chapter in the moment was actual insanity, right? I think next up I'm gonna put I don't know. I kind of hate. I really dislike how low I put chapter 3, but like I said, we're just kind of talking. This is honestly more into my actual thoughts on each chapter as a whole, rather than them it specifically being about them ranked against each other. If that makes sense, it's kind of an excuse to just talk about my thoughts on each chapter. Next up, it's either chapter 2 or chapter 6. I think I'm gonna go chapter 6. It kind of feels like I'm hating on the answer arcs, low key. But I swear I'm not. Like, I liked the answer arcs a lot. I don't know if as a whole I like them more than the question arcs. They feel very different, right? Like, I kind of said this already, but like the first one, like the question arcs are all about establishing the mystery, and I love that mystery vibe. I like the vibe that we get a lot after too, but I might like the question arcs a little more than the answer arcs as a whole. I think the answer arcs had a lot stronger like of thematic writing and character writing in times, right? I don't even think I can say at times, just basically in general, like that side of things was done a lot better. But the vibe of the first 3 chapters, no one would play Higurashi if that vibe did not pull you in. I'm not gonna get all the way to the question arcs if I didn't love the vibe of the first 3 chapters, you know? So it's kind of difficult. I don't know which of the 2 I like more as a whole. That's so tough. But I think for now I'm gonna put. Did I say chapter 6? I'm changing my mind. It's chapter 2. Chapter 2 is in 4th place. Chapter 2 was a really good chapter. I loved those kind of horror vibes as people slowly kind of drop around you. And Keiichi and Shion, you know? It was Shion, and then disguised as Mion, you know? But Keiichi and, I'm putting this in parentheses, Shion, were so scared, but it was actually Shion, by the way. We're so scared of this idea that they were going to be pulled in by the curse. They were so adamant on this, right? And things are just going crazy. The horror vibes, I think, are the first 2 chapters, I would argue, and then chapter 5 is when I think the horror vibes are at their peak, right, for this game, right? For me, chapter 2 spends so long where you're like, holy shit, like, are we gonna die? Like, at any given point, are we going to get killed? Is Keiichi right? Is like Shion right to be concerned? Right? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't like, and that was just so good. I love that vibe so much. That is hard. It's hard for me to put it as low as I did. I want to put it higher, but you got to rank them against each other somehow. To be clear, if this was a tier list, I think everything above chapter 4 is like A tier, right? We're splitting hairs here. We're talking like A minus, A plus, S minus, S plus type deal, right? That's how we're splitting hairs here, right? And so I could easily change the rankings of these chapters so much. There is not a chapter in this game that I hate, right? I love them all. I can already tell you, I know what my favorite chapter is. You can probably guess what it is at this point. But like, we're really splitting hairs because I loved chapter 2, and so to put it this low feels terrible for me. I do feel like I remember the setup for it being a little long, but still. And that's going to be the same thing of our next chapter. Actually, basically all of the chapters kind of felt this way, but I know this was true of chapter 6, which I'm going to put in 3rd place. Chapter 6, that beginning was slow as hell, with the water gun fight that took like an entire episode, mind you. Like, that was such a long sequence. Let me, that's when I can kind of easily go back to. I took a break in the middle of that damn chapter to play Last Defense Academy. What is wrong with me? Why did I do that? Well, okay, looking at it, maybe it didn't really take as long as I made it out to be, or like made it out to really pick up. We start to see the drama with, wow, I haven't seen that in a while. With Rina, we'll see Rika have a confrontation with Rina in the junkyard. Oh, that description is wrong. That's supposed to say Rena, not Rika. Oops. Sorry, I'm looking on my second monitor at the list of videos to kind of remember the plot a little bit. But like the whole like Rena thing and then Rena killing, this was all like fascinating. It was super. I thought it was really well written. And then we get into the junkyard scene, and I'm like, holy shit, that was amazing. And then everything after that, with like, we're starting to really see Rika's motivations. We start to see Rena go through Takano's scrapbook. We see some cool moments, like Keiichi starting to get his memories. Everything's starting to come together. And I think that's a bit of why I put it above Chapter 2. This is when things feel like, oh, I see how this game is coming together now. Right? I'm starting to get the picture. Right? That's when we start to really get the picture, is Chapter 6. So in second place, I'm going to put Chapter 1. So based on my complaints about pacing, being the thing that most often I was like, I didn't love this part of this chapter, you might be like, how the hell do you go with Chapter 1, which has, like, it starts with like 6 hours of like setup, right? Before it really starts to pick up. But first of all, here's the thing. Chapter 1 is the hook of the game, and it's such a good hook. I'm giving it bonus points for that, basically, right? If Chapter 1 wasn't as good as it was, if Rena screaming Usoda directly in my ear didn't jump scare me the way it did, and the like Rena being there for the phone call, all of this, the horror vibes in Chapter 1, I said Chapter 2 might be the peak, but I don't know. Chapter 1 very well might be better, right? All of the answer arcs were such good for the horror vibes, right? And Chapter 1 is a huge part of that, right? Slowly getting this distrust within you because of the Higurashi syndrome, of course, right? Or within Keiichi, I'm sure you've noticed a million times. I always say within you or within us, whatever. I always mean the main character when I say that, or whoever the narrator at that moment is, or even sometimes just a group. I almost put myself in the shoes, right? Point is, seeing the unreliable narrator and seeing everything go so crazy when I didn't know what this game was, right? And so, if I replayed it now, would it be my favorite chapter to rewatch? Probably not. But do I have the most such positive memories of this? And is it the one I arguably view most positively, like nostalgically? Yes. And so I'm ranking it this high because, god damn, man, that was such a good hook for this game. The way I would not have... Who's to say if I would have continued playing this game if Chapter 1 was just more dull, right? If we start with Chapter 4, would I have kept playing this game? I don't know. I have no clue, right? Maybe. The ending of Chapter 4 was interesting enough that I think I would have, but hard to say for sure, right? But Chapter 1 was just so good, I think. And this sets us to our obvious number one at this point. It's Chapter 5. I love Chapter 5 so much. I kind of already talked about this. Chapter 5 just feels like it appeals directly to what I enjoy, right? I love this whole idea of characters who they're tragic, they can't control their emotions, right? And that was Shion, right? She went through this tragedy, right? We get to see things we didn't get to see before. Things that I said before I was already interested in. Satoshi's Watanagashi, what happened there, right? We get to see this from Shion's perspective, which was awesome. It was so awesome in that moment, right? To be like, wow, we're like at a different era. We're not in 1983. But then we shift back to 1983, and holy shit, we finally see Chapter 2, which I noted was one of my favorite chapters, right? I loved Chapter 2, right? And so getting to see the answers directly was so fantastic, right? And I love Shion as a character so much. I love Chapter 5. Looking at it, even the slower moments, there was a lot of intrigue going on, right? I felt there was a lot to like. It was like in the answer arcs, I think it was the closest we got to the horror vibes again. I mean, there were some horrifying scenes, right? The torture scenes, right? The nail scene in particular. Oh my god, right? Absolutely insane. And so I just love Chapter 5. So that's my thoughts on the chapters as a whole. And with that, I feel like I've exhausted basically everything I can talk about right now. I would love to, in the comments, hear you guys. I swear I'm not comment baiting. I hope you noticed by now, I don't try to comment bait. I love when people talk to me about the game that I'm playing. But I'm not here for likes and views and comments. If I was here for likes, views, and comments, I never would have stopped playing Fate, right? I was getting good numbers there, right? Like, these things don't matter to me. I like the engagement I do get, but I'm not like, I need so much more. So this isn't even like comment bait, but seriously, I guess it is comment bait, but like, not because I care about engagement, right? Just because I'm curious, right? Legitimately curious. What are you, like, how would you guys rank the chapters, and who are your top 5 characters? If you guys want to give me explanations, I would love that. If not, that's cool. I'm just curious to see what other people think. Is my list of, what was it, like 4, 3, 7, 8, 2, 6, 1, 3, I think. And that was backwards. Is that completely ridiculous? Like, compared, like, in other people's minds? Is that a relatively normal ranking? I don't know. I would love to hear. I'd love to hear if you guys agree with my top 5 characters. All this stuff, of course. Seriously, now that we're done, again, okay, I've said this before, and I've said this a million times, we're doing at least the first arc of Rei. There is more to come, but this is the main game. I feel like at this point we can safely have these discussions, right? I'm curious what you guys think. But that's going to be all I have time for today. I really hope you guys enjoyed this episode, of course, and this chapter as a whole, but more importantly, I hope you guys have enjoyed Higurashi, man. Seriously, it's been a hell of a journey. A hell of a journey. It's been a very long one. A very long one. I can't believe it's over, right? I really can't. It's actually just insane to me that we finally reached that point. God, man. Like, it's actually over. I feel so wrong. It's been a 3.5-year journey for me. Like I said earlier, to those of you who have been here the whole time, thank you so much for sticking with me, even after I literally left you out to dry for 2 years, in the middle of a chapter, mind you. And then I did that again, like, there was like a 6-month break somewhere. Seriously, I can't believe you guys stuck with me. I know plenty of people stopped watching, and I don't blame them. I probably would have too, right? Seriously, I get it, right? And so that means all the more. Those of you who did stick with me, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope you guys have enjoyed. Those of you who didn't stick with it and are here, or like weren't with it from the beginning, is more what I mean. If you're here, you probably stuck with it, or maybe you just saw this episode and you skipped to the end for some reason. I don't know. I don't know why I did that. But you do you, king or queen, or whatever you prefer to be called. You do you. You know, fair enough. Right? Point is, those of you who, you know, weren't there from the beginning, but were along for the whole ride, thank you so much too. It's still, like, I appreciate the fact that you guys watch this. Every person who commented, I appreciate you. I really enjoyed interacting with the comments, right? There were a lot of commenters, right? A lot of unique commenters who gave me unique perspectives, who pointed out things I might have missed, right? Who might have given me their opinions on things. I even had someone who, for a while, I don't know if are they still here? I don't know if they are. Who seemed to be following along with the game blind, with me. I hope you enjoyed the game, if you're still here. Seriously, everyone who interacted with this playthrough in any way, I appreciate you so much. But it's going to be all I have time for today. By the way, this is officially my longest video ever now, which I guess there's not a more fitting time that this could have happened. The end of a series that has been going on for so long. I've said this before. We're going to talk very, very briefly about what's next for this channel. I'll probably do this in a text update at some point, but I'm going to talk about it here while I'm here and already talking, and this video is already so long. So next month, I will be taking a break from recording because I'll be playing Clair Obscur and watching Game of Thrones for a thing I'm doing with my friend group where we all basically traded a game and a show, right, to another person. And those were what I was assigned, and I'm supposed to have them started at least with decent headway by February. So that's what I'll be spending a lot of January doing, is playing those games. So we'll probably take a break. I think that's an understandable break. But the next game on the agenda is Fate Hollow Ataraxia. Yes, I know some of you are disappointed. That's not Umineko. I know. Hold on a second. Fate Hollow Ataraxia is not a terribly long game. It's decently long. We'll see how long it takes me to get through it. I'm not even going to try to put a timeline on it. And for that game specifically. But we're going to try to get through it at a reasonable pace. But we'll see how that plays out. I'm super excited to jump back into Fate. So those of you who really want Umineko, I'm sorry. You have to wait a little longer. I'm sure you guys remembered Fate Stay Night was my other game in the top 2. You could flip-flop which one is higher. For now, I'm going to say Higurashi, but once I rewatch Fate a little more, I can put Fate back up there, maybe. I don't know. And so this is the long-awaited sequel for me. Long-awaited. Because I've been playing Higurashi for a very long time. Right? So we're going there next. And then next after that, I might poll the interest on this. I'm going to this year, whenever it releases, I'm going to be playing Danganronpa 2x2, which is Danganronpa 2. If you've ever played that, it's an alternate scenario for it. I'm super intrigued by that game. I have to play it no matter what though, because I'm out of the subreddit. So I have to play through that game, and I have to fly through that one. I will be going through that game genuinely quicker than any LP in my life. I can tell you that with 100% certainty. There is no doubt that I will be done with that game probably within a week, at most, right? And that would be disappointingly slow. I finished Danganronpa 1 in one night, right? And Danganronpa 2 took me 2-3 days, right? I'm more hoping for 3 days, right? At most, right? So we'll see how that plays out. If you guys are interested, let me know, and I can record a Let's Play or live stream it. If any of you are interested, I'll probably pull that as we get closer. I'm just curious if anyone's interested. But after that, then is where things get a little too far out to say for sure. After that is either Umineko or Chaos Head / Chaos Child. Probably both of them. I'm not 100% sure. I will probably pull this at some point in the future. Probably a little as we get closer to the end of Fate. I don't know when this will be. I don't know if this will be in 27 or late 2026. But I promise you, Umineko will happen on this channel. And eventually, so will the rest of Science Adventure. I want to get caught up on all these. These are the 3 big VN series for me. And I'm trying to slowly crawl through them. But I took so long for Higurashi that it's taken quite a while. So kind of figure out that a little more in detail as we get there. But I just figured I'd let you guys know what the plan is for now. To kind of stem some of the comments, or not stem them. I don't want to say it like that. I'm totally fine with people asking for me to play certain games. But just to already make it clear that, unfortunately, Umineko is not next. I can tell you that right now. And barring a major curveball from me where I'm like, you know what? Fuck Fate. I'm going to Umineko. Right? Unless that happens, and I don't think it will, Umineko's not next. But maybe within a year or so, my goal is to start it in 2026. Or to get the Fate and Danganronpa LP done, and then either play Chaos Head or to play Umineko. So get that 3rd LP started by the end of 2026. So that's officially all we have time for. There will be a Ray episode. I've said this a million times now. So we're not officially done, but this is the last mainline send off. So it's kind of hard for me. I hope you guys have enjoyed this Let's Play. I really do. If you did or didn't, if you made it this far and you didn't, that's kind of crazy to me. I would have dropped it. I guess there's not that much new Higurashi content, so I guess if you didn't, you might have, and you love Higur, you might have been stuck watching this anyway. Sorry. Please leave me feedback in the comments. If there's anything you think I could have done better, could have done worse, or rather, that I could have done better, or that I did do well, I'd love to hear these things so that I know what to hone in on in the future, what to maybe reel back a little bit. Like, I'm going to try to stay true to me, of course, but if there's some things that it's like, dude, you don't need to do that. Main things I think are the long summaries before and after each episode. Things like that. If, like, obviously don't tell me, like, your personality sucks, I hate you. Well, I'm not changing as a person for Let's Plays. Sorry. So, L, I guess. But if there's, like, basic things that you're like, you could maybe touch up on this, talk more in these places, talk less in these places, I would, like, or technical things like audio, right? Do I need to balance audio better? Webcam, stuff like that, right? And if you have any feedback on that front, please let me know. I would love to hear it now that we're at the end of a Let's Play, and we'll be going into another one soon, and that will be the perfect time to implement some of this feedback. So, yeah. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Let's Play as a whole, from the lens of what can be improved, but also I would love to know how much you guys enjoyed it as a whole. Just always curious. But this is officially it, guys. This is, in my opinion, a great Let's Play. I hope you guys agreed. I had a great time playing through this game. I had a great time with this Let's Play. I hope you guys did as well, is more what I meant. But that'll be all I have time for today, because there's nothing left besides Ray, and I'm not doing Ray on this episode. So I hope you guys are looking forward to Ray. I can't imagine it's going to be long before I play it, probably by this weekend. But I can't guarantee that for sure. But whenever it does come out, I hope to see all of you guys there. And until then, peace.